Welcome on in, Pokemon Unite trainers. Boy, do we have a treat for you. Underdunk 59 about to get kicked off, and we have a continental shift in the meta. Anyone catch what I did there? The continental Pokemon, Groudon, has entered the fray, and teams are ready to take down this member of the Weather Trio. Hi, everybody. I am Steel Agent Kyle, and with me, as always, the one, the only Husky Star, back from hiatus, and with a brand new background for both of us, I might add.
Yeah, we've got the whole thing. Kyle's looking lovely against that weird yellow mustard color background with the green underneath it. Really lovely choices for some paint colors in that convention center. But yeah, I'm very excited to be back. Really excited to see us kick off today's stream with a level 7 hype train for Steel Agent Kyle. All the members of I Hardly Know Her, which, as we remember, is the best team in NA. We all came through to celebrate the release of Groudon. This is like Christmas morning for me, except it's evening.
It really is. It does feel like it. I mean, shiny new toys all around the Thea Sky Ruins. Thea Dry Ruins? I don't know. It's still Sky, but I don't know how.
How did he get up there?
Honestly.
Like, how did they?
He's got little legs. Like, they're
did
short legs.
Ray go down and was like, yeah, I'm kind of done here, and like picked Groudon up with like its talons and then just like flew it up there. It was like, see ya.
But yes, big shout out everybody on the I Hardly Know Her for the big old hype train. Very much appreciate all my amazing friends. But yeah, new background. This is not permanent. I am at a Super Smash Brothers competition. Not playing, I'm just watching in Sandusky. Riptide, if anybody is a Super Smash Bros. Fan, come say hi if you're here. But yeah, but we had to run the tournament. I had to bring my mobile setup, so I'll be back home next week. And we'll have the normal look, but yeah, so we all have brand new skins. New map skin, new Husky background, temporarily new Kyle background, brand new Pokemon. It honestly feels like a brand new game that we're talking about, but let's get into it. Let's talk about format and housekeeping for those that may not have been here before or may just need a bit of a refresher. For tonight, there is some little changes that we do have to talk about. For tonight, unfortunately, due to the release of Groudon and it being not available in tournament mode specifically, there are some slight changes that have to be made. So games will be hosted in the custom battle function opposed to the tournament mode, which does mean that emblems are available, which not exactly how we wanted to do things, but it's unfortunately the only way to play Groudon right now. So that's just kind of how it is. And because it is in custom mode, we do have a ban on Pawmot, the Pokemon that just was released, because obviously you need to have the license, and it's only available for gems, so that was the decision that was made there. And then as far as the bracket goes, best of 3 on the upper side of the bracket, best of 1 on the lower side, and then we have our special Midnight Clause, also known as Threat Level Midnight. Any sets that begin after midnight Eastern Time turn into a best of 1, and the grand finals turn into a best of 3 winner's side advantage. And like I said, only ban right now is Pawmot, but I believe that just about covers it for us. Let's talk about teams, Husky. We have, I think, 24 teams. Any teams that are sticking out to you that you're very excited to see?
Yeah, pretty good turnout tonight. It's really exciting. A lot of the teams, if I gotta go see like the specific names of the players in the teams, but a couple teams that we're familiar with, we tend to see a lot on Underdunk: Mia World Order, Goofy Goobers, Sugar Rush, Delta Storm, Last Order, Princesses, a lot of these teams that we continue to see, but I believe that there are also some very notable players playing in the tournament.
Yeah.
What are they, what team? I'm trying to read through, but
I got you. G is definitely one that I'm looking at watching, / Picadiff. I believe Machizel's on there as well. And then Project Mbappe, I believe that's Celestial, Roland, Overlord. Like, we have some absolute squads here. And like you said, we have some familiar faces, very notable names in Underdunk history. Goofy Goobers, like you said, they are the reigning champions of Underdunk, but that was on Rayquaza. This is Groudon. So we have a very different meta that we will be unfolding throughout the entire night. And Husky, we just received, not only did we get new Pokemon, new map, new backgrounds, but we just received a very large patch. I mean, maybe not very large, but it is a pretty significant patch.
I mean, for Unite and the patches that we tend to get, and like the frequency of the patches, this is definitely a pretty big patch. A lot of shakeups. So a lot of what was going on throughout the day, from what I could see just online, on the Twitch community, the YouTube community, a lot of people just trying out all these different Pokemon that got changes. And there's some preliminary opinions about what's good on this map and what's good about the patch. And since we haven't really figured out what this new meta is going to look like, it makes me even more excited to watch tonight's tournament.
Yeah, I was watching a lot of, I guess, solo queue, so not necessarily, the competitive environment, but Spraggles had a lot of very interesting opinions. I think I agree, at least watching him. Speedsters seem very strong, at least from what he saw. Attackers definitely didn't feel as strong as we had thought, but I do believe we are going to be getting into our first round matchups very shortly. Husky, is there any specific Pokemon from from this most recent patch that you are very interested to see how they've developed in this new meta?
Honestly, for me, it's going to be Trevenant, a defender that's always been very good, but just recently, with these changes in the most recent patch to Curse and both of its secondary moves, I think that this could come back in a big way, and we could even see it potentially being banned. But what we are seeing here, the draft starting, but as we see, there is a change to the draft. The way that the draft is constructed now, there are 3 bans, but they're all blind bans, because we haven't been able to get the Groudon map specific, but as you can see, it counts the number of votes for the bans on each team, and then it just calculates which ones end up being banned. So it's possible that we see mirror bans here and there, but that's just because they kind of didn't give us the system when Groudon released to be able to do tournaments in tournament mode, so we're making do with what we have.
We are 1000% making do with what we have, and this is a monumental shift in, I guess, the drafting of Pokemon Unite. This is a first pick Tinkaton, not something that I don't think that's something I have ever seen before, regardless if it's ranked or in competitive play, but I am very excited. And then you're going to have this Blissey Umbreon on the other side, so I think Tinkaton's sitting pretty well.
Yeah, Umbreon's still being picked here, even though it was nerfed a little while back. It's still very strong. Blissey, again, has been nerfed so many times, but it's still just so strong. And Tinkaton just recently getting that buff today to a couple of its moves. And so far, it does look like it matches up a little bit more with the other all-rounders. And another all-rounder coming out here, Serena, which... Did Serena get any changes? It actually did not get any changes in this patch, but Serena, if you're good at it, is still Serena.
Still Serena indeed. On the opposite side, we are going to lock in our all-rounder core for Bushcheck. It's going to be the Aegislash along with the Blaziken. Again, no real changes to those 2 Pokemon, but I think that with maybe some speedsters getting a little bit of light here, we are going to see some all-rounders get played. Bats locking in that Zoroark. I am incredibly interested to see her lock that one in. We'll see what Bushcheck wants to combat that with, though.
Yeah, Zoroark, definitely an interesting pick. You usually see it paired with that Comfey, which they do have, but generally, Regidrago haters has a fairly squishy team comp. Tinkaton's really going to be up front playing that kind of tanky role. If you get that Tinkaton online quickly, and with that Focus Band, it does do a lot of healing and can brawl really well, so it might stand a chance against some of these things like Aegislash and Blaziken that are going to be standing in its way.
I wonder if we'll see the new moveset, the buffed moveset from Tinkaton, the Smackdown along with Ice Hammer. Obviously a little bit of a nerf to Thief, which was kind of one of the stronger portions of its kit, but it seems like the Ice Hammer Smackdown was working quite well. I do like, though, Husky, this gutter pick of that Alolan Ninetales to maybe slow down the Zoroark.
Yeah, that is going to be really interesting. I think that, at least from what I've played, the 2.5 games I got a chance to play on the new map earlier, CC is even more powerful, especially because there's so many less places to hide. So Zoroark and a lot of other speedsters tend to rely really heavily on hiding in different patches of tall grass, and even though speedsters seem to be very strong on this map, especially if they do good early, it's also difficult to fight against a lot of CC when you can't really hide in the tall grass the way that you were able to with the Rayquaza version of the map.
Yeah, and I think snipers, so like long distance Pokemon might do pretty well, but we are going to see this. This is going to be game number 1 of your first round. Regidrago haters on your purple side, Bush check on your orange side. We're taking this Bounsweet Comfey to the top half.
And I'm going to be really interested to see this Tankaton because it is one of those Pokemon that struggles to get online, and it does need those stacks. It's similar to Serena. It does need those attack weight stacks. So seeing 2 of those Pokemon on Regidrago haters is definitely an interesting choice for them to go with here, but with that Alolan Ninetales as a little Vulpix able to grab that contested Jesus in that bottom path.
I will never forget that. Natu's now going to be the name of the game. A 920 clock spawn up in that top half, which means this Serena will get that level 4 evolve, which is really nice. So a lot of experience to be had really entirely on this map.
Yeah, Serena trying to get a couple stacks in as well. Zoroark made it down into the basement path, which is already interesting, and I definitely want to pay attention to how junglers are working through those early ganks, and so far Zoroark has come to the bottom path. Both central area Pokemon have actually made it down to this bottom path. Zoroark unfortunately does go down, but Kyle, that is interesting. We tended to see in competitive the top path be prioritized for that first gank.
It's a little bit of a swish up here, and you saw the eject button burned from the Combusken. Now, on their way to try to get some points on in, Zoroark paying a little bit of exception, so Combusken might have overstayed their welcome as Umbreon actually gets KO'd by the Mew there, so nice KO. Bat's gonna put a little bit of pressure on this T1 goal zone. Alolan Ninetales unable to hit that Avalanche combo, and that means points raining in for Regidrago haters.
It is so tough to play against an early game Zoroark, even if the combos aren't very flashy and quick. If they are hit, it's so hard to get away from. Now, Regidrago haters looking toward that Regidrago themselves, going for that Aegislash, will be able to catch them with the Mew.
Doublade going down. Blissey gonna be next on the chopping block as Serena has hit that level 6 power spike. Regidrago haters doing their namesake and taking that Regidrago, sending it back to the Pokemon Center. So a score increased speed here for the Serena.
One thing that I have noticed here from the first day of the new Groudon version of Thea Sky Ruins is the Regidrago does give a lot of experience. So now Serena at level 7 trying to fight against 3 with that triple axle.
Ooh, Blaziken hits the overheat, but unfortunately a lot of insulation from that Comfey means Serena is going to be able to stay upright. Zoroark is able to take out the Blissey. They have their eyes set on this T1 goal zone, but they do not want to get caught out by this Alolan Ninetales.
And we are going to find out what is going to be spawning in those top and bottom paths. With one of the changes was we don't know which Reggie is spawning in the top and which is spawning in the bottom. And it looks like from what I could see, Registeel has showed up in the top, meaning Regieleki is now sitting down in that basement path, and it will be that way for the rest of the match.
We have the Queen versus the Knight. Aegislash going to peel back towards that Speed Flux zone. 35 plus another 30 going to go on into this T1 goal zone. Now going to have their sights set on to potentially try to break it. Trying to make this stop here. Is this Aegislash a small overcamp in that T1 on the top side? Means that they'll have a little bit of positioning for that Registeel top.
Here comes Bats now, disguised as the Alolan Ninetales, but will come out, see if they can grab this Regieleki, and if they don't, I believe, were they able to get it? No, it was the Blaziken while Serena got the Registeel in the top path. Now Regieleki walking toward that basement goal zone, but here comes the Mew and the Tinkaton.
Oh, Unite move from the Mew is gonna maybe make them invisible, but you can't defend a Regieleki that way, so it walks right on in. Bush check, able to get some points. They're gonna capitalize on that, but a huge Solar Beam is gonna take 2 to the Pokemon Center. 4 in total. Gonna sit back and watch as now we have maybe a little bit of a push here from Regidrago haters.
Yeah, I mean, it might not be the newly buffed Venusaur Solar Beam, but Mew is one of those Pokemon that just so much versatility, and if you're a good Mew player, it is one of the scariest Pokemon to go up against. I mean, we've talked a lot about how attackers don't seem that great on this map, but I think if you have a team behind you, something like Mew, which is kind of playing as a supporter Pokemon, is still really strong.
Oh, several Unite moves get expended here. Bush check coming out ahead. Blaziken popping a double KO with Umbreon clearing out the Comfey. But damage is done. 208, 112 as we near the halfway mark. Regidrago still a little bit ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little bit of an overextension for them there, right? They went into the enemy central area. They got a little bit too confident. Here comes Bats and the Zoroark. They're looking for a KO. They get mean-looked, caught, and nobody will end up going down. Mew finds the Alolan Ninetales in the bush. Blaziken will be able to get back, but what a return KO there. The blind Solar Beam shot.
Bush check just got bush checked from that Solar Beam, and now an Electro Ball is going to combine with that Tinkaton, and that's going to send another 2 Pokemon. This has been an all-out brawl here so far, halfway through this match. Overheat looking to connect, but another Unite move from Mew. Nice Mewsted Auto is going to send the Blaziken now back to the Pokemon Center. Regidrago with incredible tempo, going to stay putting a little bit of pressure in the central area. Might have got their hands caught in the cookie jar as Aegislash able to send that Mew back.
Yeah, I mean, the cookie jar definitely needs to be mentioned at that point, right? I feel like Regidrago haters have been very confidently spending a lot of time in the enemy central area. Tinkaton now level 11, while Zoroark is sitting at that level 12, looking to get that level 13 as soon as possible. They do with that Unite move. Takes out Umbreon, but unfortunately they will go down themselves. Now just Tinkaton and Comfey trying to defend in this basement path.
Trying to run away, pop that X speed, now throw a little bit of a rock on that Blaziken, but the Aegislash gonna try to slice through. A lot of crowd control from the Regidrago haters, including a Mewsted Auto. Very low HP. Wide Guard is up to try to keep them up, but a Solar Beam is gonna take out 2 other very low HP bars on the side of Bush check. Are they going to be able to do it? Nice. Great use of the Smackdown from Tinkaton is gonna send a Pokemon back, and now Serena putting a little bit of pressure on this T2 goal zone to give a little bit of space to Regidrago haters.
Yeah, we were talking about the potential for Tinkaton to go with that Smackdown move, the newly buffed, and one of the changes that it can move while using it. So previously, it would kind of just have to stand there and hold on to it, and then it would be so far away that it was difficult to kind of follow up. But now, Reese using that to their advantage here, being able to move around while casting the Smackdown, and they have done some insane damage with this move.
Mewsted Auto gonna connect. Regieleki trying to find its home in this T2 goal zone. A little bit of pressure from Mew along with this Tinkaton throwing some rocks. On the opposite side though, 50 points followed by a 29 is gonna break that T2 goal zone. Ninetales also gonna go back to the Pokemon Center at the hands of Bats. That is a nice KO right before. I was gonna say Groudon, or gonna say Rayquaza, but we have Groudon coming up.
Bursey trying to get away here. They do have another Mewsted Auto available. Such a slippery little guy. Little German boy Mew gets to run away there. And it's not often that you see a support Pokemon hit that level 13 mark before the Groudon spawns in the central area. I almost also said Rayquaza. Before the final fight, guess I should say, but 287 to 154, Regidrago haters definitely in the driver's seat here. Bush check is going to potentially have to make some bush checks of their own if they want to come out ahead in this final fight.
Not a ton of tall grass to be checked. Zoroark already hitting the Groudon a little bit. Oh, I don't know if I've actually seen that animation yet in
look at our
broadcast, but it's kind of cool. But look at this kind of fighting through the choke point, which is a little bit problematic. Blissful Assistance onto the Aegislash, but that doesn't catch the Zoro.
Wow, Bliss Assistance used for basically nothing now it has already run out. Light Screen is popped, nobody can walk through it, and while Mew just continues to poke, look at all that Solar Beam damage just raining down on top of them, and here comes the engagement.
Oh, Aegislash gonna try to use their coup de grace, and they are able to do so. Alolan Ninetales gonna be the first to fall. Aegislash and Umbreon both falling as well. Zoroark getting taken out, and now the pressure is being put on the Groudon, already being chipped down to half, but Bushcheck is trying to make their way in. Blaziken caught between 3 Pokemon. Mew is gonna take them back. Some timers are starting to come up, and Blissey going for a back half of 50. I don't think that Bushcheck will be able to get there, and yeah, it is a nice little hit there. Regidrago Haters takes the Groudon.
Yeah, I mean, Blissey is going to be able to grab 100. Oh, no, they're not! Zoroark's able to get back to stop them, and they are able to KO that Blissey while the rest of the haters move into that Tier 2 goal zone. Serena with an easy Hundo Burger in the main goal zone. And one of these changes, as we know, is you don't get unstoppable if you're trying to score, so you really do have to win a team fight here or just go to the goal zone that nobody is standing at, and it looks like Regidrago Haters wants those points, so they're going to be taking those KOs.
They sure do. You do not want to yield KOs the other way, because you will give those buffs right over to the other squad, and as you see, Regidrago Haters, they have not. They are holding on to 4 of them. I think Zoroark, the only one, might not have been up at the time when it was taken, so it doesn't have one, and this is going to be an easy game 1 closing portion of the game for Regidrago's Haters, as they are going to take game number 1 in this first round set.
It really does seem like, from even just this first game, that Regidrago Haters really had control over the entire match, and the only mistakes they made to give Bushcheck a chance was when they overextended. I think that if they play the exact same way, but they cut back on the little overextensions, they're going to go into the Groudon fight to the Magma Cavern with even more of a level lead than they had at that point. Even so, they just did so much damage, and look at the Mew, ending the game at level 14, 138,000 damage playing that Pokemon as a support. I don't know if I've ever seen a support do that much damage.
That's that's kind of insane. I mean, I think right now, I think you have to think about these long-range attackers as very viable. Inteleon has definitely stayed relevant in the competitive scene, and Mew as well. But now, like, I don't know, Mew with an EXP share and a lot of these changes, I think this could be an incredibly powerful Pokemon. Like, I mean, it's very obvious. 138k is nothing to sneeze at, but whew, I'm liking the new map so far. There's definitely some very interesting game styles and gameplay around the Groudon with a lot fewer areas to hide.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting seeing this game number 1 where all day I've kind of been seeing the rhetoric that attackers aren't very good, but with a competitive environment, it really just changes the entire scope of what the community is saying. A lot of people playing from solo queue, trio queue. You can't really tell what it's going to look like in the competitive circuit, but I think that if it is true that late game scaling attackers or long range attackers or mages aren't necessarily that great right now on this map, I think that early game attackers like Mew, like Inteleon for example, that do get those levels pretty fast in the early game and are able to get online are going to be really strong, especially if we're seeing people bring out a lot more brawlers and all-rounders that do really well up close, or a lot more brawlers that have a ton of CC, things like Buzzwole, like Blaziken that we saw in that last match. I think that something like Mew is really going to be strong.
I mean, anytime you can have an attacker that also has the ability to self-sustain. By self-sustain, I guess to some extent it's the spell vamp to give it own HP back. But Mew is like a Pokemon that doesn't necessarily need a lot of peel dedicated to it, so it can get out of sticky situations itself. That's why I think that Pokemon thrives a lot. But also to maybe a lesser extent, maybe to a similar extent, Inteleon, I think, is still going to be quite powerful because it does have that ability, right? With the Fell Stinger, or I guess Acrobatics, if that is your moveset of choice. I still think Fell Stinger is still quite good. But yeah, I think those types of attackers are going to be very, very valuable moving forward.
Yeah, I think, remember when Liquidation was like super broken and
Yeah.
nobody played Snipe Shot and everyone
so
was like, wow,
boring.
Snipe Shot sucks. But yeah, I mean, Inteleon was never not good. Unfortunately, it has gotten hit pretty hard in terms of win rates as of late, but it is still one of those attackers that I always see as something viable. But let's take a look at what these bans end up being. It looks like Comfey being voted on, Suicune being voted on, Snorlax, Umbreon, Blissey. I think that if they do carry over with 3 bans in a draft environment for competitive, I think that is really, really strong. Adding 2 more bans is going to make teams so much more dynamic.
I mean, you kind of almost have to at this point, right? I mean, we're already, 75 plus Pokemon currently, and if the plan is to release 2 more Pokemon every month, including like a Unite license for a Mega Pokemon, if that is a separate Pokemon, that is a lot really additional Pokemon to think about banning. So I do love the addition of an additional ban slot per team. Honestly, if they get more, I'd be all for it. I think that'd be super fun as the roster kind of grows. But let's take a look at kind of the setup here. The first pick, Alolan Raichu. I think this Pokemon's also incredibly powerful.
Yeah, it is wearing an EXP share right now. Everybody on Regidrago haters currently rocking that EXP share. I wonder if we'll see a support Raichu and maybe a carry Trevenant, but or maybe we'll just see all EXP shares. You know what? Just do it. At this point, just run it. On the other side, Crustle coming out with that Rocky helmet on. Crustle won Worlds, so it is a very strong Pokemon at the moment, especially when you get something like Snorlax banned and Umbreon banned that are considered to be really strong defenders. Snorlax has just been in the meta for so long that a lot of defenders feel like they haven't gotten their time in the sun, and I think Crussle's finally starting to get the recognition it deserves.
Crustle won Worlds. I have a video coming out very soon. Stay tuned for that on the YouTube channel. Shameless plug. It does look like Bushcheck is going to take away that Mew from the Regidrago haters. Obviously, they didn't necessarily need to take it away because Regidrago haters did not select it, but heavy tempo on this side, right? You got the Sableye along with the Dodrio, so I really expect them to put a lot of pressure early on Bushcheck.
Sableye, Trev, and Dodrio is probably a thing of my nightmares. That is a devastating team composition to have to go up against. So I honestly do really like this Mew pick regardless of if they were taking it away or if they were just picking it for themselves, because this at least gives them some range against the heavy CC and dive that we're going to be seeing on Regidrago haters.
I'm excited to see this match play out. I've also we haven't really had a ton of tournaments since Alolan Raichu has been buffed, and I think this Pokemon is incredibly not only powerful, but really fun to play.
Yeah.
Obviously, it might have gotten a little bit of a nerf to at least the Electro Ball moveset with the fewer tall grass areas on this new map. I think that was one of the more fun techs to do, is setting up
you can set up
damage.
the landmines. You can still do that with a lot of places on the map, and I was confused. One of my first reactions to the previous patch was like, why would you buff Electro Ball? But we'll see if they do end up going with that moveset here. Burzy did take off the EXP share, so unfortunately not a triple EXP share team comp, but we will be seeing Sableye and Zacian head up into this top path.
Game number 2, Regidrago haters on your purple side, Bushcheck on your orange side, and we are going to see this Mew once again. This time it is a damage Mew down in the bot path.
Yeah, and it is a little princess this time as well, not little German boy Mew. So I think what we've established so far is when you wear the Battle Pass Hollowair, it's support Mew. But when you wear the little Princess Flowery Hollowair, it's a damage Mew. Teams really need to consider things like that.
I think we'll have to watch the meta as this shapes up. Obviously, Hollowair, very important. Natu's on the board. 920 spawn timer on those, gobbled up by Bushcheck. So they've done a pretty good job of staying on top of their timers, especially with all the new ones up in the top half.
Oh, how I have missed the Natus. I really love those little guys, and there's more of those little guys just spawn in that central area. Bats using one of the few bushes remaining to her advantage to try to catch this Leafeon out. Did pop an X attack. Dodrio will be able to get them down enough for Trevenant to take that KO, and now Regidrago haters moving in for more.
Great convergence from the Regidrago haters, and now 4 members down the bot path. 22 points, a little too full pockets for this Trevenant. Unable to get that dunk in, so they're going to put a little bit of pressure on this Hoopa along with the Dwebble. We have the Sableye trying to grab some vision, but this Altaria, the 850 bird, still on the map and starting to get taken by the Regidrago haters.
It seems like what we're seeing right now, at least, what a great Electro Ball from that Mew. What we're seeing right now from Regidrago haters is the prioritization of this bottom path early, when a lot of time teams would end up converging onto the top path and then moving bottom slowly after the objectives spawn. But instead, Regidrago has just hit the map and everybody's starting to converge in this central area.
Very important objective. Crustle going back to the Pokemon Center. You do have Alolan Raichu trying to set up those landmines. It is a Cursed Trevenant trying to get into the fray, but last hitting ability great on this Zacian. They are cleaning through push check as 2 members get sliced down to size, the Mew and the Leafeon. Now a little bit of push on this T1 goal zone. Crustle able to stop a little bit, but not at all.
Yeah, great Metal Claw there from that Zacian to end up securing that Regidrago. Does give a lot of experience early, so I think we're seeing a lot of teams realize how good this is. Wow, what a Horde Leech there from the Trevenant. This is why I said this is my Pokemon to watch. That is ridiculous.
Oh. And Zacian gonna cut them down to size, a double KO and points. Gonna go on this T1 goal zone, dropping it down to 6, maybe a little bit of stacking to boot, and objectives going to be spawning 7-minute mark for both of them. We'll see which ones are on which side.
I like the Alolan Raichu with the Electro Ball here too. We do have 5 members of Bush Check down here in this bottom path, but it looks like they're going to be taken down. Sableye grabs 1. Nobody on Regidrago haters goes down.
Great stuns from the Sableye, and this Dodrio is running free. They get a couple additional Muted Auto connects on the Dodrio, but that is not enough to take them down. Some regeneration of the health with this Regieleki gobbled up by that Zacian up in the top path. Alolan Raichu looking for a last hit, but so is this Aegislash. They take them out, but the last hit goes over to Regidrago haters. It was the Raichu.
Know how the Aegislash has survived for that long. They don't even have a Unite move yet, but they're going to try to be taking into it here. I'm not sure how much they could really do to defend in this bottom path. Huge overcap as well, 223 to 6.
2 very big overcaps. I believe the overcap on the top side was around 35 points as well, so very big advantage for the Regidrago haters, 223 to 6, as you said. Now looking to push this enemy central area. They find the Leafeon. All of them converge, and Zacian gets another KO on the central area Pokemon, but it is the Crustle that pays a little bit of revenge to the Trev.
Very scoring-focused composition as well. You've got Sableye and Dodrio, 2 Pokemon that score very well. So if you notice that the enemy team is on the opposite side of the map, you can very easily make it up to one of those Tier 2 goal zones to drop a couple points in and just extend your lead, because from what we've realized about this map so far is having that early game lead is even more advantageous than we thought it was on the previous map.
Trevenant just standing strong against a couple of Pokemon. Now gonna look to take that Hoopa, and they do. A little bit of a fight here. Crustle has a very low HP, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to sustain. There's the Unite move from the Aegislash, and they're able to take out the Zacian. That's a massive KO, but Aegislash immediately going right back at the hands of the Dodrio. Last KO is gonna be this Mew, and another team win here for the haters.
Great play from Dodrio there as well. They used the Unite move. I mean, may as well. I feel like me in that situation, I'm looking at the low HP Aegislash, and I'm like, no, I can get it. And then, it's an Aegislash, so it doesn't really work like that. So I like the play from Dodrio just to secure those extra shields and make sure that they were able to grab that KO, because right now Aegislash is the Pokemon that's kind of just doing the most against this team comp.
It really is. Basement objective, Reggie Rock. And we have Zacian along with Alolan Raichu going to be able to take this off the map pretty quickly, so good advantage there. Defense and special defense buffs for about 90 seconds. In the middle of the map, though, it's Aegislash trying to take down this sword, or the Trevenant and the Sableye. And nice Hoopa portal is going to get them to safety, but here comes the fight. Another Alolan Raichu Unite move, but that's going to help take down the Mew. Hoopa is going to be next. They bring the team in with the Rings Unbound. Crustle also popping their Unite move, but Bush Checkers, they are coming out behind here.
I am really a big fan of this Alolan Raichu, especially into this Hoopa, which is a tech that I never really thought about, but as I've been watching Burzy play this Pokemon, I'm realizing that the Hyperspace Hole Hoopa, when you send the Pokemon back, and it takes a couple seconds for them to get back through the portal, you can pop a bunch of Electro Balls on top of it, so they're met with a bunch of damage as soon as they go back through, which I've seen Burzy do that a couple times, and it's something I would never consider when I'm drafting Hoopa into a first pick Alolan Raichu, but I think at this point, you know, they're starting to realize that that's a real problem.
Potential win condition up in the top path. Regieleki is finding its normal home up in the top path, opposed to the abnormal home in the previous match. And they're going to set up an ambush against Bush Checkers, but they do check it with that Solar Beam. But look at this play down here, Husky. 100+ points going in that T2.
Yeah, wow, what a what a great play from them. I mean, they know that they're just so far ahead right now that they don't really need to worry too much about this Regieleki in the top path. They will be able to get back up in time to defend it, which is exactly what we're seeing them do. And unfortunately for Bushcheck, they can't even really capitalize on that Regieleki, but they had to go to that top path fight because of the win condition being set up from Regidrago haters. So Regidrago haters really using their advantage to their advantage.
Very much. 433-76, the final stretch on deck. No Rayquaza. It is Groudon in that magma cavern in the central area. And I guess Bushchecker's going to be climbing an uphill battle here going into this fight.
Yeah, just like the uphill that Groudon had to climb to get up
True.
into the Theosky ruins. But we know that it is possible. Zacian looking to jump right in. The rings unbound have already come out, Kyle.
Yeah, with a couple Pokemon already falling for the Regidrago haters. An incredible Unite move from this Crustle, but paying it the other way. Aegislash and Hoopa both going down. Mew now going to hit a Mewsted Auto onto the tree. Is that going to be enough damage? Tree is still living. This the Horn Leash is doing a massive amount of work along with this Alolan Raichu, who finds a double KO. And unfortunately for the Bushcheckers, this is not looking good.
It was a really great engagement there for Bushcheck. They were able to get 2 Pokemon down really quickly with that Crustle Unite move, but unfortunately with how ahead Regidrago haters were, plus the backline that Alolan Raichu was providing just so much consistent damage, they weren't able to come out on top of that fight. There is still a minute left, but if Bushcheck does want to win this game at this point, they absolutely need to secure that Groudon and have everybody score.
And Aegislash going down at the hands of this Zacian, and this is going to be just about it. Another 100 points potentially going on in for this Alolan Raichu. It does get interrupted, at least for the time being, but it does eventually hit the mark. 533-76 right now, and points still going on in. One final dance for the Emerald 2-step Leafeon, but that is going to be all it. Regidrago haters moving on to the next round.
Yeah, we thought coming into this tournament that Groudon would be the star of the show, but instead it's going to be the Regidrago haters. We don't even see Groudon on this game. It's just sitting there as a little icon in the central area. We don't even need Groudon. We don't need to consider Groudon. Regidrago haters 875-76 without it, having a little party in the enemy goal zone.
I'm going to count down until the next round. And yeah, Regidrago haters looking very strong. I mean, this is a team that, I looked at the roster and it was like, oh, this is going to be a really good team too. I didn't necessarily put them on my team to watch because we have such incredible competitors. All throughout the bracket. But, you got to think about this. This is a good team. You got Bats, you got Ray, you got Burzy, you have Game Zone and Real Player One. This is a very experienced squad. Maybe not all together, but all in their own right. They came together and made this 2-0 look very clean.
Yeah, and I feel like Burzy, the MVP of both of those games. Game number 1 doing 138k with support Mew. Game number 2 also over 100k with that Alolan Raichu, which looked really strong. Both of those attackers that they played looked like they did quite a lot, especially with the amount of frontline and CC that was provided from that team comp. Generally, that was a really mean team composition.
It really was. I mean, it was really good. And I like the call out too, the Raichu Electro Balls on top of those Hoopa Hyperspace poles. That was a very fun interaction to watch because, yeah, like you said, setting them up right before they come through that portal, that's just so much damage on top. And it's like, oh, I just got my HP bar back up, and now I'm potentially having to go back, or maybe I just need to go back to the Pokemon Center in general. But,
yeah, I mean, I don't think that was like
here.
the game changer, but it was just something I caught a couple times that I was like, oh, that is kind of funny that ends up happening. But so far, after our first set of the day, what are you thinking about the meta shaping up on this new map?
I think ranged attackers are still going to be fine, but I think speedsters, like good speedster players, are still going to define the meta because what counters ranged attackers? Speedsters. So if you have a good speedster, you can really shut down those ranged attackers. I still think Mew is going to be very strong, but this Alolan Raichu, I've been thinking about this Pokemon, and I've been playing it quite a bit, and I feel like it does okay into speedsters because it does have a little bit of kite ability. You can dodge things, so it's maybe not as slippery as a Mew or maybe an Inteleon to a lesser extent, but I think it's still very good, and they made it look really good there.
Yeah, I think when you have a competitive environment and you know that your tanks are going to be tanking for you, the attacker system becomes a whole different game. But on the opposite side, I mean, I think also there is this draft situation, right? That isn't the way that competitive players have been used to draft going. More bans, they're blind bans with what we have available right now inside the game. So it is a little bit different, and I think teams are, probably just starting to consider ways around this potential new draft mode, at least for the time being. But either way, from what we've seen so far, it looks like bottom path has been prioritized, at least in the games that we've seen so far, for the first gank out of the central area. But top path Pokemon, traditionally called like top path all-rounder Pokemon, are still heading to the top path, which is interesting. Those are a couple things that I was in my head to look out for with the new map, because that was some discourse going on about the new timings and the amount of experience being put into that top path.
I'm also really enjoying this 9-minute rendezvous for the central area Pokemon for those 9-minute Natus that are there. So you're seeing teams that come out ahead of that fight taking a big step ahead, because it's not a ton of experience, but usually there's a KO or a big chunking of those HP bars, and that may also snowball into if your HP bar gets chunked as your central area Pokemon, now you're not making it to those 850 Altarias in whichever path that you wanted to go to.
Yeah. I mean, really interesting stuff so far. Regidrago haters looked great. Bush Check also looked pretty good. It just seemed like Regidrago haters are a bunch of veteran players. And, these teams are kind of going in with no plan, right? So we're kind of figuring out as we go here on Underdunk 59.
Underdunk 59. And with that said, we are going to go do a quick break while we get set up with our next round matchup. So don't go too far, folks. We'll figure out which one we are going to be watching, and we'll bring it to you as soon as possible. We'll have round 2 up on deck, so don't go too far, folks. We'll see you very soon. Pokemon Unite trainers, and we have Underdunk 59. We have round 2 coming up very, very soon. Players are locked in the lobby and almost ready to go. Husky Star, Steel Agent Kyle here on the mic, taking you through this winner's round 2 matchup. It is going to be Turtle Time and Exodia.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Looking at the bracket here, Turtle Time has who is on that team?
That's I believe that's Elo Poppy and
Elo Poppy, Karchtopher, Rexel,
Rex and
Volk. Yeah. Okay, so they had a bye first round, so they have not played yet. Exodia won 2-0 against Unite Divinity. So they're coming off of a pretty solid set here, but we are going into our draft, I guess. This is draft. This is what draft looks like now.
It's still draft. It's blind bands, at least currently, until they figure out how to get Groudon into the tournament mode. I imagine the tournament mode will still probably have like a snake ban, but I guess we will see. And currently it does look like we will have Snorlax, Latios, and Zoroark banned on the side of Turtle Time. We have Blaziken, Leafeon, along with the Suicune for Exodia.
Okay, interesting to see Latios still being banned. It did get nerfed again on that Dragon Pulse move set. I haven't had a chance to play it yet, so I don't know how hard it was hit, but apparently Turtle Time still does think it needs to be nerfed a little bit more, or maybe Draco Meteor's good now. Anyway, Suicune's still getting banned, not surprised, and Blissey being first picked.
Blissey, always good, always powerful, very great Unite move that can really change the tide of any team fight, so I don't know unless that Unite move gets hit if it'll ever go out of the meta. But we have the Mew, third straight game, Husky, that we've seen Mew locked in for a team.
Yeah, this is interesting here. I mean, Mew has always been good, and we've talked a lot about Mew since the last set we've seen it, but it is interesting to see it every game. It feels like the Mew meta once again.
Pina stocks up, and on the opposite side, Turtle Time locking in Zacian. It's another Pokemon that I feel like teams have been locking in consistently. And this Mamoswine, obviously Mamoswine, incredible defender, a lot of crowd control in its kit.
Yeah, Zacian, not only does Soul play this Pokemon and is really, really good at this Pokemon, it seems like one of those early game Pokemon that doesn't really need much to be very good, and that seems to be what you need on this map. There's a lot of experience, and there's a lot of opportunities to take experience away. So things like Zacian, and on the other side, where you turn a locked-in Lucario, those Pokemon I feel like we are going to be seeing fairly often, just because of their ability to always have decent levels regardless.
And we are seeing a couple speedsters, one on each side. Well, I guess I don't want to speak too soon. Okay, we can speak now. Meowscarada added on Exodia, and Rixelpick on the Absol. So they're going to be dueling speedsters in the central areas, most likely.
I appreciate that they're doing this for me, you. And the name of this... they're switching it around as Eterna playing it. But anyway, one of the Pokemon, the players on this team is named Tired Alex, and that's my name. I don't know if you guys know this. My name is Alex, and I'm very tired, so I feel very connected to Exodia right now. They're the one with Meowscarada, and they're the one with Tired Alex on their team. So I'm excited.
She's biased. I think there's going to be a lot of cheering for Exodia. Man, I guess that means I probably have to balance this out and root for Turtle Time. I don't know. We'll see. This is going to be your winners round number 2 matchup, and I'm excited. We've had this developing meta. I've really enjoyed seeing speedsters stay in the central area because I think it's so important to have those level 5 power spikes.
Yeah, we have finally figured out a way to make speedsters go to the central area. From the beginning of the game, Timmy has tried to make us send speedsters to the central area, and now I think they have finally figured out how to make us do it. So it is good to see speedsters, not that they weren't viable, but being a very key aspect of that early game, and it does seem like so far that it's not like whichever speedster is better wins the game, but it does seem like you can use that speedster momentum to snowball in the early game.
Game number 1, winners round 2. Turtle Time on your purple, Exodia on your orange, and we're gonna see tired Alex head down to this basement path as that Umbreon try to get some experience over to their side. Good secures here for this Espeon.
Yeah, a lot of EVs down in this bottom path right now. Going to be looking for their level 4s. Little Swinub is going to take a little bit more time to get online here, but we do already have one EV evolved. A second EV also gets evolved. It is interesting to see Sylveon. I feel like Elo Poppy is one of the only players to still play Sylveon, but I do love that Pokemon.
Ooh, you have the Meowscarada getting dangerously low on HP, and Muted Auto going to connect, force Turtle Time back towards this T1. A lot of experience, and there is that additional bunny up in that top part of the map, too.
Yeah, that is going to be interesting. We do have a third Holloware that has entered, so now we have the Dress Mew, the Princess Dress Mew. So 3 different Hollowares that we've seen. This one is wearing an EXP shirt, so we're back to support Mew. So kind of my theory before about like the frilly Holloware being the attacker style. We're going to have to see what ends up unfolding here.
Oh, I mean, this is kind of an attacker as they take out that Absol. That's going to enable a little bit of an invade in the central area. We have the Florigato looking at that blue buff. It is our blue buff. Going to maybe peel towards this Baltoy. Unable to get it as Absol has respawned and entered back in. Oh, great little surf there is going to take out the Blissey. So maybe it is an attacker style Mew.
A little bit overstaying there for Exodia in that central area. And it looks like Karchtopher on that Piloswine trying to clean it up. Mystical Fire on the Sylveon. Now Turtle Time has full control over this Regidrago in the central area. No time wasted taking that thing down. Sylveon getting credit for that last hit.
Great plays there from Rixel Pick getting that double KO, which enabled that push. And oh man, that Piloswine using that Ice Fang, and now Turtle Time. It's time to push the advantage. They're going to push this goal zone. Not only that, but they are going to go ahead and break it. Meowscarada running back towards the T2 and able to get away just in time.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Meowscarada is it does take a little bit more time than the average speedster to get on, but when it does get on, it's very strong. Unfortunately, against another speedster like Absol, if Meowscarada falls behind, it's even more difficult to come back just because of the gap that you have to surpass when the Absol is 2 levels ahead.
Good secures here for Exodia, though, starting to get those levels at least up to par. Because you do have to deal with that level 9 Absol, who has their Unite move. Sylveon also has their Unite move. Regieleki this time in the bottom path. Eject button into the Psychic Solaire from this Espeon. Not enough to get any KOs. Mew's going to peel a little bit back. Oh, we got the Fairy Frolic, though, from the Sylveon. But Exodia somehow able to take this Regieleki. It is the Meowscarada, but Turtle Time pay an exception.
What a flower trick, and watch the Piloswine. There goes the flower trick, taking them out. Meowscarada KO from the grave. One of my favorite things to do on that Pokemon. Regieleki will be taken down. Was it? It got the Piloswine, but no, just the one. And it was able to get the Regieleki, but they did not win the fight. Regieleki was easily able to be taken down. Now teams looking for this middle Swablu Altaria family. Blissey grabbing that one with an Egg Bomb, so they do get something out of it. But in the top path, I haven't seen which Regi ended up spawning up here. It is a Regice.
Regice, and now Meowscarada, it's a clone, so don't want to put a lot of damage on that. Don't waste your cooldowns there. Eject button from this Piloswine is going to capture this Meowscarada Absol Unite move. Not going to find exactly what they wanted. Lucario does find the backline. There's that Aura Cannon, unable to get a KO that way, but oh man, Exodia, it's the Meowscarada hitting a 3-piece combo, make it 4, and this goal zone's down.
Yeah, there's the 4 KO there from Meowscarada, exactly what you want to see. And now they have surpassed the level gap that existed previously between them and the Absol, so we've got a pretty even game now. 134 to 133 as well. Turtle Time maintains a 1-point lead, but with the momentum Exodia just got, they're going to move toward this basement path.
Got the 4 points. We're going to try to go on in, but they don't know exactly where Turtle Time is set up, so they're going to play this basement path a little bit more passive. They do have some experience, but not a ton. Turtle Time looking maybe for a push, as we do have a 15-second timer on this objective.
Yeah, and it will be Regieleki. So what we do know about the new map is even though the Regieleki and the basement Regis can switch spots depending on the game, it will remain the same for the rest of the match. So Regieleki is going to be spawning here. Fairy Frolic jumps in looking for some KOs, but they will back off. Look at that healing.
Unite moves are being used by both sides, but no KOs found either way. Lucario trying to retreat on in. There's a Unite move from the Mamoswine pushing towards his T1, but another Frolic from this Meowscarada. They get their Unite move off, and Mamoswine dangerously low on HP. It's Exodia coming out ahead. They get 4 members of Turtle Time again.
The word you were looking for was flourish.
Flourish. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Flourish. The
flourish,
floral,
yes.
Yeah, floral flourish from the Meow.
They're frolicking, flourishing,
there's a lot of things happening.
What do flowers do? I don't know. Do they bloom?
Grow,
There's
bloom.
Yeah.
Floral bloom. It's a little redundant though, don't you think?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Anyway.
Yeah, we do have a game.
Exodia is able to get that Regieleki regardless, but Regidrago looks like we'll be going over to this Absol, which we haven't really pointed out the moveset of Absol. I've seen a couple players going back to Sucker Punch, but Rixel staying with that Psycho Cut and Pursuit moveset. Personally, my favorite way to play this game, which is refreshing.
And then we also have the Blissey going with the Egg moveset. Obviously, you have 2 kind of mage attackers, one with the Mew and the Espeon, so I do kind of like that for the side of Turtle Time as well.
Registeel in the top path. There's a little bit of jump scare to see Registeel
so
standing in that
weird.
top path. Lucario is able to
man.
get secure.
That's a great play there from Luca. Great security. Utilize the Unite move potentially a little bit late there, but I think with a little bit of experience, if they're able to capture a few Pokemon, they should be able to get it back. But Husky, again, this is still a 1-point game, so this has been a very even match throughout.
Yeah, I mean, since we've mentioned the score last time, not a single point has gone in for either team. Potentially Exodia looking to change that right here. Just Mamoswine in this bottom path. They will go down.
Yes.
Double points now looking to rain in for Exodia. They're not able to get any, Kyle.
Oh, Blissey does go down. Sylveon on the top side going to get a nice 50-point dunk there. That is going to extend the lead for Turtle Time. 30 seconds, though, until... I was going to say Rayquaza again, but it is Groudon once again. Points still are going to be able to go on in for Exodia. 10 or 40 plus another 50. That is going to give them the lead. 15 seconds until Groudon, 3 members of Turtle Time down.
Well, the HP on members of Exodia was just shocking. They are going to go for Regieleki here. They did break that goal zone in the bottom path. I say Regieleki, and I'm immediately like, top path, but no.
Top
was the
path.
bottom path. That Regieleki is going to be walking toward that tier 2. Elo Poppy set up, caught in a mean look, and they are going to turn on Groudon.
You're going to put immediate damage on Groudon. Musted Auto going to connect on the Sylveon. Lucario looking for the backline. Extreme speed found through, and they're going to now be able to dash back. There's that Floral Flourish from the Meowscarada. I said it right that time, but Meowscarada's the one that's going down. Absol flips through in a reverse card. They're able to take down 1, 2, and that is it for Exodia. They have 2 members down. Turtle Time starting to push a little bit forward. Mew's going to pop their Unite move. Going to look to find the Absol. They do. Or not the Absol. They found the Zacian.
Yeah, the Zacian going down there, that's definitely big for Exodia. But Rixel coming back with a big 2 KO streak, gets caught by the Psyshock from the Espeon. It's a moveset you don't usually see into very highly mobile teams, but Exodia trusts that Espeon player to be able to hit those Psyshocks, and they do. Exodia still holding on to a lead here, but it's not a really huge lead. 1 score by Turtle Time could turn the Turtle Tides.
Turtle Tides. Nice, I like that. A little bit of a push here from the Mamoswine, mostly to grab some vision. They do find 3 members of Exodia in that tall grass. Less tall grass than before, but Zacian's going to try to insulate this Sylveon. They do. Mean Look connects onto that Zacian. And now it's Exodia that's a little bit on their back foot here. Mew, nice little coaching there. Great Psybeam combo from the Espeon. And now Exodia pushing a little bit forward. Here comes Lucario. They take out 3 members of Turtle Time, and Exodia, it's their time to shine now.
Huge engagement for the Meowscarada. Absol peeled off. They are going to be getting a 92-point cap, but it's not going to matter. Meowscarada has 50 in their pocket, and they will grab that 100. Lucario also looking for some points here. 46 points going. Groudon not even touched in this game number 1.
2 straight games that Groudon hasn't been touched. One in the last set and game 1 of this set. And Exodia going to be the winners of this non-Groudon fight and of game number 1. Great macro decision to make sure to go score, not knowing if you were able to maybe have a steal on it from Turtle Time. So I love that play once they saw where Absol was to just go for the scores.
Yeah, that was definitely a good call. I think it was a good call for Turtle Time to peel off there and look for a score, but I don't think that they were expecting an engagement, and I don't think they were expecting Meowscarada to have the Unite move up that fast, but yeah. I'm always very happy to see a Meowscarada team win 11 KOs for Eternal on that Pokemon versus 9 KOs. Also a very impressive performance from Rixel on that Absol.
I mean, very impressive performances all around. I also love the pivot to the Sylveon, especially into a Meowscarada and some mobile Pokemon like that Lucario. Thought that was a very wise decision, and you see it kind of paying dividends, 76k, and also 46 recovered. So Elo Poppy was able to absorb a lot of what Exodia was dishing out. Unfortunately, just not enough to take game number 1.
Yeah, Sylveon a lot tanked too. I think it's a Pokemon a lot of players know how to play because it's one of those early releases, especially attacker players that are really strong are really, really good with this Pokemon. Unfortunately, just hadn't really had a place in the meta in a long time. It's one of those mid-ranged attackers that has a sure hit build and it has a not as sure hit build, but it's not as consistent as something with either a lot of range or heavy brawling ability. But seeing players still bring it out and being able to have a performance that this solid is definitely refreshing. I think I love Sylveon. I would love if it had a better place in the meta, but I do think for Turtle Time they could have used something with a little bit more range just for some extra poke.
Yeah, look at this Espeon. Let's talk. I don't know if we've talked about that enough. Yeah. 95k dealt, 22k taken. So very, very strong showing from this mage Pokemon. And we talked about it in the pre-show, just kind of the state of these attacker Pokemon, the mages, and we really had a lot of stocks of this Mew. But Espeon is something that's kind of held its own in the meta in kind of limited capacity because it has that great early game.
Yeah, it's one of those Pokemon that, again, with the early game being so important, especially on this new map, not the early game wasn't super important before, but with what we're seeing potentially shape up to be a speedster heavy meta and like a snowball heavy meta, having an attacker that gets online, does consistent damage is really strong. I was impressed to see Psyshock come out from the Espeon. You usually see a speedster and you expect stored power just because of the sure hit, but the Psyshocks were looking fantastic. You have to have a lot of micro ability on that Pokemon to be that consistent with hitting those skill shot moves, so I love when players are bringing out the skill shots.
Yeah, me too. And it just pays a lot of dividends in so many different ways, because if you are able to hit it, not only does it do a ton of damage, but the stun that accompanies it is quite powerful, and you can have a lot of great follow-up. I mean, you saw it time and time again. You hit that Psyshock, you follow up with a Mew, either an E-Ball or Solar Beam or whatever, or even the Lucario coming in from downtown, or even potentially the Meowscarada if they're around. So I love that play as we get into our ban phase of game number 2. Exodia is still up 1-0 in this set, and I think we have a lot of different things here.
Yeah, this is interesting. The Meowscarada ban is a call for sure. I mean, you may as well just use that third ban slot for a target ban if there's if there's things that you want to make sure that you ban out in the meta. But they do leave Snorlax open because of those mirror ban, the Blissey being banned on both sides. So Cartifer gonna grab that Snorlax the first time we've seen it skate through.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Pokemon that was the most picked at the World Championship Series, and even, I think, over the last, 2 or 3 months, it was just a very safe pick in that first slot, so we're seeing it picked up here, but Exodia taking their own tank. They're grabbing that Slowbro, they're also grabbing that Buzzwole top half. Slowbro's not something that we've seen a ton of in the meta.
Yeah, it's definitely a good call. I mean, you always... Picking it early is interesting because it gives the other team the chance to build around it, but also it it limits the pool of Pokemon that Turtle Time can pick up because they've been relying on some of these attackers. If you leave something open to Slowbro, you got to kind of work around that. What's interesting is the Cinderace pick. That is a prime Slowbro Unite move target if I've ever seen one. But Rixel hovering a couple different options for Speedsters. Like to see the Absol again potentially, and that is what they're going to lock in.
I mean, you could always just unite the Clefable or the Tank. It's always a good choice. No, I'm just kidding. I think Absol would be a fantastic one. I think you could unite a uniting Garchomp. I think there are just a lot of ways to stop a Pokemon fight dead in its tracks, and I think if you're able to stop that Garchomp before it, really does the damage into your backline, it'll be really good. But look at this. Gengar final pick here for Exodia.
Yeah, wow. I mean, the Meowscarada got banned. They're going to go with the Gengar instead.
Okay.
I wonder if we will see the Hex Gengar or the Dream Eater Gengar. Clefable Garchomp is interesting to pick Gengar into, so I wonder if we will potentially see Hex just for a little bit more shred, potentially some objective rip, but paired with the Alolan Raichu, I really don't hate this. We could be seeing a more bursty Gengar along with an Electro Ball. There's a lot of options here for Exodia.
There certainly is. There's really a great deal of options that they can go with, but the Gengar, we don't see it a ton, right? I think there was a meta for Gengar this UCS season. I think, what was it, March maybe? Might have been March or April.
It was like half a second.
It had its like one tournament.
Yeah.
It was incredibly powerful. I think in that tournament, Husky, if I'm not mistaken, like it was like 100% or like 99% of the time that Pokemon was represented in either like the ban or the big phase. But I still think like it's still pretty good. It's not like the best speedster, but it's still like pretty good. If you have
Gengar is always like a good solo queue Pokemon. It's just not one we often see in comp.
Yeah. True, but let's get into game number 2. Exodia on your orange side, Turtle Time on your purple side. And it is going to be this Gibble along with the Clefairy up in the top path for Turtle Time.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. The Cinderace, first kind of auto-attacker focused Pokemon that we're seeing kind of come out here. One of the OG auto-attackers. Slowbro will be able to steal that Bunnelby away, but they will pay for it here. Snorlax gets an early KO.
Cookie jar moment early on. Slowpoke was trying to gobble up a little bit of additional experience with capturing some of these wild Pokemon, unable to do so. Great last hit from this Alolan Raichu, soon to be Alolan Raichu. There's still currently a Pikachu though.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you get those Jesuses before the enemy team can grab them. Elo Poppy now pulling back to their own side. Slowbro with another great water gun, just not enough. Here comes Rixel, ready for the Natu spawn in that central area. It is a new one that I feel like is going to take a little bit of time to adjust to because at 9 minutes, also those back farm spawn, the two behind the tier 1 goal zone. I think a lot of central area Pokemon are used to being in the top or bottom path for that, but that is a Hex Gengar.
Hex Gengar getting an early 2 KO streak, which could be very dangerous because it is already level 6. And now it has a Comfey Collar looking to invade the central area of Turtle Time. And this is a sweet kiss Comfey too. So a lot of crowd control. And look at that. It's going to force an eject button from Rixel.
Yeah, Rixel now using that pursuit, jumping in on that Gengar, but with the Comfey on top of it, that is going to be a tall task to take. They don't even go down. Cinder has to use the eject button, and now they're being targeted on top of the Comfey. They finally get the KO.
Comfey tried to save the Haunter, but unable to do so. Great Blaze Kick there. A lot of experience awarded to that Cinderace. They're going to dodge a little bit, but that is a lot of crowd control from the Buzzwole. Reggie Drago now on the menu for this squad. It is going to get cleaned up. Rixel going to take that objective. But Gengar already starting to come on back. It's actually Buzzwole, along with this Comfey, that is doing the heavy lifting right now.
Yeah, 2 KOs, still 2 members down. Cinderace has made it back into the bottom path, but Buzzwole trying to make something happen. Yeah, that's very low health for them. They have to wait for their Comfey. That is a sweet kiss, by the way. Which, what are we sweet kissing? The Garchomp, I guess?
I mean, Absol, there's so many things that you could stun. I mean, really, it's been sweet kissing everybody so far. But a little bit of a fight over the 720 birds. Clefable is going to go Gravity to maybe slow down this Hex Gengar for the time being. Heavy Slam, though, into a block is going to push Exodia away from the fight.
Yeah, we've got the Regieleki now spawned in the bottom path. So again, we have the Regieleki in the bottom path and the previously titled Basement Regis in the top path instead. Exodia will go ahead and secure that Regieleki, trying to move in. Here comes the Buzzwole Unite move. Will take down the Clefable. The Garchomp also going down. Still a Gabite.
Yeah, and Cinderace going to try to do their best, but they got a little bit too close to the sun, and Buzzwole able to slam them back to the Thea Sky Ruins. Points going to be inevitable here, 25. It's going to leave this at 5 HP, 35-point overdunk. 40 points, though, from the Absol, going to return favor in the top half.
I like the choice of the Absol just to go for a score there. There's not really much defending that you're going to be able to do on that tier 1 goal zone at that point. So just getting a couple points in is definitely a good call. But they are in a little bit of trouble here in the enemy central area. They've got 9 points in their pocket, but 4 members of the enemy team around them.
Ooh, I like this telekinesis bro as well. I always love that when there's not a ton of unstoppables. It's been really fun to play recently. Buzzwole going to try to defend the T1 goal zone, able to do so, but there are 3 members there, and now a little bit of a migration rotation from Turtle Time up to the top path. Heavy Slam going to connect on this Gengar, put them in a little bit of harm's way, but they're able to hex out. Oh, now we have Garchomp Unite move into the back line. They find the Gengar. They're going to maybe look for another Great Dragon combo. Is going to scoop up the Comfey, and they're going to be met with a lot of damage from this Cinderace squad.
Yeah, we got another couple KOs going down the other way. Exodia has 2 down currently. Raichu coming back, trying to make something happen, but Cinder with a 2 KO streak is going to chase them back. And though Exodia maintains a slight score lead here, Turtle Time has the fight advantage. Absol going for a 40-pointer. They will be able to get it. Buzzwole is there. It doesn't even hit the superpower.
No jump pad means that you could push that pad a little bit harder than if they had that jump pad. So Buzzwole just unfortunately not able to get there. You know, the Alolan Raichu setting up some Electro Balls for this basement Aleki to spawn, which is so weird to say. Nice little Dragon combo, misses the mark though, into the Hex Gengar, and they're going to send the Garchomp immediately back to the Pokemon Center, and the Snorlax going to be shortly thereafter.
Yeah, unfortunately, this Garchomp has just been able to get nothing done. I think that Exodia has drafted really well into that Pokemon, and generally Garchomp is a Pokemon that has been struggling a little bit more recently, I feel like. There was a moment where it was being picked like every game, and then suddenly it just stopped having that kind of priority, but it still does fairly well, but we just haven't really seen it pop off yet.
Buzzwole, Unite moves nothing and might have been a misclick, or maybe they just good dodging from Turtle Time, but a Regidrago awarded to Exodia. Gonna migrate up towards this top path. Gengar, Phantom Ambush looking for a target. They find the Absol. Absol gonna Unite move themselves. Now we have the Great Sweet Kiss, and that's gonna take out the Clefable and the Comfey, along with this Gengar Hex Train that's just chewing along. Now we got a Unite move, Uno reverse card from this Garchomp. They're able to take down a pair, and this Cinderace is starting to heat up.
Ooh, the Alolan Raichu comes back with a KO on top of that Cinderace. Absol going down in that fight as well. Definitely beneficial for Exodia, who seems like they've just been losing these team fights. They just want to catch up in terms of their levels, and I think that they have mainly been able to do so throughout that fight. 2 level 13s on the side of Turtle Time. Gengar just taking into level 13 on the side of Exodia with 3 minutes, 15 seconds left. Again, a very, very close game in terms of points.
Very close indeed. Gengar gonna capture some wild Pokemon. Still level 13. Nice little push here. They're gonna find the Buzzwole, and Snorlax is gonna put them between a block and a hard place, and this is gonna get cooked down. Poor Mosquito. Gengar, along with the Comfey, hiding in the tall grass, looking for an ambush play, and they do find that Snorlax.
Ambush play, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, I can't believe we've never used that before.
It's
been right there the whole time. Now that I'm thinking.
I was like trying to go for it, but honestly, I think that's the best way to go for it.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one. We'll have to remember that one for later.
Slowbro
goes down. Didn't have Unite move available. Not that they would really be able to use it at this point. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, and still a 1-point game here. Turtle Time looking to potentially break this bottom goal zone, but here comes the rest of Exodia.
Exodia caught between a little bit of a hard place, but it's actually Turtle Time that's going to be paying for that one, because Gengar, man, this Gengar pick, Husky, has been incredibly valuable. The iframes plus just the burst damage from this Hex.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it earlier, like what moveset would they go, and Hex is the shred option, and it seems to be doing really well into the tankier front line of Turtle Time, especially with that Snorlax, but Cinderace potentially doing what a Cinderace does. The Comfey Unite move coming out early to Gengar looking for the Cinder.
Oh, they were trying to find the Cinder. They're going to come back up from that Phantom Ambush. Here's the Sweet Kiss. Doesn't quite connect. Slowbro connects on the Garchomp with the Slowbee, but there's no follow-up from Exodia. This could be very problematic. Clefable going to get some Moonlight healing. Absol, though, going to go down. Unite move from the Cinderace, not able to close out the Alolan Raichu, and you have 2 down each side. Great block there, and damage from the Cinderace just piling up. And now you have the Alolan Raichu trying to escape. Going to try to steal this Groudon away from Turtle Time, but they might not be able to get in. They're going to try to go on in. Great heavy slam for Snorlax into the block play, and that is Turtle Time able to take it.
Garchomp is able to grab that one. Here comes Gengar looking for a defense in that bottom path. Cinder likely going to be able to score in that top path because Comfey has moved down into the basement path instead. And the goal for Exodia is going to want to be to try to take away some of those Groudon shields that they have available. But scores are raining in. Members of Turtle Time are starting to drop, though. Gengar picking up a couple KOs. Now they're the ones with the Groudon mark.
And this is what we've been waiting to see. Exodia on the pushback. It's Gengar leading the charge. Slowbro, no Unite move available. Comfey does have theirs. They are going to go ahead and pop it. Gengar going to Phantom Ambush onto the Absol. Point's going to go on in. That's a 100-point dunk here from Gengar. It's still not enough for the lead, but here comes Cinderace. Going to try to hold down this A button and try to save the day for Turtle Time. But Gengar clears them out, and they are holding a full pocket. They just need to get to the goal zone. Comfey does not have the buff. Can Gengar get there? 47 points. That might have been the distraction that they were looking for. Gengar trying to get there. Are they going to be able to? 2, 3, 2, 1. That ain't nothing. They weren't able to get the goal in, Husky.
I love the little buffer at the end just to kind of keep
the
us.
Buffer.
We were just like a little bit of like issue with the screen or something. Was that just on me?
No, I had it too.
Okay.
I had it too.
Oh, okay, yeah, it was just the feed itself. But not enough points were able to go in from Exodia. I mean, you wonder there in that situation, though Gengar was able to grab that double KO, you wonder if that second KO went over to someone else on their team and they were able to pick up one of the, what are we calling them? The Groudon, like, mark? It's not a shield, it's just like a
maybe
buff?
just like a buff?
The Groudon buff?
We just call it a buff, yeah.
If the Gengar didn't grab both of those KOs, you know, and maybe somebody else grabbed that second Groudon buff, they might have been able to put a little bit more pressure on those goal zones. And I think that's something that teams are going to try to have to consider. But in those moments that are so high pressure, you just want to make sure you get the KOs in any way you can.
I think Exodia was trying to set up a play where Comfey would be like they're trying to run distraction for Gengar, so they would try to like pull everybody into the home goal zone while Gengar went to go score on the backside. Oh, very unfortunate that did not work out, because I thought for a second Exodia might have been able to turn the tide there, and they almost did.
Yeah, that was I think the game that we were looking for, like the game that we were like expecting with some of these end fights. And it seems like from, I mean, just like early opinions on what's happening on the new map, I feel like that's going to be like a more of a 50-50, maybe not 50-50, but like more of a split between the team that gets Groudon and the team that wins. And also we could be seeing like more different end games where teams don't always go for Groudon. It's not as important, you know, where it seems like Rayquaza, if there was a no Rayquaza game, it was never on purpose. It was more like it just didn't end up happening. I could see avoiding Groudon being a more purposeful strategy in this meta, but we've only seen 4 games so far of competitive on stream, so this is our game number 3, though, which I think is going to be really, really interesting, seeing what these teams pull out.
Yeah, these teams are pretty evenly matched. I think both games, it was almost anybody's game up until Groudon. And even in game number 2, I was not 1,000% sure that Turtle Time was going to be able to hold on, because that Gengar just snowballed so well. But Cinderace, that was a very
Cinder.
clutch pick. I liked it.
Yeah, I did. I thought I really wasn't going to like the Cinder because of the late game scaling. I think that Cinder and, you know, the auto attackers that we commonly talk about, Duraludon, Decidueye, like, they're going to be a lot harder in solo queue because of the amount of experience they take. But if you have EXP share in that path with you, I think that the auto attackers have real viability, especially with how much farm comes up on the map and how many objectives are around throughout the game. Having some rip potential on your side and some really heavy damage pressure could be something that teams start to really value.
You kind of almost need to have somebody that can like really pressure those objectives. I mean, you kind of had Gengar with that Hex build. Yeah, I guess even Alolan Raichu, right, has great ability to take objectives off the map, and Cinder is one of those. But also, like, Cinder has a very unique playstyle, different than some of the other A pressers because it does have a lot of escapability. It has that stun in its kit with Blaze Kick. Does have some really fun plays. I've been playing Cinder a lot. I've been playing with Feint, which is incredibly powerful if you have some either sure hit abilities or very big burst damage that you could just dodge with Feint, especially if you time it well. And it's a very, very skill expressive Pokemon sometimes.
Yeah, we saw that in the last match. The Buzzwole Unite move in that last fight was completely avoided. The last hit of it was completely avoided by the Cinderace Feint. It's something that I don't think a lot of players realized is very skill expressive at first because that was not the move to play. It was always Blaze Kick, Flame Charge for the longest time. And I think teams, if they are picking up this Pokemon, are mainly going to run Feint just because of how much this game has evolved to include the amount of CC that it does include game to game. So having the ability to basically have a free full heal and complete invincibility is really valuable. Maybe people started to realize it after Play Rough came out when Mimikyu was so busted and you were like, why can you be invincible for that long?
Yeah.
And Cinder also can do that.
Cinder can. It's very fun. It's one of my favorite things when I do play Cinderace. Is just dodging like Unite moves, like Leafeon Unite move, or like my favorite thing recently is playing that into Glaceon and just dodging all of those Icicle Spears.
Yeah.
It's just really hilarious because you just feel so bad as a Glaceon if that happens to you. But we have draft now, game number 3, Turtle Time, Exodia staying on the same sides.
Yeah, and it looks like the bans are getting voted on here. Meow is going to continue to be a ban for the Turtle Time side, and they're also banning out this Slowbro. They just don't want Exodia to have access to it this time, which, I mean, fair enough. It didn't exactly perform as well as I think Exodia would have wanted it to in that last fight. They just went in, they just weren't there in time. Like, they ulted the right Pokemon. It was just like the time that it ended up taking was already basically too late for them for the rest of the team to capitalize on it. But this time, Slowbro ban, Meow ban, Comfey, Suicune, Clef, and Blissey. That's gonna be interesting to recap those over and over again. But yeah, all right, Snorlax is gonna be that first pick once again.
It really is, yeah. It's a very safe pick. It worked really well for Turtle Time in game number 2. But this is something that we haven't seen a ton of, the Psyduck. Really, since it's gotten nerfed, I think teams have kind of shied away. Shied away? We'll work on
Yeah. Yeah, we'll take that one back to the drawing board.
Well, I liked it, personally. I probably should have given it like a little bit more time to simmer, but I liked it.
Yeah, a little more time to Cinder, maybe, if they pull that Pokemon back out. That one kind of sucked. Alchemy also showing back up here. It's a support that was super broken, and then again, like Psyduck, they nerfed it a little bit, and teams kind of stopped wanting to prioritize it here. The Psyduck is an interesting call, though. I think the Alchemy is also a pretty good pick into Psyduck. It's got like the mini Unstoppable with the Safeguard, especially because Blissey and Clefable are both bad. It kind of opens up options for different supports, so I do love to see the Alchemy come out here.
This is a thing that we're seeing for the first time tonight. Mewtwo-Y coming off of the rework that it's had, holding the Mewtwo-Y-ite. Isn't that the right name?
Mewtwo-Y-Unite?
something like that. I don't know. Mewtwo Unite Y.
Let me check.
Something like that. It's called. But either way,
I'll get it right now.
Mewtwo
Unite. Mewtwo Unite Y.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, I mean, and this is also another thing that we're seeing for the first time is the Venusaur fresh off some buffs. This is a Pokemon that I'm really excited to play once I have some time to play this patch because it's one of my favorite Pokemon because it scales very well in the late game. You just have to get there.
The Venu running perhaps the most old school build that I could think of. It's got Focus Muscle Buddy with full heal. That is like the build. That is the like early days of Unite build. You ran that on every single Pokemon. It is kind of funny to see it, which makes me feel like it would be Petal Dance and not Solar Beam, which Solar Beam is the move that got buffed, but running a Focus Band on Solar Beam, it's not like you can't, but that's usually a build that we would see on Petal Giga.
Yeah, so maybe we do see Petal Giga here. I would love to see Solar Beam, but I guess the other thing too, it's not just Solar Beam that was buffed, it was also the defensive stats, so honestly, I could see Petal Giga here being very strong, but this is going to be game number 3, winners round 2, Turtle Time on your purple side, Exodia on your orange side, and once again, Buzzwole along with the Gossifleur up to the top half.
They're putting it in Central as well, which Bulbasaur doesn't have the best Central area clear, which this was one of the things I wanted to look out for tonight with the new map, is it really seems like early clears, junglers that clear very, very fast have a huge advantage. We already see Leafeon skipping a buff in that Central area, heading right to the bottom path at level 4, while Bulbasaur has a lot more time that they have to take clearing everything.
Leafeon looking for an engage. They find the Razor Leaves on top of the side up. Going to force that headache to proc, and still it's Turtle Time on the offensive. Bulbasaur, now an Ivysaur starting to come down to the bottom path, but you've already seen that the Central area Pokemon from the other side is here. Focus Band, though, for the Snorlax, it also procs down there.
Gossifleur, not quite an Eldegoss yet, so Exodia definitely not having the best time in that top path, and Leafeon didn't really get much out of their early gank either. They're just now taking it to level 5, and here they go jumping in on 3, but it's coming back to bite them here. They go down.
They do. Cinderace, once again, still standing up tall. Gonna force an eject button is the Bulbasaur, the Ivysaur. Now they are cooking. 2 KO streak along with some points that'll likely go in. 26. Psyduck can't get theirs in because of the headache, but they finally get out of the headache, and they're able to go through.
Ivysaur getting to level 7 and evolving into Venusaur is going to be huge early, and the Leafeon only level 5, just now taking it to level 6, while the Venusaur is online at level 7. If the Venu can just jump in, start running at everyone and brawling, that's going to be big for their level advantage.
Here comes Regidrago to the match, and it's Buzzwole pressing forward. 2 members immediately go down. Mewtwo Y Mega Evolved along with this Venusaur front line, and that is a clean team wipe, and it is Exodia coming out ahead.
Yeah, this is a death ball composition for sure. You let this Venu get online as early as it did. It got those 2 KOs in that bottom path, and now it's just on fire. Level 8 for that Pokemon. Now 3 members of Turtle Time up in the top path trying to deal with that. And interestingly enough, both teams have kind of just tapped at Regidrago. No one's fully committed just yet. Turtle Time has the advantage, but here comes the rest of Exodia. It's Cinderace grabbing that last hit.
Cinderace able to close that one out, and Turtle Time gets a little bit of an advantage. Score buff will be given to that Cinderace. Now these Basement Altaria family are here. 13 points in from this Leafeon up at the top path. Now has access to their Unite move. Dangerously low. Good Dragon combo is going to push Venusaur all the way back to the Flux Zone. And there is that Unite move from the Leafeon. But the sustain! This Venusaur gets not 1, not 2. They're looking for 3. They're looking for 4, and they get them all.
Oh my god, the 4 KO streak, level 10 for that Venu. They're going to get 40 points in. What a huge Unite move. They had 4 members against them. They were literally 1v4. And that's what happens when you get a Petal Giga Venu online early. This thing is a raid boss.
insane stuff. Regieleki found its normal home in the top path. Venusaur chipping away. Should be able to get it before anybody from Turtle Time responds. Good zoning from Psyduck. It should be able to just walk right in, break it with 20 points. Break it with 20, so 18 points over. Likely be the play. Garchomp just goes ahead and puts it in itself.
Yeah, they just want to kind of end that right there, generate some Jesuses on their side to get some of that experience, because Garchomp really does need that experience, finally hitting that level 9 here. But as far as Venusaur is looking, level 11, that's 2 levels above anything on Turtle Time. Leafeon trying to fight back here to get an Emerald 2-step down after me. Unite move comes out, but not before the Leafeon gets KO'd.
Yeah, Buzzwole doing a lot of work there. Good dragon combo from the Garchomp into the backline with their Unite move. Gonna force Mewtwo all the way to the brink. Cinderace now looking towards this Buzzwole. It's Alchemy that gets the last lap, but here comes this Venusaur. Starting to cook up a storm. That's a 3-piece combo for Exodia, and Mewtwo now gonna make some work on this Regirock.
What are they going to do with this Venu? Level 12 on this thing. And then you also have to consider that Mewtwo Y is there for some extra support damage. When that thing is Mega and you have Venusaur doing damage in an area effect while Mewtwo Y is poking at a distance, this is just ridiculous amounts of damage.
It's like tank Venusaur, and it's actually kind of good. I think, honestly, the extra HP probably made all the difference up in that top fight, and it seems like it's been making some headway in almost every single fight that we've seen it in. It is now the level leader, level 12, and maybe it has been the level leader, but 203.25 as we eclipse the halfway mark.
Yeah, and we got Garchomp in this bottom path just trying to get some experience here. It's a Pokemon that needs so much to be really good, but when it does get it, it is really, really strong. It just needs a good moment, and it is looking for it here. Psyduck is pushed back. Some points will go in. Psychic does hit the Cinderace right into the Venu, but big Garchomp Unite move will jump onto that Venusaur, but it's taking no damage, Kyle.
Oh, no damage. It pops their Unite move, gives itself that buddy barrier. Now they're going to start to peel towards the tankier side of things. Unite move now from the Mewtwo Y is going to maybe stun a couple of Pokemon for the time being. Venusaur chasing down this poor little Alchemy. Might not stand a chance as Regieleki looking to find its home into the T2, but a good stop just in the nick of time is Turtle Time.
Yeah, great stop here. Buzzwole trying to fight back with the Unite move. They're not able to. No KOs go over to their side, and Buzzwole will get taken down here. A little bit of much-needed experience for this Garchomp as we get under our 4-minute mark. But unfortunately for Turtle Time, it is not looking as close for them as it was in the previous 2 matches at this point.
It really isn't. Yeah, level 13 Venusaur. It is being matched by that level 13 Leafeon. It just ticked into level 13, so I think still a little bit of an advantage here for Exodia. Not only with these levels, but with the scoreline, 215 to 53. Does look like Turtle Time needs to find maybe something somewhere, maybe push a pad, because right now Exodia controlling this, and they're also going to get this Regirock.
I mean, what can you do against this Venusaur right now? Like, it is just so strong. You have to either completely ignore it or put everything on top of it, because you don't have enough to burst it down. There's just not that ability. The Emerald 2-step can't do that much damage at this point. It's way too far ahead. It's almost level 14 here, and looking for potential last hit on this Regidrago. Snorlax comes in with a heavy slam, but it is going to be that Venu.
Venu once again coming through. 8 presses from this Mewtwo Y. Going to send the Snorlax deck to the Pokemon Center. You have a score buff for this Venusaur, but instead they are going to maybe just look for an invade on the central area of Turtle Time. Nice little feint there to dodge a little bit of the abilities, but that's not going to dodge everything. A little bit of a dissipation of this fight. I think Psyduck's going to try to get everybody to safety, and they do.
Yeah, has to use the eject button, was that Cinderace there, which is not great. You definitely don't want to not have your eject button going into the final fight in the Magma Cavern, happening here in less than 10 seconds. And Exodia does have the score lead, but Turtle Time has kept a decent score for themselves. They are less than 100 points behind, and Leafeon potentially looking for an opportunity to cap.
Snorlax gonna block the way, make sure that Exodia cannot advance any further. Heavy Slam gonna connect on this Venusaur. Unite move from the Mewtwo Y. Buzzwole also gonna go ahead and punch Cinderace back to the Pokemon Center. And now Alchemy also going down through their Unite move. Garchomp next on the chopping block. That's a double KO for this Buzzwole. Groudon now starting to get moved on by Exodia. Leafeon trying one last dance, but that's not gonna hit the mark. Snorlax going in for a Heavy Slam. Are they gonna get it? No, it's Saida closing the Groudon out for Exodia.
Yeah, now they're going to have to go for a score. Alchemy is the only one up right now. Cinder just got to the bottom path, so they are going to do their best to stop any scores, but they're not really able to. They do go down once again. I mean, that's the trade-off, right? Like, you do have the ability to defend goal zones because there's no unstoppable on the Groudon buff, but there is still that attack buff, so they can just fight you on your tier 2 if you don't have enough people available. So unfortunately for Turtle Time, it does look a little bit grim. No Pokemon going down in that initial push, so it's going to be a tall task for them to make it across the map and score.
I also like the idea from Exodia to just send a few Pokemon back because you don't need to really put too much pressure on. You can just try to get that score lead and then hold your goal zones. It's going to be more important now than ever. But Psyduck on the backside is able to score 100 points into that main goal zone. One final stand here for Turtle Time, but Exodia has the Raid Boss Venusaur. Unite move now from the Mewtwo Y. Are we going to find any KOs? Alchemy is going to be the first to fall. Exodia standing tall. Venusaur with a double KO. Buzzwole picking up another, and that is going to be it. Exodia moving on to round number 3.
I mean, oh, there's the pose, the aura farming at the end in the bottom path.
I love it.
The aura farming of a team.
Mama
I mean,
TV.
I gotta be happy for any team that plays Meowscarada and then gets it banned 2 times in a row. So what a good way to end this set. I think Exodia really figured it out there with that Petal Dance Venu, and Turtle Time just had no way to respond to it. Look at 13 and 16 for Eterna on that
insane.
Venu, and Turtle Time did not even have that many. If you add up their KOs and assists, they didn't have as many KOs as that Venusaur did.
They didn't even have half as many, actually.
Yeah.
Well, I guess maybe KOs and assists total, but yeah, holy cow, 149k. Big damage numbers, but it's not always just about the damage numbers. Big numbers do equal good, but it's the impact that those damage numbers provided. Eterna was able to be that raid boss. It was able to hold pads 1v4. I mean, holy moly. I mean, I've always said that this Bulbasaur, Venusaur pick has always struggled in the early game, but it certainly didn't look like it here.
I mean, it was just able to snowball by getting those 2 KOs early in that bottom path. It got level 7 so early, and if you're playing Petal Dance Venusaur, you want to use that early game to your advantage. Like, as soon as you know that you're ahead, just keep running at them. Like, it's really hard to take down a Venu that's ahead, and I kept watching its health bar, and I don't think it dipped below half a single time.
Yeah, I think maybe in the 1v4 it did once, and then a couple of well-placed Giga Drains just gets that right back up, as well as the Buddy Barrier from the Unite move. I mean, yeah, that Pokemon, that's one of my favorite Pokemon to play because it is quite versatile. It's very much like Armarouge. Obviously, Fire Spin is kind of more of that all-roundery, brawly type of moveset, and then you have Solar Beam on Venusaur, Armor Cannon on Armarouge, Armor Cannon. I haven't played it since it's been buffed. Have you seen it? I still don't think it's probably as
No, I haven't even seen it, but I haven't really seen people talk about it either. But it has, we expected it to get a buff because it has the battle pass now. So, I guess we'll have to see how that shapes up. But Armor is one of those Pokemon that just kind of showed up out of nowhere as really good with the Fire Spin build, and so I'm glad they're giving the other moveset an opportunity to potentially be used, but I haven't really seen it.
Well, maybe we'll see it in this next set because we are going to be taking a quick break while we get round 3, aka the winners quarterfinals set up. It's going to be Underdunk 59 when we return. Winners quarterfinals. We'll be back very, very soon. Pokemon Unite trainers, Underdunk 59, and we have the winners quarterfinals coming up, and we have Project Mbappe and Exodia is going to be the matchup that we'll be covering in this round, Husky. I'm excited. We just saw Exodia. We have not seen Project Mbappe, but this squad is filled with quite the roster.
Yeah, Exodia coming out in that last match with a 2-1 victory, so not a clean sweep there, but Project Mbappe is going to be a hurdle for them to go over. We've got a stacked squad here with Overlord. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him, kind of a lesser known player, but you've got Roland, Kratos, Ducky, and Celestial as well. All very well-known players that have formed this stack here. So a lot of players to watch out for in this next match.
I feel like Exodia is going to have their hands entirely full. I don't think there's a member of this squad that hasn't made a top 4. I know Ducky with T-Gang has made top 4 at least 1 or 2 times. Celestial has won NAIC with TTV. Overlord goes without saying. I'll say it anyway, 2-time world champion. OJ with Roland and Kratos both winning multiple cups during UCS, winning NAIC, not this year, but essentially last year, I guess, 2024. So, yeah, I mean, Exodia, they're going to be climbing up a mountain in this set.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely a tough matchup for them to go up against. But I guess the thing you have to consider is that Project Mbappe hasn't really played together on a team as much. Like, the 5 of them hasn't been, like, a team that has been known to play together. So, maybe the team chemistry just isn't there, and Exodia could potentially capitalize on it. But this is going to be an exciting one, and I am excited to see some of the, very highly ranked players in Pokemon Unite that everyone's very familiar with, like how they take on the new changes.
Yeah, I mean, these are probably some of North America's best players, so seeing how they play the map might be kind of like the path forward. I think imitation is the greatest form of flattery, and I mean, these players are definitely worth flattering because of their accomplishments. So I would very much expect them to be playing this map at a high level because that's just probably who they are. They've probably done a lot of research, obviously, going into it, and they probably have a strategy of, how are we going to clear the central area? How are we going to clear and capture these wild Pokemon at the various spawn timers, because these spawn timers are kind of scattered out.
Yeah, they were studying just like we were studying earlier in the week to prepare for the Groudon release and look at our timing for especially that early game. And I mean, it is interesting because you can you have to know when the timers are coming up and everything. You have to know where the Jesuses are spawning at different times, but you have to also consider that the game's a little bit more unpredictable with, you don't know if Regieleki's going to be in the bottom path or if the other Regis are going to be in the bottom path. So it makes it a little bit more dynamic because there is a different approach that you can take every single game.
Yeah, very, very much different. It's very I like how dynamic this game is right now because of, like you said, maybe you get a Regieleki in the top path, maybe you get a Registeel, maybe you get one of the other two Regis that could be there, and then now you have this Regidrago to get thrown into the mix. So a lot of different ways to play, a lot of objectives, there's a lot of experience, but one thing is for sure, there are a lot of bans that are going to be coming to the table here in your Game 1 matchup. Project Mbappe on your purple, Exodia on your orange. And as these players kind of line up what they want to ban, Mewtwo seems like a very popular pick today, but in this game it is going to get banned.
Yeah, so Suicune, the only mirror ban coming out from both sides, Leafeon and Zacian being banned on Project Mbappe. So no Snorlax ban, no other supporter ban besides Blissey. So there's a couple options for them to go with in that first pick slot. On the other side, Mewtwo Y also being banned out. It recently got the Mutanite whatever, Mutanite Y that it now holds, but it also got a little bit of a buff along with it. First pick Urshifu, definitely not what I was expecting, but it is Overlord, so they can likely do whatever they want.
True. I mean, probably one of the best Urshifu players that I imagine, at least with the move set or item set on it right now, will likely be seeing the Rapid Strikes with the Water Bear. Typically, you'll see the full heal on that build. And I'm liking this already from Project Mbappe with the Crustle on Ducky.
Yeah, and Celestial considering the Zoroark, but they do swap to Roland, who's going to grab that Comfey. So, I mean, with the Comfey pick, I wouldn't be surprised to still see that Zoroark be grabbed by Celestial, but it's possible Exodia sees that coming and just picks away the Zoroark here, but it doesn't look like that's what they want to do. They are going to lock in the Buzzwole and Sableye, which the Buzzwole looked pretty good for them in the last set.
Buzzwole looked fantastic. I mean, it's really looked fantastic all night long. I'm liking it, especially it kind of slows down a lot of those speedsters, so it's kind of the name of the game there. The Sableye also can do exactly that, slow down some of the speedsters with those stuns. But look at this, Husky. Once again, we are seeing these teams prioritize the Venusaur.
Yeah, and look, Kratos putting the focus band on as well as the full heal, so that is going to be a Petal Giga Venusaur, or at least I'd be very surprised if it wasn't. Eterna rounding us out here with an Aegislash. So Eterna's been playing a lot of speedsters, but instead they're just going to swap to a little bit of a tankier, mobile all-rounder that is Aegislash, and that's likely to try to stop the Zoroark from snowballing and also be able to hold its own against a Petal Dance Venusaur. I wonder if we'll see this Espeon go with the stored power. I can only imagine that is what we will see, but we have seen the Psyshock Espeon come out in harder situations.
It's true. I really do like the call out of this Aegislash because of the max HP shred that it does, so it can really shred through this honestly kind of tanky composition. Obviously, you know, you have a Comfey to insulate a few of these targets, but Crustle, very bulky. You know, Venusaur already kind of lining up a little bulk of their own, so I like being able to do that, but I also like that it can, as long as it hits that Zoroark, I mean, you can kind of, you know, attach to it with those boosted autos and really do
the
some damage.
Schling. Yeah.
The Schling.
Yeah. That's what it's called legally
for
Aegislash. It doesn't have boosted autos. It's got its slings when you get them. What's interesting is the Comfey. You know, you expect that it's going to pocket the Zoroark because that's when we usually see Comfey come out. But I don't think we're ready for Comfey Petal Dance Venusaur. That is, especially if it's running, even if it's running Sweet Kiss, I feel like that's not even that bad. But the Floral Healing is what it's called, and the Unite move as well, the Flowery something. Like, that's so much healing. Flowery Fields, whatever. That even if there's enough damage coming down on the Venusaur, that's still so much healing you have to get through.
It really is. This is game number 1, Project Mbappe versus Exodia winners quarterfinals. And this Espeon already getting off to a nice quick start with some secures there of their own. They're going to get a lot of that experience.
Yeah, Venusaur now trying to move in here, doing some damage, a lot of damage. The Snorlax getting very low here. They will go down. That is not a great start for Exodia. They don't want to give that Venusaur early KOs. Now Celestial looking for getting to that top path. They find the Sableye, who immediately stuns them.
Yeah, I think that's going to be something to watch here. Is going to be the Sableye trying to slow down Celestial. Not an easy task. We do have some points raining on in. Here comes this Doublade up to the top path. Celestial just able to dodge all that damage.
Wow, I mean, the second you think a Zoroark is going to go down, they have 37 dashes to get out. And both teams now circulating into this top path. It is Psyshock on the Espeon. I mean, that's definitely a choice, but chunking down the Zoroark right there, and they will take them down and take the Comfey down as well. A couple more basic attacks to chase them. And unfortunately for Overlord, they're only just now hitting level 5, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to mount a huge defense here. Maybe get Sableye, but oh, they do pop the full heal, and they are able to chase down the Sableye.
Huge play there from Overlord, and they're also going to put a little bit of pressure on this Buzzwole. You don't want to get too close if you're them. And they now have that Comfey collar. Buzzwole in a little bit of danger. Are they going to get their cooldowns back to get back to safety? No! They do not get to those citrus berries, but Sableye able to slow it down a little bit. No points going on in just yet.
There's so much damage in the Comfey as well, just healing up anything that ends up happening to anybody on their team. Espeon trying to throw some Psyshocks from the bottom path, not able to do it. And here comes Regidrago now, the first, I guess, real objective of the game, but it is Espeon with the Psyshock.
How broken is Psyshock? Insane work there from Espeon to steal it away from a couple of Pokemon from Project Mbappe. Now this Urshifu Overlord trying to get away. They got enough dashes to go through one, but Buzzwole able to converge, take them out. Celestial now trying to get to this T1, but again, caught between 3 Pokemon. That means almost a double KO, because surely this Comfey goes down too.
Roland trying to fight back just a little bit there, but not able to. Espeon with that Regidrago buff has not used it to attempt a score just yet, but it is a little bit difficult if you're an attacker and you try to walk into a goal zone on your own. Silently, this Venusaur has gotten up to level 8, looking for their Unite move as well, but Exodia has done a better job this time of keeping up with that Venusaur.
Regieleki in their new home down in the basement path, and the top side Regirock taken from Exodia. So good place here early on. Espeon doing heavy lifting with these secures for Exodia as they grab another objective. This time this Regieleki now marching towards this T1 goal zone, almost walking in and knocking on that front door. Good Psyshock there, not quite enough. You got the Psychic Solaire now from this Espeon. You have a Chaos Glower looking to send this Venusaur home, but Regieleki knocks it over and keeps it from going back, and Ducky doing a good job defending with this Crustle.
I don't know how every time I watch Overlord play, I just feel like there's got to be a buff on his like HP specifically or something, because I don't know how you just don't go down there, but he ends up making it out. The Project Mbappe deals with that Regieleki. Celestial clearing all of this central area farm here and looking for this potential KO on the Aegislash. They even use a Unite move for it.
Yeah, good full heal there from Celestial to keep themselves out of danger. Now you have a Unite move from that Comfey to make sure they don't go down. Great Psyshock there to stun them up, and that allows Buzzwole to converge for a time being. Illusion to give themselves another little bit of hailing, or I guess dodging of cooldown. So incredible stuff. I mean, you're seeing the high-level play here of the Zoroark from Celestial.
Yeah, and they should have gone down. Like, so many times I counted that they should have been going down there. And the Psyshocks from the Espeon are absolutely on point. But these players that they're up against are no easy feat to take down. They have the pro player buffs on all of their Pokemon, I guess. So, unfortunately for them, they have not been able to really handedly win any of these fights. But they are winning in the score so far. But Project Mbappe, moving to the bottom path, might be trying to change that.
Sableye very close to going down. You have the Zoroark trying to go in, get in on these low HP bars, unable to get to the Sableye, but Venusaur does. Good convergence from Kratos. Now Comfey able to take out that other low HP bar of the Espeon. Now the Buzzwole going on in, but unable to do what they wanted to do because the full HP Kratos on the Venusaur.
Yeah, again, dude, the HP bar doesn't
crazy.
dip below half on a Venu that's ahead. Level 12 on that Pokemon, and now working on this basement Regieleki, which is now a term that we can say, because it's a term that we would often say, but it was incorrect. Now basement Regieleki is real, and Registeel happens to be in the top path. He's a little confused, trying to figure out how he got there.
And Ducky trying to slow this down and hits a 3-person X-Scissor into their Unite move.
No
with the
way,
Rubble
dude.
Rouser Rock's able to get it through the coup de grace from the Aegislash. Regieleki finding its home in the T2 goal zone, and Kratos moving forward. Overlord moving forward. 275, 158, a little bit over the halfway mark.
No way, dude. That was a fake secure. I swear the Aegislash Unite move got it. The game is absolutely rigged. And now Project Mbappe has made it into the enemy central area. They're not looking to stop here. Celestial tries to hop on top of the Snorlax, and it is Overlord to pick up that 2 KO.
It was just a matter of time before Project Mbappe finds their footing, and they find it in great fashion here, breaking that T2 goal zone on the bottom side. Now looking for this T1 goal zone on the top side. Espeon gonna Unite move, try to keep their HP bars up, but that is a tall task. 2 members of Exodia going down. Buzzwole once again with the Unite move. 8 points going on in from Venusaur. Snorlax trying to slow them down, but here comes Celestial trying to go through. Snorlax forced to use a Unite move to try to keep this goal zone upright. It's just them. They're doing some heavy lifting, but 20 points going on in from Crystal. Here comes Overlord into the back line, gonna try to take down the Espeon, but Zoroark able to do that, and now Aegislash scrambling back to the Flux Zone.
No Flux Zone is safe against Project Mbappe with a Zoroark and an Urshifu. They were just playing in the enemy's Flux Zone. It didn't even matter that you get low movement speed in there because they were all over that before the goal zone was even broken. And now that it is, we have a pretty substantial lead here for Project Mbappe. And with 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, Groudon will be spawning very soon. We will also get one more Regieleki in that bottom path. Sableye looking for some vision. They will be able to see that Project Mbappe is working on this Regieleki, but it's going to be a tough battle here for Exodia.
Lower side home walking Regieleki is going to be something tough to deal with. X-Scissor into the Rock Tomb, into the Feint Attack, and it is Sableye going to be the first to fall. Aegislash peeling backwards into their own central area. Meanwhile, Project Mbappe, I believe, is working on this Groudon very slowly but very surely. Regieleki escorted into the home goal zone, and that might be all that Project Mbappe needs in this game.
Yeah, they weren't even trying to bother with it on Exodia. Instead, they're going to turn on to Groudon. We do have Ducky on the Crustle, waiting for an opportunity for a secure. Venusaur, it's also there. It is the coup de grace that grabs it. Okay. 4 members of Exodia will get those shields, but now Kratos is trying to deal with them on the central area. The attack buff might be enough. No, it is not enough to take down the Venusaur. Okay, Aegislash still able to hold on to their shield. Zoroark will grab one of them. And Crustle will go down as well, but Celestial not done here. They want more KOs. They will find them. They won't find them just yet, but they're looking for it.
They're certainly looking. Good stun there from Sableye to keep the pressure off of Project Mbappe, or keep the pressure off of the Exodia members. Chaos Glower ignored from the Zoroark. I believe it might have been a full heal that was popped in that moment. But here comes Aegislash, able to slice through that Zoroark finally. Comfey shortly thereafter falling. And this is still a close game.
Overlord standing on that tier 1 goal zone. Sableye looking for an opportunity to get in. Snorlax does have a shield still, or not a shield, but a buff still. So Buzzwole does not. Aegislash does, and Sableye doesn't, but they're getting very, very low. Sableye goes down. Espeon now joined their team in the bottom path, but everybody has gathered on this tier 1 goal zone. Snorlax trying to push them out, but a 2 KO streak from Overlord. That might be it here. That was their last shot.
Was their last shot. 3 KO, and Buzzwole just gonna have to sit there and watch. Maybe Unfortunately for them, as another KO streak, Indicator pops up, this time a 4-piece combo for Overlord, and Project Mbappe, they knew exactly their win conditions, they took advantage, and they just kind of sat back and defended some goal zones.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you got to do. Like, as soon as they turn on Groudon, you can just escort Regieleki into the home goal zone, extend the lead a little bit more, and trust that you'll be able to defend. It is easier with Groudon to defend against the team pushing. You just have to make sure that you are prepared for the attack buff that the Groudon buff also brings. But the level lead was just so substantial for Project Mbappe that I didn't know if there was a world where they were going to lose the fight against that push.
Now, they're kind of like a late scaling team, at least with some of their damage dealers. Celestial, not necessarily one of them, right? Kind of an earlier scaler, but able to get ahead. So you kind of pair that early game with that late game from Overlord and Kratos, and you see exactly the synergy that a lot of that had. So, yeah, I mean, you pair their draft, you pair their play styles, and you come up with success in game number 1.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Exodia pivots in game number 2. I mean, I really don't think that they did anything necessarily wrong with their draft. It's just the fact that this enemy team is absolutely stacked. Like, I don't know what else you would kind of expect going into this game. And Exodia is just going to have to do their best to try to catch Project Mbappe surprise, catch them unawares, perhaps.
Yeah. Honestly. You're gonna have to. Like, you're gonna have to figure out something to do. I mean, honestly, like, if you're able to pick Slowbro, I even like a Slowbro Unite move. Like, how do you take like a Slowbro Unite move at Groudon and try to stop all 3 of these like raid bosses? I mean, you have you have Overlord, whatever he ends up playing. You have Celestial on whatever speedster he ends up playing, and then you have this raid boss Venusaur that honestly might be banned here in game number 2. I would not be shocked. I
would not be surprised to see a Venu ban. For the past 2 games that we've watched here on stream, first Exodia had the absolute raid boss of a Venusaur, and then we gave it to Kratos. Game number 2. Well, what? I don't know. I guess the defense buff, like, we thought Solar Beam was going to be really strong, but the defense buffs looked like to be certainly enough to put Pedal Giga Venu back in the minds of some of these attacker players.
I mean, I've loved Pedal Giga, but it's always had the same problem of how do we get it to level 7? Sometimes, how do we even get it to level 5? But I think, like, the change in the map might be the catalyst that it might not even be the defensive buffs. Might be, I mean, that surely that helps, but
yeah,
the change in the map, there's so much more experience on this map that these Pokemon that struggle in that early game, get level locked, might not be as worried now with like all this different experience that you could walk to on the map. So maybe that's why. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, there is just more experience available. Even if the map might favor early game scaling Pokemon, there is experience that exists that you can funnel into some of those late game scalers. And I wonder what we will see these teams go for. We have Leafeon ban being considered, the Zacian and the Suicune, likely the same bans that we saw Project Mbappe go with previously. And Comfey also potentially getting banned out here. It looks like that is what's happening. No mirror bans this time. I kind of like the mind games, you know? Yeah. Like, you don't want a mirror ban because you want the opportunity for more bans to be present. But I like the mind games of it.
I do too. I like the mind games. We'll see what Project Mbappe wants to go here. Once again, first picking Overlord's selection of choice with that. Again, likely Surging Strikes Urshifu. It seemed to work quite well. 100+ K damage is nothing to sneeze at. It has the same problem that Urshifu has, regardless of what you do, is that early game. But once you get online, it's quite good.
Interesting first couple picks here for Exodia. They're not even trying to go for the Snorlax pick that has been favored early. Instead, they're letting Ducky pick that up, and they're grabbing the Mew and the Dodrio, looking for potential opportunities to counter what Project Mbappe's team comp was going to be bringing here. I like that the Mew has shown back up, and Celestial, instead of going for a Speedster, has opted for the Lucario.
I'm liking this. This is a classic pick for Celestial, and Exodia does go and select the Slowbro here. You know, it's something that I was like, you honestly almost need to at least take a Slow Beam and try to take at least one of these Pokemon off the map during these big team engages. So might as well grab that Slowbro. It does quite a good job. So as long as this Dodrio can follow up, I think it will work quite well. Kratos, though, taking the Delphox.
Kratos, a man after my own heart. Picking my OG main, the Delphox, which did get a Flame Charge buff, so I am excited to eventually try that one out. But you did call that Slowbro pick, which was very exciting. Oh my god, the Meow comes back! This is my dream game.
I'm very smart sometimes.
Occasionally.
Okay, like it's like one of those things where it's like, you know, the broken clock is right at least twice a day. That was my broken clock moment.
Yeah, so fun fact about that saying, I didn't get it until like this year. It had to be explained to me. Because like when it was like broken clock, I just assumed that the broken clock was like just sitting at the wrong time but still moving. No. Like I knew it was an analog clock that it was talking about, but I thought that it was just like still moving the correct way, but it was just like at the wrong time. Like it just wasn't like sitting at like it's 10:14 for me, but like the analog clock would be at like 11:14 and it would be moving as normal. So I didn't understand what it meant by the broken clock is right twice a day. I was like, how? It's still like it's not the right time. But it was explained to me. I have a PhD.
Husky, everybody.
I have 3 engineering degrees. I don't know.
Do you have a degree in comedy? Is that even comedy? Is it just
the Harvard School of Comedy did call me and offer me a full ride just earlier today. So
I believe that.
I likely will be going there. But yeah, so that's that's a classic story of I don't understand. Anyway, Pokemon Unite.
Pokemon Unite, game number 2, Project Mbappe, Exodia. This is going to be winners quarterfinals. Winner will go to the winner semifinals. That's how brackets work. It's going to be Snorlax along with this Fennekin down the bottom path, but Snorlax making a beeline maybe towards that central area.
I guess they were watching for a potential invade there from that Dodrio, which they did see the Dodrio show up in the top path. But that is something you got to watch out for if you're the defender, especially when you have a central area Pokemon that has a really slow clear that can easily be invaded on. And that's what we do see here with the Cubfu. It's not a very great early game Pokemon, but they do want to make sure that thing gets level 5.
Need level 5. Mew is going to connect. Lucario going back to the Pokemon Center the hard way, and it's a good early advantage here for Exodia.
Yeah, we do have Delphox getting to level 4. They really do need that level 7. Level 6 for an evolution, level 7 to get both of their moves. Overlord grabs the Natu in the central area, and it looks like Project Mbappe continuing to prioritize this top path.
Yeah, the Overlord into the back line, gonna try to capture this Mew. But a great coaching is gonna get them out of danger. Musadado connecting on the Eldegoss as Lucario able to get another stack on in. So Exodia able to survive this early game, but a little bit of an invade here. Overlord going into the back line, gonna find this Alolan Ninetales. That's a big KO. Are they gonna continue onward? No, they're going back to the Pokemon Center. Exodia able to converge on them.
Great engagement there from Eterna, able to use that Leafage to get a little bit more burst damage. Ooh. Eldegoss will take down the Dodrio in a drastic turn of events here. Roland, look at Roland go, dude. Look at the basic attacks on this Eldegoss using the Palm Puff to heal up, but the Flower Trick does catch them eventually, just as Regidrago hits the map.
That means Exodia will have a little bit of a positional advantage, already down to half, but Overlord is here. Slowbro is not. They go back to the Pokemon Center. It's Celestial on the Lucario, taking that Regidrago buff. They'll have some score speed increase.
Unfortunately, Exodia just not able to rip it down fast enough to be able to secure it before Project Mbappe got back. And you could kind of see the fear in Exodia's eyes as they backed off of it. They were like, we're not going to win this fight here. They all showed up, and our Dodrio is still trying to get some more experience and more stacks in. But they do have level 7 on that Pokemon, as well as their other speedster, the Meowscarada. 720s now on the board.
Alrighty, and a lot of damage immediately falling on them. They're wiped completely off the map, and this is a Flame Charge Mystical Fire.
Woohoo!
Delphox, yeah, look at that.
The correct Delphox build.
Yeah.
And the correct Meow build on the other side. It's a good day for me.
Husky stocks are up. 15 plus another 5 is going to go in that T2 in the top side. Regieleki awarded to Project Mbappe. Great secures from them. Slowbro going to connect to Telekinesis, but that is short-lived as they get taken down by Overlord and co. Now Overlord finding the back line, but also finding the back of the Pokemon Center as Regieleki finds its home in T1.
Yeah, Regieleki will walk in, but Exodia is able to take down a lot of the Pokemon on the other side, looking for that Delphox. Dodrio, though, not able to close it out. Delphox just barely getting away, and once again, they get away with the Flower Trick. Has to pop their Unite move on top of the goal zone to force Exodia away.
Yeah, the great Unite move from Kratos on the Delphox, and a very uncommon pick, but it's great for defending those goal zones. You saw it right there. Regirock in the top path awarded to Lucario as they press a little bit forward as Dodrio's up there. But a good defensive stand here for Exodia with those Alolan Ninetales. Good block from Snorlax, gonna push a couple away. Eldegoss trying to get like 35 points on in, not enough time. They're going to force to use their Unite move. They do. Snorlax blocked just in time to give themselves some shields. They're going to get away. But Overlord looking to go on into the back line. They're going to find this Meowscarada insulation from the Mew Unite move, but it's Slowbro along with the Mew that go down.
Yeah, and Meowscarada in the back line trying to take down the Delphox, but they just weren't high enough health. They had such a slim HP bar that even the shield from the Unite move was not enough to last even one Mystical Fire from that Delphox. And Celestial, that top pass, trying to deal with that Dodrio. They do. Mew getting there just in time to top that score.
Yeah, they burned an eject button and used just a regular auto attack to make that score stop, and it was just at the right time. And Dodrio able to pay a little bit of price to the Lucario for that crime, and they do go down. Unite move now from Kratos on that Delphox. Mystical Fire ramping up. Snorlax able to close out that Meowscarada. They're also able to get a double KO. 3 members go down for Exodia as Delphox cleans up one, cleans up another. That's a double KO that way.
Yeah, when Delphox hits that level 11, those Mystical Fires just start coming out like crazy, and then it gets even harder when it comes out at level 13 to avoid the Mystical Fire Flame Charge, especially if you're good at skating on it the way that Kratos is with that Pokemon. But Ducky now positioning in what little bushes we still have left, while Project Mbappe pushes Regieleki easily into 2-2.
It walks right on in, 31 HP, gonna dunk a nice 26 and 22. That closes it out. 359-2-2. And Project Mbappe is purring on all cylinders despite Meowscarada on the other side.
Yeah, and I did just notice that the Lucario is Power Punch Bone Rush, which is not it's a playable moveset, but it's definitely not a common one. But it is really fun.
It's super. It was like my original Lucario moveset when the game first came out because it was so fun to just be able to escape, because you do have a lot of like resets, especially in the later game with the Bone Rush. But Exodia able to converge on this Regirock, but scoring in the central area is Project Mbappe completely ignoring the objective.
I mean, you may as well. You know you have such a substantial score lead that no amount of points going in that top path is going to get you even close. So they can just kind of let them have that. Now, Delphox pops the Unite move in the central area. Exodia trying to move forward, though. They do catch Snorlax. They do catch Delphox and Eldegoss as well.
They do. Overlord dealing with this Meowscarada. Meowscarada double team dealing with him. Able to run away. Now with a little bit of vision with the Slowbro, they're going to hover this T1 goal zone. Maybe look for this additional basement Reggie. But Overlord dealing with a few members of Exodia as they take not one but two. Now they're going to pull onto this Slowbro, and a nice block here from Snorlax is going to make that one happen. Regieleki going to be a potential win condition here for Project Mbappe. 40 seconds until Groudon.
Easy triple KO for a level 15 Urshifu, and great timing on that full heal as well. They, really thought they had him with that telekinesis on the Slowbro, but a perfectly timed full heal and getting those moves out just in time before they even realized that the full heal was used. Definitely the mark of a good player. And I don't know who this guy really is, but it seems like he might be pretty good at this game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if somebody wants to scout him, I mean, he probably could do pretty well in competitive play.
Yeah, decent.
Time will tell, though. I mean,
we don't really know.
We don't have enough information just yet.
Yeah, but, we'll see. Underdunk kind of really is the place that stars are born, as we know. But Groudon getting ripped down already at half.
Already at half, Eldegoss going to Unite move, but that is going to still be awarded to Project Mbappe. Eldegoss able to grab it and grab a not 1, 2, but 3, but 4 Pokemon of Exodia. And that should be all she wrote. Regieleki, for good measure, able to walk into the home goal zone, so these points will be free.
Yeah, I don't even need to worry about the Groudon buff that they all have because Regieleki walked in. Dodrio, not even really worrying about it here. They just want to pad some of their... they'll get the MVP with some of these scores. That's really what they're concerned about here. And looks like for the rest of this game, we might just be having a little bit of a party on the enemy goal zone.
Party on pad. 994 to 211. So, I mean, Exodia putting up at least a decent fight here, right? Still scoring, still breaking a couple of goal zones, but a nice fanciful fireworks not going to allow them to walk onto this jump pad to make any sort of push on the opposite side of the map. So this should be all we wrote with 50 seconds left. We do eclipse that 1,000-point mark, though.
Yeah, I love this Delphox pick, this game. I mean, Delphox with this moveset was so good for a while. We tended to see specific players do really well with it. It was me. I was the specific players, but that Delphox build kind of fell off after a while. Delphox kind of stopped being used in any form competitively, so it is nice to see it kind of come back, especially after that buff. But, I mean, it's Kratos, and this team can kind of just walk all over anyone in this tournament, if I'm being super honest. So it's not to say that Delphox is really back in terms of competitive play, but I do love seeing it do well.
We could see it. I mean, I think when we were talking about Cinderace earlier and why it's pretty good in certain situations and why maybe like a Alolan Raichu's good. I think with the buffs to Delphox, I think it could be in a very similar position with that moveset because it does have a lot of escapability. The Unite move's obviously an incredible Unite move that can save some pads, especially if you do lose that Groudon. I mean, that's consistent damage that will prevent any scores from going in. So, I don't know. Maybe Delphox is back. It certainly looks good here. I am excited, though, Husky. In the next round matchup, we're going to have Project Mbappe versus G. So we're going to have father-son matchup. Overlord versus Slash.
Yeah, I guess we're so back here. And I wonder if Overlord will continue to pull out this Urshifu. 15 and 10 for them. Exodia did look good. I mean, all things considered, playing against some world champions and everything. So they did look really good. I'm always happy to see Meowscarada come out, and there were some really good moments for them. But I think what was expected to happen did indeed happen in this set.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of... I would have been very surprised if Exodia could have taken a game off of them, just knowing the names on there. But, I mean, they still looked pretty good all tournament. They were able to win their first 2 sets, obviously, against Turtle Time when we did see them, and they looked pretty good there. So their night's not done, though. I mean, they still have an opportunity to come out through that lower side bracket where it is a best of 1. So not an easy accomplishment to do, but it is possible. They will have to go against either G or Project Mbappe if they do want to come out from that lower side. So it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough road ahead for that team, but still a pretty good set. They did put on a show at the end of the day, and Mooney has found my empty Dairy Queen Blizzard, so she's
the baby.
Wait, can I get there? Can we sit?
Cats can have a little bit of ice cream as a treat. Oh my god, she's so I love her so much. I love her so much.
She'll get the leftover Blizzard, the mini Blizzard. I can't see anything because her entire body is covering my monitor, but yeah.
Blizzard. Alrighty. Well, folks, that is going to be it for Husky and I for the evening. Husky is going to go to bed. I am going to go eat my Taco Bell. I will be back eventually to close the show out. But Husky, any final thoughts before we go on to break? Groudon in general.
Yeah, it's looking pretty fun. I mean, we saw a couple really good games with the new Groudon mechanic and the potential for comeback, you know. So far, it's looking really fun. The game's dynamic. There's a lot happening. I mean, we thought that Unite's a lot happening game already, but this update, I feel like, has just added even more to that, more objectives, and I think more opportunities for Pokemon to shine that we may not have seen as often.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how it develops. Obviously, we're seeing some high-level players at this stage of the bracket, so I think things are going to start to evolve a little bit more and more, and we see how these teams not only draft, but also play the early game when all those wild Pokemon are all over the place. Oh my god, Mooney.
Stop
You're
it.
so cute.
She wants the Blizzard so bad.
Yes, Pina, I did get an empanada, and Rex, I will send you a Taco Bell thing. It is a little cold because we got it like set 2 or something like that. By the way, we're going to take a little break. Husky, thank you again. Welcome back. I'm so happy that you're back.
Thanks for having me, as always. Be back next week. Never forget.
Heck yeah. Alrighty, never forget Underdunk number 60. We'll be back very, very soon, so don't go too far, folks. Maybe grab a drink, grab a snack. Winners semifinals up next. Draku-san and Nurse Gary will be on deck.
And welcome back, Underdunkers, to Underdunk 59. And oh boy, do we have a lot to catch up on. Drake Usan on the mic, and of course we have Gary and a Togepi there. Well, I got a bunch of Rowlets, so I don't want to introduce all of them because I got quite a ton. Gary, it's been some time. I know we saw each other at NAIC, but how have you been, my friend?
I'm doing great. Super excited to be back on Underdunk again. I was here a couple weeks back, so super excited for this one. Lots of new changes coming into the game, and I can't wait to see what we have in store.
Yeah, a lot of us have played over the last day or so when we got the update. A little less than 24 hours ago, I'm sure Kyle and Husky have been kind of overviewing all those changes, but unfortunately we can't really go through them all in this short time we have because we have our next game coming up here, Gary. We have Project, I'm not going to try to say their name, but it's Project M versus G. And a couple of things I do want to point out. These are some high quality members on either of these teams. Some members that were previous teammates, but a lot of them are world's qualifying members for this year's WCS. We have Project M versus G. And any I guess, predictions from you between these two teams? I mean, it's hard to say. They're both high quality teams with some high quality players.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I was watching stream a little bit, and we did get to see Project Mbappe in the last game, and they are looking absolutely solid. But knowing the caliber of the players on both teams, this could truly go either way, and they probably know what each other have up each other's sleeves because they've all played with each other before. So
play with each other.
See how they counter.
Yeah, play with each other, play against each other. I'm sure they've played each other in tournament and on the ranked ladder a ton of times. But as we get into draft, and this is actually going to be my first time casting the new draft, right? Are you familiar with how the new draft is functioning, Gary? Do you want to tell us a little about it if you're familiar with it?
I'm really not familiar with it. From what I was watching, it looks like it's blind, and we've got 3 on each side now, which is exciting. More bands, But interesting with it being blind. I guess it kind of is nice. You can get rid of some meta stuff, but then you can also save one for just like a target ban against something that somebody on the other team plays really well.
Yeah, we can talk about the implications of this, but I mean, immediately from 4 bans to 6 bans, this takes out a pretty significant amount of the top meta picks out there. I mean, we can, talk about some of the picks that are most likely going to be banned. I haven't watched the earlier part of this tournament, but I'm assuming Latios is probably up there, Blissey, maybe Snorlax, Suicune, Ho-Oh maybe still up there, question marks, but like you were saying, now that we have 6 bans available, it could be looking at a potential target ban. And with a lot of these players being very visible in the Unite community, especially the competitive community, there may be some target bans as we get further along in this bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that. So into the ban phase now, it looks like everybody gets a vote, and I'm assuming you just have to have the 3 bonds that you want. You can just get rid of them like that. Looking at Urshifu and Comfey and Snorlax on the side of G, all 3 really good bans there. Water Bear is an absolute menace, and I'm sure it still is in this meta since its jungle gank is so good.
Yeah, really interesting. All 6 bans were different bans, and I think there is a likelihood that both teams ban the same Pokemon, right? So, for example, if Project Mbappe bans Buzzwole, the right side team can also ban Buzzwole. By the way, this is not in tournament mode, so this may look very different a week from now, or maybe 3 weeks from now when the subsequent Underdunk is, because we're not in tourney mode, and that may not be ready for Groudon just yet. But as we get into the draft, again, this is somewhat blind pick, but at the same time, we are going to be going in our snakes draft like we were before. So Ducky's going to lock in that Suicune, probably one of the best all-rounder / defender Pokemon in the game, and then Slash is going to be stealing maybe that Trevenant away from Ducky as well. I know Trevenant is one of Ducky's mains, and Trevenant is maybe going up that ladder of defenders once again with the buffs that it got in the Celestial Balance patch.
Yeah, absolutely. I was playing a couple ladder games today, and Trevenant is absolutely annoying to deal with. So I can just imagine in the hands of players of this caliber what it's going to be like. Love seeing Kratos lock in that Mewtwo Y. I'm excited to see it in action with that new automatic item. It's Mega Stone, so that's going to be interesting. And Lunier and Chisel locking in Lucario and Miraidon on the side of GE.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how the Mutanite and Mutant X items come into play here. You can also possibly lock in both Mewtwo and Mewtwo X on the same team now, which is going to be super interesting if teams decide to go in that direction. I think overall Mewtwo stayed about the same, just adding on this held item, but Mewtwo X definitely got the better of the two buffs between the two Mewtwo Y variations. Zealot is going to lock in the Zoroark as the final pick option, and I like this composition for G. This reminds me a lot of a Luminosity composition instead of, Zealot. It was Trainer on LG, and then for Machizel on Lucario, that was Overlord, but Overlord's on the other side now. So this is a very Luminosity comp on the right side, and well, Project M also has a really strong composition as well. Lots of mobility between the three carries. Mewtwo Y has all the dashes with the teleports, Celestial, same thing, and Dojo being that speedster and that speed gauge, one of the fastest Pokemon in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, G may be able to match that Zoroark and Lucario depending on what build go. They can have a lot of mobility, and same with Miraidon. I'm curious to see if we get an Electro Drift Miraidon for mobility purposes or if they're going to play the Charge Beam set, but I don't know if I'd risk it here against all those mobile Pokemon on the side of Project M.
Not only that, we have a lot of displacement on either team. I think a Pokemon that we were already mentioning before hasn't seen the Defender limelight as of recently. It is that Trevenant. Trevenant got some changes in the Celestial Rumble balance patch. It got some cooldown increase or cooldown decreases, but it also got a added stun with Curse when it's built up to full. So potentially the Ghost moveset for Trevenant might be used as a more defender-oriented option, but the grass set with Woodhammer, Hornleech still really strong in its own right.
Yeah, absolutely. And that moveset is just able to give out so much CP. But we are getting started into game number one, Project M versus G, and we are in the winner semifinals. Sending the Luca and Hoopa top lane, Zoroark in that jungle and tree, and Miraidon in the bottom lane.
This is our first cast of the new wild Pokemon spawn, so I think for me in particular, I'm probably going to be paying attention to all the different stuff that's going on, right? So we have the two Bumblebees that spawn in the center instead of that Indeedee at the top part of this lane. We have a lot more, not a lot more, we have one more additional Indeedee in the bottom path relative to the Rayquaza Thea Sky Ruin, so just a little bit more experience, especially in this early game, might lead to more Pokemon being level 5 in this early game. And also we got the Natus! The Natus are back, probably one of my favorite wild Pokemon in all of Pokemon Unite. Very low HP, but we got 3 of them.
Heck yeah, Natus are back. Points raining in on both sides already. The side of Project M already having 21 and G having 25 points. We are just seeing scores go in left and right, which is really a good play here. Trying to get those early goals gone from both teams.
It's not going to make quick work of that Altaria family. Also want to pay attention to the amount of points needed to break each goal zone, particularly that top path. Instead of having 80, it is now down to 70. We saw a hint of that on the tier 1 goals on the left side of the field, but here comes Project Mbappe as they're able to get a wipe in this bottom path, but here comes Zealot trying to defend their goal zone. They have Feint Attack on lock, and Altaria still on the field. One thing to pay attention to, there is a new objective on the field. Regidrago will be spawning at the 8-minute mark where the center Altaria family used to be.
Yeah, and we can see Team G is already getting in there, getting ready to go for this objective. Well, Project M kind of waiting to get in there, but that might be a good move, and Zoroark able to pick off the Psyduck.
Regidrago is starting to move up towards the top path. This Regidrago moves up and down latitudinally on the center part of the map, and whoever last hits this Pokemon will get similar to a goal getter. It'll increase their scoring speed. You can see the buff right underneath the Miraidon with a notification right there as Miraidon heads down to the bottom path. Again, faster scoring speed, especially in this early game, might be handy, especially if these goal zones have less Eos energy needed to break.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Draco. I think most you want it to be on a Pokemon that has maybe a little bit more ability than Miraidon does, just so they can get those goals raining in. Looks like the team of Project M was able to get that Altaria family, and we are rotating bot, and Miraidon just absolutely getting rid of the team here and pushing back onto their pad, and Zoroark with a nice cleanup on Mewtwo and dunking 35 points.
Fortunately, the Mutonite's Y Mega Stone just not enough to keep them on the battlefield as Zella continues to stack that attack weight on that bottom goal zone. And the Reggies are still in place. Regieleki has the possibility of going to the southern part of the map if it does appear there, but it is a complete gamble. It is a roulette, but it is the same for game number one. Regieleki brought down to less than 5% power punch with the Secure now going to the tier 1.
Really good fight there from the side of G, able to get that secure, but Team Project M able to hold it off, and Zella able to take out Overlord on the Dodrio to let that Regieleki walk in.
Zealot still going on forward, continues to hone their claws, and this time finds a prey of a legendary beast of their own, Suicune, heading back to the Pokemon Center. Another score going into the Tier 2 goal zone. This time, take a look at that goal zone number. Instead of 100 to break, it is 90 to break that goal zone. The bottom path, the Tier 2s, are 120. So overall, more score in that bottom path if they decide to do so. I think that's Slash on the Trevenant, stacking that attack weight and that cookie as well. I think he's double stacking with this Pokemon. If they are able to get this Pokemon with a lot of those, especially those cookie weight stacks, a lot of HP for this Pokemon, a lot of survivability as they continue on.
Yeah, you are 100% right about that, Draco. Hoopa and the rest of the team able to pick off Psyduck, and Lucario able to get Overlord again on the Dodrio, not letting him escape. Serena getting the Unite move off on that Lucario and able to take him down, and Zela is going in on this Suicune, but it's unfortunately frozen, but able to get out, and they are pushing to break this bottom tier 1, and they are successful with the Hoopa dunking their points.
197 to 29 as we just eclipsed the halfway point of the game. Meteors raining down from the skies. Get a KO streak of 2 for Miraidon on the side of G. And just in time, the portal all the way back home to recover that HP to full, and Reggie Ice has appeared in the bottom path.
I will always think that Hyperspace Hole Hoopa is so good because you can just get your team back to full HP within a matter of seconds so quickly. I will say I am a little shocked that Miraidon did go Charge Beam, but it's proving to do very well here. And so I kind of ate my words with that one, but good on them for playing it well into this kind of comp.
Yeah, definitely don't underestimate Miraidon. It was an EX Pokemon at one point. One thing that continues to mix me up is that I think that a objective is going to spawn in the center, being the 2-minute mark objective whenever I see that timer on the minimap. But as you can see here, there's another fight breaking out as once again Regidrago descends on Thea Sky Ruins. I think that's Overlord down on the Dodrio. 2 members down for Project Mbappe as they continue on forward. Regidrago taking a lot of damage, sitting at 50% right now. I think that's Celestial on the Serena, trying to stay alive as best as they can, sitting above Regidrago at this moment here. Regidrago all the way brought down, and Hoopa with the secure and able to score faster if they're able to get to a goal zone.
What an incredible secure there from the Hoopa. I for sure thought it was going to that Suicune. Zella able to take out the Mewtwo once again, and they have just such a dominance on the map right now, having all their goal zones still up while Project M has both of their tier 1s down. And it looks like they are going to rip this Regieleki to get it to walk towards that tier 2.
237 to 29, more than a 200-point lead by G. And Project Mbappe needs to find an angle here. Unfortunately, Overlord once again slayed like the bird of prey. Unfortunately, wants to be more like a predator in this game. Ducky found all alone, sees their ace getting the knockout there, and G may want to extend their lead further. Two frontiers of battle have emerged with a Regieleki walking tier going to the tier 2 goal zone, but G is going to go ahead and disengage and see the southern Reggie for the last objective before Groudon.
Yes, what a good play here. And they are just so patient and just so dominant on both sides of the map with the mobility that they have. I'm just very impressed by the play of Team G. at this moment. They should be able to get that bottom objective there before the Groudon spawns, but it looks like Team Mbappe is going to go for this tier 1, able to get Zila out on the Zoroark. He's got quite the timer not coming back right until Groudon spawns. In the Project Mbappe able to get their score up to 125 to make this a little bit closer of a gap.
Overlord taking a lot of damage at 50% already. Has to recall. No active healers on their team. Cave of Origin has been opened and Groudon has emerged. The 2-minute mark. Here comes the Precipice Blades. Watch out for those ones because that's a 100% hit rate if you're in that circle of influence. Project Mbappe on the left side of the Groudon central area. G on the right side. I think that's Zealot all the way on the tier 2 goals on preventing any back halves, and Project Mbappe, they will need to make the first move here. Groudon already being brought down to 60%. Tri-Attack doing their best. Celestial going in on the Trevenant. Going to be reset by the Hoopa Hyperspace Highway. Here comes the Queenly Ascent, sending Pikachu to the heavens, responding with a Unite move of their own, bleeding into the tier 1 goal zone. Ducky able to get a score of 12 just to get some of those iframes, but Zila with the confirmation there. And upper hand going over to G as they take down 3 members of Project Mbappe.
What a good way to be so patient by the side of Team G here. Hoopa unfortunately does go down to Kratos on the Mewtwo Y, and Kratos is going to look to start tapping this Groudon to maybe draw in the side of G, because they have to do something on the side of Project Mbappe, still down 100 points currently.
And as time continues to tick, the central area Pokemon continues to gain more and more HP. And not only that, the Groudon buff works different than the Rayquaza buff. It's not the easiest to score on those goal zones. So Project Mbappe needs to find an angle here. Overlord finds their way onto the Miraidon, already brought down to 10%, but must disengage. G is looking as Project Mbappe continues to bring down the Groudon. And here comes the final hit going over to Zealot. They will trade their life away for the buff going to the T.
What a good secure there from Zealot. G looking absolutely incredible this entire set. Unfortunately, I do think this game 1 is over for the side of Project Mbappe. But some really, really incredible team fights here. Both sides looking very, very strong, and they are going to be hard to take down no matter who they go against.
Man, the first game of casting the Groudon Thea Sky Ruins, and I will have to say, there is something going on at every single moment of the match. You know, typically there is a play-by-play caster and a color caster, with the color caster kind of taking when teams are taking wild Pokemon, but I felt like with that game in particular, Gary, I feel like they were fighting almost the entire time, and I feel like they've taken a couple of the pieces of 500-point mode and put it into Thea Sky Ruins most points wins, and this is what we have, and I'm out of breath.
Yeah.
It's only game 1, Gary.
Yeah, I have to say I agree with you, Draco. It was quite craziness. It was like, I'm looking everywhere, trying to see what everybody's doing, trying to keep up with this, that, and the other. And oh my lord, just so much more to do on this map now. I love it. Really great showing here. Zealot was an absolute monster on the Zoroark. Overlord and Kratos putting out some massive damage on the side of Project Mbappe, even though, you know, they weren't able to pull out the win here. Slash tanking at 93k on the tree. I'm sure that had to do with all those cookie stacks they were able to get. So I'm looking forward to game 2. I wonder if we're going to see any of these bands switch up. Personally, I know I would switch some of them up if I were Project Mbappe to get some of those Pokemon off the side of Team G.
Yeah, just to talk about a couple of things, especially in that early game, right? The biggest addition, in my opinion, is the addition of the is Regidrago at the 8-minute mark. It is a Pokemon that if you were to last hit it, right, it gives that one player the ability to score faster, but not only does it give that one player something, but that entire team also gets global EXP. So the pacing of the game has definitely shifted towards the front part of the game, whereas, you know, when you hit that 7-minute mark, you want to try to get as many Unite moves on your side of the field. If you're able to secure Regidrago, the likelihood of your team having more than a singular Unite move other than the jungler, I feel like is potentially more, in my opinion. You might even get both of the carries in top and bottom path, depending on how those lanes go. You might get Unite moves from them, and then if the other team just doesn't have Unite moves at the 7-minute mark and your team does, well, this game continues to snowball there. And so we'll see how it continues to progress, but again, whoever wins this early game, as I'm seeing it, is likely to snowball through the rest of the game.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you on that. And honestly, it kind of reminds me of how important Dreadnought was back in the Zapdos days.
Yeah.
You know, you got that massive EXP for the whole team, and I think it, you know, Regidrago does the same thing, because it just gets you online so much faster, and then, you know, it's harder to take it down. And if you keep securing all these objectives, that just means more XP for your whole team and more opportunity. So yeah, for sure, it is absolutely crazy.
Mm-hmm. One thing that we haven't seen yet is the switching of the Regis at the poles of the map, right? Seeing Regieleki at the bottom side of the map, and then the 3 Golem Regis on the top side of the map. I want to see how that comes to play in competitive play, right? We also had changes to the amount of points in the goal zone. So for example, like if a Regieleki goes to the tier 2 in the bottom path, you could potentially score so many points on that bottom goal zone, right? The Regieleki will bring it down to 100, and then you could potentially score, I don't know, like 100 points on top of that 120 on that tier 2 goal zone. I think yesterday when I was laddering, I had a really solid team. We were able to score a total of 150 points before the final stretch on that tier 2 goal zone, right? When you think about it, you can score 250s followed by another one with a 30-point overcap. You could just score so much more points in that bottom path just because that tier 2 is up by 20 instead of being at 100.
Yeah, I totally agree on that, and it makes a huge difference. In my ladder games too, I got a lot of them Regieleki spawning down there, and you know, I was like, we need to be here. Like, you know, getting that bottom lane broken, in my opinion, is definitely even more important now with the point not like going up on them. And you know, they did kind of buff some of our ranged attackers in the game. So, you know, you kind of want to take out those bases down there so they don't have those to retreat to during the Groudon fight, especially since there's not bushes to hide in. You know, they're really going to be retreating down there to that base to, you know, play safe and just loft their attacks in there. So definitely curious to see how that changes everything moving forward.
Yeah, that's a really good point as well. I mean, I was playing yesterday and I was like, look at all the space that we have for activity. It's like all with so many of the tall grasses gone, like especially in the top path as well. The small L bush on either side of the mustache bush. I think I call it the mustache bush, the one that comes across in the top path. But you're missing that small L bush, and it just feels like, I don't know. We'll need to get my protractor out and go measure Thea Sky Ruins, but because it feels like it is a larger map. I don't know. Maybe it's just because there is more space and less tall grass, but because the tall grass is gone, it just feels bigger to me. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
No, I am on the same boat. Whenever I was jungling in the games that I did play, I used to always go up and hide in that little L bush until, you know, the 850 birds. And I can't do that anymore. And I walk up and I'm like, I'm just, you know, the first time I did it, I just stood there and I was like, oh crap, there's not a bush here anymore. I'm standing in plain sight. So, you know, it's kind of getting used to those things. But, and we are getting ready for game 2 now, you guys. Band phase number 2. Seeing quite a different pick of Pokemon so far.
Yeah, I can't even remember what the Pokemon that were banned on either side. We had Buzzwole, Zacian, and something else on the left-hand side, and we had Comfey, Urshifu, and I don't remember if it was Snorlax on the right-hand side, but yeah, it was Lax. So this is most likely going to be the strategy for banning Pokemon, where 3 players will ban the Pokemon that is most wanted to be banned, and then the other 2 players will ban those last 2. So the game is forced to ban the 3 Pokemon that you want. Of course, it's going to be very different in the ranked environment, whereas all 5 players might be trying to ban a different Pokemon, and then the game tosses it up and says, all right, I'm going to pick 3 of them, and then who knows what happens, right? But at the same time, you could have the opportunity for mirror bans, especially when it's blind bans on either side. We don't have it here, of course, but this looks like a very similar draft as game number 1.
Yes, it is so far. I believe those might be the exact same bans they had game 1 for Project M. I could be wrong, but I think those are the exact same bans across the board. And so far, we are locking in the exact same, but Project Mbappe gonna steal Lucario from the side of G. I think that's a great idea there. Lucario did really well in the hands of a chisel over there, and Kratos is sticking with Mewtwo Y.
Got a lot of Pokemon that are going to be able to Mega Evolve pretty soon on the side of Project, and they are a month early, though. Mega Lucario, I believe, is coming on October 3rd. I could be wrong on that day, and I think Charizard, Mega Charizard, I think it's X, right? X is the dark one.
Yes.
Overlord was hovering over Charizard for a second there, but we caught a couple leaks of Mega Lucario. It's going to be super cool to see this Pokemon. But I know Celestial, and especially when he has that full heal attached to that Lucario, it's most likely going to be E-Speed moving pretty quick on Thea Sky Ruins.
Yeah. Zealot stealing Serena from Project Mbappe, but Chisel locking in Absol. I'm excited to see Absol in action. I think that Pokemon has been good for so long, and will forever be good, especially when players are highly skilled on it. It can just blow up anything within like 2 seconds. Speaking as an attacker player, it might be one of my least favorite to go against, but I do love watching people that are very good with it. And Overlord locking in Blaziken, rolling, sticking with that Eldegoss that he always likes to play, and I'm very excited about that. He is a very talented Eldegoss player. Lumiere locking in Miraidon again, so, you know, pretty similar style of team comps here, just some different choices.
I'm interested for team for Project Mbappe, who they decide to put in the central area. It's most likely that Chisel heading into the central area for G with that Absol. One thing I do want to point out is the addition of the Natus that spawn at the 9-minute mark at the center of the map. This is right before the 850 Altaria family appears. So at the 9-minute, or so 9:20, you have the Natus spawning on either or just in the top path, and then you also have another family of Natus in the central area. I don't know if Kratos with that Mewtwo Y is going into the central area, but I don't know if they have enough time to clear the 5 Pokemon in their central area, make it to that 950 birds, and then head up or down for their gank or rotation into the lane. Whereas Absol, one of the fastest clearing speedsters, fastest clearing Pokemon in the game, able to clear that jungle very quickly and then head to the center and then to its gank. And we're seeing this is that Torchic in the central area for Project Mbappe, and I'm just wrong completely because Absol went top half.
Wow. Okay. I have seen Zealot run Serena in the jungle before, and I don't think that's a bad play here. It gets it online just a little bit faster because Serena does need that level 6 as fast as possible, and that way it's not dealing with anything else in the lane trying to take its farm, especially something with such a good early game like Lucario.
Yeah, lots of wild Pokemon in the top path. 9:20, you get a Bunnelby right above the tier 1 goal zones, and between the goal zones at the bottom of the top path, you'll get that family of Natus very quick to remove them. 9:10, you'll get the back Baltoy behind the goal zones. Then the 9-minute mark, you can see the center of the mini map. You'll see a yellow dot appear. That's the center Natu spawning on the field. But G being very aggressive in this bottom path. Miraidon really good in the last hit, but Mewtwo Y is already on the field.
Yeah, that was a quite aggressive push there from them. And meanwhile, Project Mbappe was being aggressive in the top lane, able to get a KO on the Koopa, and this Lucario seems to be getting stacked early, which is not good for the side of Team G.
Yeah, really nice combination there. Medium Mash to push them off the goal zone, followed by another E-Speed to get the confirmation of the KO. Reggie Drago, like we were talking about before, or between the two games, will spawn at the 8-minute mark, giving that last hitting player faster scoring speed, but also global EXP for all of the team that secures it. Really nice Bone Rush pushing the Hoopa into the wall, followed by another E-Speed, and Lucario looking really strong on the side of Project Mbappe, already level 7 going into the 8-minute mark.
Yes, and strong is the correct way to describe that. And look how fast Project Mbappe just ripped through that Reggie Drago. Holy crap, not even 10 seconds that thing was up, and they already have it on their side. Serena able to take out the Mewtwo Y, Suicune taking out Serena, and we are getting ourselves into some really good battles already.
You know, despite Lucario already being level 9 at this point, it had a really good early game. I feel like it would get to level 9 even if it had a more neutral early game. And going 1v1 here, E-Speed making quick work of Machisel and Absol heading back to the Pokemon Center. Zelot here for the defense, but you got to be very careful. Level 9 on Celestial. They do have a Unite move to blow them away if they want to. Trying to hold down this goals on Miraidon, burning with that charge beam, but not enough. 43 on this goal zone remaining, another 30 from Ducky, able to get that one in. They don't have enough to break it here. If they do, it's going to be a very small break for the team.
And they are going to go ahead and use that small break. We've got 145 on the side of Project and Mbappe to 24 on the side of G. Celeste on that Lucario just looking absolutely insane right now. Hoopa and Miraidon able to take him down, though. That is a good KO for their side to get them a little bit more XP.
No, not the Natus. Natus very quick to be taken off the map. I think that might be the lowest HP target on Thea Sky Runes. We'll have to do the math on that one, but very quick to take those off as they peel off to the left side of the field. So as we head into, I guess, the second quarter of the game again, I want to talk about the pacing of the early part of the game. Again, Lucario had a really good early game. You know, despite that, I mean, take a look at this lead. 154 to 42, a 112-point lead. This was about the same. Well, the other way around, G was up by 100 points going to the halfway point of the game, and it just shows to you or explains to you why the early game is so strong in this new metagame. So much experience on the map leads you to your Unite moves early, and it leads you to these faster scaling Pokemon to get online very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely, and not even just the ability to get the point lead, but the level lead too. We got Blaziken level 12 and Lucario level 11. Meanwhile, nobody higher than level 9 on the side of Team G at the moment. So that is quite the level gap there. But, you know, if Team G is able to get a KO on either of those Pokemon, that's going to be some insane comeback XP, and that tides could turn.
Yeah, really nice look there. I think that's still Slash on the it is Slash on the Trevenant. Has might have a future sight with that Trevenant, able to at least predict where the enemy team is going to be, locking them in with that Horn Leech. Unfortunately, going down here, and Meteors continuing to rain down, and the onslaught for G continues on forward. Here comes a Midnight Slash to rip down that legendary beast, and here comes a 40 followed by another 34, and this goal zone coming down with a 10-point overcap.
Yes, and that was exactly what Team G needed right there. And that's what I was saying, being able to get those KOs on those higher level Pokemon. Levels are looking much more even and score looking a lot closer. We are within 32 points of each other now, which is much better than over 100 by any means. And we are just 24 seconds away from Regidrago number 2.
Once again, I was looking at the minimap, I was like, oh, this is a very quick game. Groudon's about to appear already. And no, we get another Regidrago appearing in the center part of the map, with a Registeel appearing in the southernmost part of the map. It should be a very easy Registeel, and the buff is going to be very handy for this team fight about to emerge here at the 4-minute mark.
Yes, we've got the Queenly Majesty on the Eldegoss. Serena going down to the Blaziken, though, but Tree able to get the Eldegoss out of there. Hoopa resetting their teammates to go get some full HP, but Project Mbappe just waiting at that portal and getting Tree knocked out real quick.
Fugitive going into the unbounded saves to try to bring some members here to the bottom path. Blaziken is going to find all these fists of fury as they try to escape over to the left side of the field. Mewtwo is going to bring down the airstrike, and with that notification there, Lucario getting that faster scoring speed for the global EXP, going over to Project Mbappe. Meteors once again raining down as the Miraidon finds himself all the way in the bottom path away from their tier 2 goal zone. And G, unfortunately, losing out on that one. They're starting to get some heat in their engine, but unfortunately, Project Mbappe showing their lead is just too strong. 241 to 122, a 119-point lead as we get to the final 3 minutes of the game.
Wow, what a strong battle there from Project Mbappe. And Lucario going to take advantage of that faster scoring, almost breaking that top tier 2 goal to put it at 264 to 122. They were just able to get that Regidrago off of there so quick, and they came back into this game 2 with vengeance.
2 level 14s. Not even the 2-minute mark just yet. Again, that Reggie Drago buff going over to all of, not their buff, the EXP going over to all of Project Mbappe. We may even see 2 level 15s on the side of Project Mbappe if they go for a play like this. Take a look at your mini-map. Lucario getting a score of 17. No one here for G to stop that score. But on the other side, a mass exodus of 5 members, plus this Regieleki bouncing to the tier 2 goal zone. Project Mbappe gonna let that one in. 2:07 on the clock, 43. They're gonna wait to stall before the final stretch. Just kidding. They're gonna close that one out with an 8 score. Could have been 16, but nonetheless, they take their place here in the central area.
Yes, and we have both teams lined up for this Groudon objective. 281 to 216. Project Mbappe currently leading, and leading level-wise with 3 level 14 Pokemon. And, you know, we have Overlord starting to play with the Groudon a little bit, trying to get Team G to fall for the bait, while Miraidon just sits from afar and puts out a little bit of poke damage.
281 to 216. Still a fairly close game for G to catch up on. They also have a tier 1 in the bottom path, a full bottom path to work through if they decide to pivot down there. But as you can see, Project Mbappe doing a wonderful job at insulating their bottom path as best as they can. Lucario potentially going for a score on the tier 2. That's Celestial, I believe, level 15, and the fight has not even broken out just yet. Side Strike finds its way onto Slash, almost about to pop that passive ability. Fights continuing to break out here. Here's the infinite ice spikes, unfortunately not finding anybody. Airstrike coming down from Kratos as they continue on. Midnight Slash finds a lot of members, and G finding the upper hand here. 2 members already down, forcing them to their tier 1 goal zone. Here comes Pikadev going into that unbounded save, continuing the pressure forward. Slash doing a fantastic job pushing someone into the wall, and this fight might go to parity, but Machizzle going for a score behind them gets 74 in the goal zone and the lead.
Wow, what a smart play there from Machizzle to go get that goal lead, but unfortunately going down to Blaziken, and this gives Project Mbappe the perfect chance to finish off this Groudon objective. Miraidon looking to steal it, but Lucario able to secure with its Unite move, but they still do have to get points in here before the end, so let's see if they're able to do so.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my gosh, the Eldegoss getting its goal off for a score of 98 right in the nick of time, and I think that puts Project Mbappe just ahead of Team G.
And we just saw the difference there again between a Rayquaza buff and a Groudon buff. If this was a Rayquaza buff, they would have been able to score that very easily. But Rayquaza buffs, they have the advantage of basically having an internal score shield. You must break the shield in order to stop them from scoring. Groudon's buff does not have a built-in score shield, so just by attacking them, you can stop their score animation. It is a still faster score animation, but they have to KO them in order to get that buff on their side of the field, and Project Mbappe able to get the final score at the final second of the game to win it and force a game 3.
Yeah, wow, what incredible play from both teams there. Project Mbappe pulling that off at just the last second. I thought G had done it, and wow, the LD score just putting them right ahead at the right time. Overlord was incredible on the Blaziken that entire match, and so was Celeste on the Lucario, able to get his team that very, very early lead and get them rolling to start that snowball, making it hard for Team G to come back.
I didn't even see Pikadev in the Hoopa right above the tier 2 goal zone. I thought it was going to be an easy score for the Blaziken to score on the tier 2 goal zone because, well, the Serena was in its Unite move with Roland on the Eldegoss, but with 2 players, both Overlord and Roland, standing on the goal zone, not only do you get the benefit of the Groudon buff increasing your scoring speed, but you also get the benefit of simply another member standing on that goal zone as well. And we're going to be seeing a game 3 here. This might be one of the first game 3s of the night, and expect this one to be an explosive one, definitely. As we saw in the last 2 games, whoever gets that early lead, especially whoever gets that Reggie Drago, the 8-minute mark, may be your winner of this game 3 set.
I 100% agree. I will say G was able to bring back that mid-game just a little bit better in Game 2 than Project Mbappe was. But again, that can be everybody getting used to the map, playing with different people, and all that good jazz. So, I'm very excited to see Game 3. I'm sure both teams are going to have a lot of fuel under their fires to get this win, because this is a group of really talented players, and I know both of these teams want to pull this win out.
A couple of things we haven't seen just yet. We haven't seen the flip-flop of the northern and southern Regis just yet. We haven't seen Reggie liking the bottom path, unfortunately. One thing we also haven't seen is we haven't seen the likelihood of the team who loses the Groudon able to KO the team that secured the Groudon, stealing their buff and potentially going for a push the other way. Still a couple of things we haven't seen, but I feel like there's just so much to talk about with all the updates that we've had, Gary.
Yeah, 100%. I think part of the reason we haven't seen the teams stealing the Groudon buffs is because of how long these two teams have both waited to start the Groudon objective. They're trying other ways to get that score lead to force the Groudon being started, kind of like the old Rayquaza where people kind of left it alone and then would do it. But, it's a little bit different, but I do want to see if anybody is able to successfully steal those Groudon buffs and change the tide of the game.
Yeah, I also think flipping Groudon is not as advantageous as flipping Rayquaza was before, because you can very easily lose those buffs if the enemy team is still very much alive, right? Because if they're using all their cooldowns to KO the Groudon, they're most likely not using their cooldowns to KO the enemy team, and you're basically going for a refight, but one team will have the Groudon buff. But depending on how fed the enemy team was before going for that flip, you could potentially just lose that buff and hand it over to the other team who was already winning at that point. But Game 3, they are going to switch sides. G will be on our purple side. Project Mbappe will be on our orange side. Looking at very similar bans here for G. Instead of the Urshifu this time, they are taking a look at the Suicune. And on the other side, the exact same bans with Leafeon, Zacian, and Buzzwole heading up to the bench.
Yeah, I think it was really smart of Team G to get rid of the Suicune here. And I think they wanted to leave Urshifu up since they were first pick. And I'm excited to see Urshifu in action as somebody that's tried to learn that Pokemon and just can't play it like other people do. It's fun to watch good people play it. But yes, and we've got Celeste locking into Lucario, and we finally have Blissey on the field. I've been shocked that Blissey was not in these first two games personally, because Blissey will forever be a good support, whether it's going Safeguard or Eggs. It's valid, so yeah, excited to see Blissey out here.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what the prioritization for banning or first picking Urshifu is. Urshifu didn't really get any changes in the last balance patch, maybe even the last two balance patches. It might just be something Lumiere likes to play, but who knows. But as we continue on with this draft, pretty familiar picks for either team. Mamoswine, Espeon on G, 4th and 5th pick, Blaziken and Zelot maybe locking in one of their aces in that Serena. A couple of aces here not on the field because they are banned, right? I know Zelot loves to play Zacian. That might be one of his most played Pokemon. And Zelot taking the Dodrio away from Overlord. And Overlord, one of the best players, if not the best player in the world in the carry position, is locking a Phalanx. Come on, let me see a Phalanx Overlord. Okay. I know Phalanx is best played in the 10th pick slot, but Overlord going to be going over to the Greninja, the hard carry, most likely in the central area.
I'm still very excited about the Greninja pick. I know you were hoping for the Phalanx, but I feel like we don't.
Okay, they're both pretty exciting. Phalanx, I think, is just more exciting. Go ahead. Sorry.
Greninja, super excited about that, and I'm also super excited to see Kratos on Espeon. I know Espeon's been played in a couple games earlier. I love playing that Pokemon. Curious to see whether they go Sword Power or Psyshock here. They do have a decently mobile team on the side of Team G, but at the same time, Psyshock would be able to do quite a bit of damage and, provide a little more CC for the side of Project Mbappe. So I might lean towards that if I'm good enough to hit my skill shot.
Yeah, you bring up some really good points there. A lot of mobility, so it leads me to also believe that it's stored power. But if they go stored power, they also have already a lot of DPS on their team, like low DPS. I'm thinking about like Greninja and Celestial most likely going E-Speed again. They don't really have that punch on their team, power punch, no pun intended, but they don't have that burst on their team as say a Psyshock Espeon does. So if Psyshock Espeon does come out to, or if Sword Power Espeon does come out to play here, it does fill the same niche as the other members of their team as being a low damage DPS Pokemon. If they go Psyshock, I think it would be a lot better for them in an overall team composition. But when you look at the other team having a Dodrio and I'm forgetting the other, an Urshifu, most likely a Water Urshifu, it's going to be harder to hit those abilities. And if Kratos does, then awesome.
Yeah. Also, another interesting thing here, seeing Dodrio in the bottom lane. Not where I expected to see that Pokemon at all. But to be fair, they do have a lot of later scaling DPS on the side of Team G here. And of course, Greninja in the jungle for the side of Project Mbappe. And we are off to a start here. Still getting used to where all of the lane of Pokemon spawn. But Kratos able to steal that from the side of Team G and get Espeon quite early on.
As you can see here, Kratos is being very aggressive, as he should be. A Doduo. It is going to be Psyshock. Lunia are coming down to help support their two-headed bird. There is again there are a total of 5 Indeedys in the bottom path, whereas there was only 4 previously on Rayquaza's Thea Sky Ruin. So, as you can see here, Dodrio trying to get some scores on the other side of the field, but it's really difficult to do so, especially when you have an Espeon last hitting all of the wild Pokemon. They're chasing the Doduo all the way to the top path, but as you can see on the screen here, a lot of that wild Pokemon heading on over to Project Mbappe as Celestial at level 5. Can they get the knockout here? No! Through the Speed Flux Zone they go, and back to the main base. Celestial leaving on the skin.
I really like to see that Urshifu on the side of Team G. Sorry, I'm used to Project Mbappe being on the purple side. Rotate top there after ganking the bottom lane for the 850 birds. I think that was a really good play. They weren't able to pick out anybody, but they were very close to doing so, and it made it very hard for Project Mbappe to get any sort of levels up in that top lane.
Dodrio finally hitting level 5, growing an extra head, and also getting his primary damaging ability of Tri-Attack in this team composition. Regidrago entering the fray and going south immediately. Watch out for those beams. They do quite a bit of damage. Overlord at 7, most likely having Surf here. Here comes a confirmation, and another confirmation tool of their team. Psyshock able to pull that one away. Luniere trying to punch this swine, but gets picked up and put back into their Pokeball as Project Mbappe continues to move on forward. Zealot struggling to find levels, struggling to find a way in. Level 5 for their Speedster, not exactly where you want them to be at this point in the game.
Yeah, absolutely not. Project Mbappe up 96 to 44 so far, so not as quite of a huge early game lead this time around compared to other games. But it looks like they are playing smart and just working on getting those levels up for their team. And Espeon doing a really wonderful job at its role of securing things. What a beautiful surf there from Greninja to take out Pikachu on the butt.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for those Bunnelbees, though. Here comes number 2. Here comes number 3. There you go. It's like, okay, we'll kill you too. If you really want to take it, okay, fine. And sometime was saved by G by the help of a 6th member of their team, potentially. And as we rotate down to the bottom path, Espeon, Psyshock. Not so shocking. One of the best securing tools in the game as they move on forward. Nice weave there by Zealot. They can try to defend this goal zone, but once again, 2 frontiers of battle. This time for Project Mbappe as a Regieleki with 3 pushes to the tier 2. Camera going up here. Here comes Overlord. Gonna burst this bubble wide open. Here comes a blissful assistant. As best as you can be, the Pikachu next on the chopping block is able to pull that one away. Regieleki into the tier 2, and well on their way is Project Mbappe breaking this goal zone. 22 left on the point. Luniere going down. Do they have enough to break this? They do not. 5 points left in the goal zone. 1 left, and here comes the rest of the team to defend the tier 2.
Wow. Overlord on this Greninja is just absolutely incredible to watch. He is being a menace for the side of Team G, already having level 12 on the Surf Greninja and able to get those Surf resets so easily, and going to break that tier 2 in the top lane already at 5:39 left in the game. We've got a Bliss Assistance going off again on the Greninja, while Urshifu is trying to unite him to get him down. Zila unable to connect on the Greninja, but taking down the Blissey, and they finally take the Greninja down. Wow.
Finally able to KO the Greninja. For G, it quite literally needs to take a village to take down a person as proficient as Overlord, especially when they are pocketed by one of the best supports in all of North America. 2 blissful assistances on Overlord's Greninja in the last 2 minutes of the game, and you can see how impactful it is. 313 to 44. Once again, a very huge lead by one of the teams.
Yeah, Project Mbappe did a really wonderful job of making sure they got that huge lead this game. Kratos and team able to get Slash out there, knocking out the Blaziken as well. They are just steamrolling through this opposite team right now and just getting objectives left and right. Slash trying to stun and push the team off so his damage healers can come in and do their job. And are they going to be able to get Seer? Blaziken able to secure the Regirock for the team of G.
Okay, here we go. Some life for G. Overlord brought down to less than 10%, but escapes through a Surf and maybe some tall grass to their tier 1 goal zone. As we can see in the central area, not a Groudon, but a Regidrago about to appear. And they unfortunately do not have a Hoopa Unite move. I would love to see that maybe push on this tier 1 goal zone, but a Hyperspace Portal will do just that to heal their team to full. Rolling it down, unfortunately the first to go down. Triple trample all the way to the Speed Flux zone, trying to find Kratos, continuing on and gets the knockout there. The team continuing to break out here in the bottom path. Mammoth Swine going for a Mammoth Mash, finds Machisel, pulls them out of the goal zone. Surf for the KO, and they get a team wipe here in the bottom path.
Wow. What good work from Project Mbappe there, defending that tier 1 pad in their bottom lane. Regidrago being up in the middle and Regieleki being up in the top lane. You know, Team G has to make a choice of which one to defend here.
3:20 on the clock, and potentially a Regieleki going the full distance here, and it will. Fortunately, the next to fall is Zealot. Slash doing their best against their previous teammate, but will once again be picked up and very quickly put down. And well, tree fell in the woods, didn't make a sound, but I'm sure it made an impact as the Regieleki continuing to bounce all the way home. And this will give Project Mbappe the opportunity to take all the wild Pokemon on G's side of the field. Celestial has had a pretty quiet game because Overlord has been the center of attention, but it has allowed him to get to level 14, soaking up all of the experience where Overlord is not, and basically getting themselves to stances as high as Overlord. Level 14 on the Greninja, level 14 soon to be on Celestial. Regice going to be the final objective. Kratos going to hold their tier 2 gold zone to continue that 200-point lead.
Wow. What great playing we have going on. Level 15 on the side of Project Mbappe on Greninja. Levels aren't as far apart this game, although, you know, they do have the 15 and the 14 on the side of Mbappe, but we do have 14 on Zila and 2 level 13s on that side. The Espeon Unite move going on to try to protect tier 2, and we have got Groudon spawned.
Be very careful as it went for a tier 2 score. Kratos doing a fantastic job defending there. Ducky going into the pile-up, finds a Blaziken and picks them up, and Machisel the first to fall. And that's a huge DPS Pokemon away for Project Mbappe as they continue on forward. Blissful Assistance used a little bit early in my opinion. Let's see what they decide to do here. Groudon being slowly poked by Celestial. Overlord starting to use those auto attacks. Precipice Blades coming in as well, and they still have a Hoopa Unite move to use, so they can very quickly bring the Blaziken back in if they decide to do so.
Yeah, I think Celestial was just trying to draw the team of G in there a little bit. They still have a couple of Unite moves left on the side of Project Mbappe, same as side of Team G. But Project Mbappe is sitting pretty comfortable right now. They're just waiting to see what Team G is going to do. Overlord on that Greninja just throwing out all of those auto attacks, and boy is it putting out damage. Mamoswine able to get the Blaziken. Blaziken going down again, which is their best secure on the side of G, and Project Mbappe just going to increase their score lead while Team G starts to do the Groudon objective. So we're going to see here which is more beneficial for which team.
I mean, it's clearly going to be beneficial for Project Mbappe to score over 500 points in the main base of G. And 2 members were down when G took that Groudon buff and Groudon capture. And here we go. Pikachu is going to bring those 2 members to the tier 2 goal zone. Celestial scoring on the goal zone behind them. They need to KO Project Mbappe for them to score. Here's a 32, bringing 120 down to 56, but that is nearly not enough as Project Mbappe down 1-0, able to come back in game number 3 for a 2-0 sweep.
Wow, what incredible gameplay from both teams. That was really smart on the side of Project Mbappe. They were like, okay, cool, we don't care about the Groudon this time around. Let's just go score some more points, because we already have a huge lead. Let's just increase it. And they were able to increase it, get back, and defend by the time G was able to take down Groudon and try to score their points. Unfortunately, it's not quite as easy to score anymore with the final objective buff.
Yeah, if anything, Groudon's buff is less effective than Rayquaza's buff, if you may. And not being able to score, not instantly, but uninterrupted, is something I will not miss, personally. It allows for plays like this, like Project Mbappe, to lean into their lead, not only their point lead, but their player lead, but trust in their defense and not have to worry about having to break the shield. All they have to do is stop the enemy player. And not only does it have implications like this, but it also lessens the impact of things like steals. We love steals on broadcast, but when you see one team completely wiping the other and the wiped team basically getting a lucky ability in to steal that center objective and somehow win the game, personally, narrative's sake, I like for the team that's winning to win.
Yeah, I would have to say that I 100% am on the same page as you, Draku. I do like that this new final objective really gets to put into new strategy gameplay. Like, you might not always need to take the objective to win, which we just saw that here, but there are times where it could work very well. Looking at the stats here, have to shout out Overlord, definitely the MVP of that game, 138k on that Greninja. Also shout out to Roland on the Blissey with that helping hand. It absolutely helped him achieve those numbers. Just crazy gameplay from those two there on that Mon pairing.
As we get towards the end of this bracket, again, if you wanted to take a look at where we are, that was the winners semifinals. We will be heading to the winners finals. Looks like the bracket isn't updated just yet, so we will see who will be facing Project Mbappe in the winners final. Oh, here we go. We got something here. So Project Mbappe going to be moving on the winner side of the bracket. We're still waiting on Dynasty and Pepperito, it's a fun name, to see who wins that best of 3. We'll be heading to the winners finals very, very shortly after this break. But Underdunk 59, let's talk about that really quickly. We got Arcanine is Pokemon number 59. I don't know if Gary, if you heard, we're trying to theme every Underdunk as the Pokemon number it's by. So we have Underdunk 59, sponsored by Kyle, because he's going to be giving trophies of Arcanine to the winning 5 players. You know that, Gary? Did you know that he's been doing that for all these Underdunks so far?
I didn't know that, but that's incredible. I do love Arcanine as a Pokemon. Who doesn't love Growlithe and Arcanine? So cool. An Officer Jenny staple, if you will, if we're talking about the anime. But yeah, absolutely incredible gameplay for Underdunk 59 right now. I am so stoked to see what we have going forward. Project Mbappe and G both putting on such a great show for us. G is still looking quite strong. I'm sure they are going to be able to do some damage down in the losers bracket there. So I guess we'll have to see what we get moving forward.
Underdunk 59 will be back very, very shortly with our winners final set. Do not go anywhere. Your casters, more Groudon, will be back very, very soon. Alrighty, Underdunk 59. Once again, this is Arcanine edition, and we do have a very special person in the chat. It is our sponsor of the night. So, Kyle, I know you're in here. Thank you so much for sponsoring the prize pool and paying the casters, paying for production, and the Arcanine trophies. I hear he's also giving out like the full-size Arcanine plushies. Have you seen those, Gary?
Yeah.
He's going to be giving those out too for both of the cast. For all three of the casters are doing today. So Kyle, thank you so much. Dude.
Oh, Kyle, you shouldn't have. You're so incredible for that. I'm so excited to get my life-size Arcanine. But
of course, yeah, you get two of them. Actually, you'll get the Growlithe and you'll get the Arcanine. You'll get both last Underdunk and this Underdunk. And if you're doing next week, I don't know what 60 is, but we can give you that one too. Probably. Nice. All right, so we're gonna be moving on to our winners bracket, our winners final. We have Project Mbappe. We saw them previously in broadcast. And once again, if you want to take a look at the bracket of where we're at and all the teams who's participating where, take a look at exclamation point bracket. And thank you so much, production, once again. We are going to be looking at winners finals. Center of your screen, Pepperito versus Project Mbappe. And on Pepperito, I don't know if we've seen them on broadcast yet. Have we seen them on broadcast yet, Peaches? I've not seen them. So just to introduce them, we got Bits, AW, I Make You Tilt, Re-Rob, Helmet Swag, all familiar names in the household. But Gary, they're going to be going up against, well, the Lord of the Sword. Got Celestial, Roland, Kratos, and Ducky to round out that team. And like you were saying, I mean, I will say Pepperito, really strong team in their own right, but they are going against some of the world's qualifying players and the world champion himself.
Yeah, man, so many well-known names in this whole tourney tonight. So lots of great talent. These teams are surely going to be putting up fun, different strategies against each other. I know Bits and Helmet Swag and all of them, they usually like to run some quirky comps. So I'm excited to see what they bring to the table with the new meta, the new map, the new styles of gameplay. I'm sure they're going to have something up their sleeve that could possibly throw Project Mbappe for a whirl. But I don't know, man. They just look so dominant right now. Pepperito is going to have a tough game here, but you never know what can happen.
Like you were saying, Bits can conjure up some really interesting stuff, a little bit of sugar, a little bit of spice, and make something a little bit nice. But I don't know, with this new map, all the new timings, the new objectives, it's kind of hard to put yourself in a position of unfamiliarity when everything around you is unfamiliar, right? Like I was just talking about, all new stuff, not necessarily new Pokemon, but new timings on things, new objectives on things. So to do something kind of unorthodox is very risky when you have such unfamiliar environment around you. But I'm interested to see how they maybe adapt some of their older play styles. I know some of these players have played a lot with each other on the same team on the UCS team. Bits and AW, Re-Rob, they've all played on Tagang together, and they did really well. They played some really interesting play styles. I know they play a lot with Helmet Swag as well, with the old Brouhaha, old Pocket Rockets, and Tagang. They all played with each other a ton, and I'm excited to see what they can conjure up here, making it all the way to the winners final. So clearly they are doing something right.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know they are going to make sure to put on a show for everybody. I do agree that it could be risky doing something completely out of pocket, but if that's what they're always doing, then who knows? Maybe it could work with all the unfamiliarity. But I nonetheless am excited to see what they bring to the table. And I'm excited to see if Project Mbappe keeps rolling with what we've seen from them, or if maybe we'll get something switched up from them. Maybe throw in some different Pokemon, or if they're going to roll with the same ones.
I feel like the last set that we saw was a very special use case, and like the carries on their team, they play some very electric Pokemon. I'm talking about like Machizel and Overlord and Kratos. They play some highly mobile Pokemon, sometimes some very flashy Pokemon, but a couple of Pokemon that we haven't seen, and I think really highlighted in the Celestial Rumble balance patch, the most recent balance patch that we got yesterday, along with all the Groudon changes. a lot of attackers, they did get tuned up. I'm talking about Delphox, Armarouge, Venusaur, to name a few. These all have had their stats boosted, their health, defense, and special defense boosted. Latios was tuned down, as it should have been. Honestly, it's a kind of a broken Pokemon, but we actually didn't see it at all in the last set. And I think it has more to do with the players on either team being so proficient at Pokemon that have a lot of mobility. All right, I'm thinking about like Serena on Zealot. We have Overlord picking up Dodrio, can also play Lucario and Zoroark. Zealot was also picking up Zoroark. Machiswell playing Absol. You know, all these various Pokemon with high mobility. I feel like Latios would want to play the ability set that was tuned down, the Dragon Pulse, but right now, most likely the more meta or the more efficient of the two ability sets that Latios has is Draco Meteor, which is harder to hit on highly mobile targets. So, you know, this is a period where I think attackers are going to start to tune up, or at least in frequency. And maybe just in that last case, we didn't see any of them because both teams' players were crap, basically.
Right. I 100% agree. And I do think that the attackers are still going to be hard to play into players like them that are very, very skilled on those highly mobile Pokemon, because they are still going to be able to dodge your skill shots. But then again, you could have somebody that's very highly skilled on the attacker, like Kratos on the Espeon. Kratos' Espeon made a huge difference here in that last game that we just watched, and was able to hit the Dodrio, able to hit the Lucario. So, you know, if these attackers are able to do that, then by all means, they are going to be back in the fray and back in such a good way. I know I've been playing a ton of Delphox ever since I saw the buff. I love me some Delphox gaming, and it feels quite good in my opinion. But again, I'm nowhere near the level of these players. You know, but it feels very fun. I did see quite a bit of Petal Giga Venu on ladder and in the earlier stages of this, because, you know, they did buff Solar Beam, but along with that, like you said, they buffed the stats of Venusaur, so the HP and the defenses, and, you know, that Giga Drain Petal build could be back in, and that makes me so excited because I love playing that build on Venusaur.
Yeah, honestly, I thought Venusaur was in a fairly good spot, in my opinion. I think it was a Pokemon that did still need a pocket, like a Blissey or an Eldegoss or something that was supplementing the healing that it was already doing. And I think the last time that Venusaur was buffed, Giga Drain was also buffed as well. I can't recall when that was. I think it was maybe 3 or 4 balance patches ago, but it was already in a really good spot. And now it's going to be an even more difficult beast to take down if it has a couple of levels and if it has a pocket, for example. Another Pokemon that is not an attacker, but it does have kind of an attacker ability, is Tinkaton. We have not seen tonight, or at least the one game on broadcast. In my opinion, before this balance patch, it was in a very tough position. It had a level 7 scaling, right? It had 5/7, evolves at Tinka. What's the second evolution called?
Tinkatuff.
Tinkatuff, there it is. There's Tinkatink, Tinkatuff, and then Tinkaton at level 7. But the level 5 was just terrible. Right, from 5 to 7, getting to level 7 was just so bad. And then the power scaling, once you hit level 7, is really not the greatest, because especially into highly mobile Pokemon, it's hard to hit Gigaton Hammer, and no one ever gave even a look at the other ability sets. So, you know, I had to even be reminded of what that ability set was. It was like Rock Throw or something? No, it's actually Smackdown, the ability that Buzzwole has, right? But so Smackdown had a overall damage nerf, but you're able to now move while using the ability, while charging the ability, and you also have damage when you come swing with that ability set as well. Ice Hammer also got a damage buff as well, and then the tune down of Thief. I don't know if we're going to see this Pokemon in competitive play, to be honest. Attackers are just so strong in their role. I feel like a physical... Oh, there's been a DQ in top bracket. So we will get an update to which set we're going to be looking at. Tie-Dye Guy, maybe the team we're going to be looking at least. Oh, okay, so we're going to be heading down to the loser side of the bracket, and then I'm looking at the bracket right now. If you want to see a more up-to-date as we update this for you guys on the broadcast, again, !bracket to see that one. But it looks like there was a DQ in Pepperito, So Project Mbappe is going to be moving on to the grand finals, and we're going to be moving down to the loser side of the bracket, where these are all, again, best of ones. We are going to have our project, a threat level midnight in about 5 minutes, but that's not going to matter because everything after this point will be best of one. Our grand finals will be best of 3 once we get there. So we're going to be looking at Dynasty versus Tie-Dye Guy. I'm going to take a second to look at the members of these teams, but Tinkaton, what do you think? Anything from you, Gary? Do you like the Pokemon at all?
One of my favorite Gen 9 Pokemon, honestly. But
Me too.
in this game, I have tried and tried and tried to be good with that Pokemon. Have epically failed. But I did play one game of it today, and I played Smackdown Ice Hammer. Ice Hammer feels much better. And honestly, Smackdown, the damage wasn't anything crazy. But being able to move did feel much better. And I think if they were to adjust the control of it, where you place the move and everything, that would help it get to exactly where it needs to be to make it fully functioning. But I mean, it's better than what it was. And you know, maybe the move is Gigaton Hammer Ice Hammer now, because you know, Gigaton Hammer is a great move in the right hands. But I don't know, I also tend to int on Tinkaton because I'm like,
I feel like that's kind of what you need to do, especially in the early game, right? Because built into Tinkaton's kit or his design is you need to get stacks, right? And the only way you get those stacks is by fighting the enemy team, right? So it's very much like Palma, who was just released. In order to have more value in the end game, you have to get your hammer stacks using your Gigaton Hammer on the enemy team or using Smackdown on the enemy team. And the only way to do that is by holding forward. But we'll see if this Pokemon comes out to play. I think, again, going back to the point I was kind of leading to, Smackdown is more an attacker-oriented move with all these other attackers being buffed up. I feel like the attacker role is just not for Tinkaton, and the all-rounder role, as we saw in that last game, sometimes having 3 all-rounders banned in that 6 all-rounder or that 6 ban option. All-rounders is also super saturated in terms of Pokemon that are really good. If we get a position where a lot of all-rounders are banned in the ban phase, then maybe it comes out, but it's hard to see. Sorry, Peachy, say that again. Oh, fantastic. Let's go and take a look. As we get the teams ready and rearing to go, we have an updated bracket. So once again, we were going to take a look at the winners final, which is the middle part of your screen. Pepperito will be out of the bracket. Unfortunately, they had a DQ. We will not be seeing them. Project Mbappe moving on forward. And we're going to be looking at the lower side of the bracket, the lowest left-hand part of your screen, the losers quarterfinal. Dynasty, Tie-Dye in a best of one. We'll be going to the losers semifinals, losers finals, and then back to our grand finals. All of these are best of one, except for the grand finals, where Project Mbappe will already be up 1-0.
All right, we are getting ready for the draft of this game for Tie-Dye Guy versus Dynasty. I honestly, some familiar names here with Anon and Tie-Dye and Momo and Kusi. I don't really know anybody on the side of Dynasty, but I'm excited to see some new names out here on the field.
Don't know who they are, but I'm sure they're great. They made it all the way through to the winners semifinals. They were knocked down by we were going to see in the winners finals. And as we see here, the band's very, very different. All right, we got a lot of defenders being banned out. Crustle, Snorlax, Trevenant, and all-rounders. We got Urshifu, both variations, Suicune, and the attacker Raichu. So something that's different. Again, we haven't seen Latios being represented as either as a picked Pokemon or a banned Pokemon. So maybe it might be out of the metagame with the nerfs to Dragon Pulse. But I still think Draco Meteor is still a very proficient ability, in my opinion.
Yeah, I also think that. Also, a recently nerfed Pokemon, Ho-Oh. So interested to see that as a first pick, but still a good Pokemon nonetheless, I'm sure. Luca and EXP share Metagross on the side of Dynasty. Very interested in the EXP share Metagross. That could be a fun little new thing for us. And then Anon and Tie-Dye locking in Blaziken and Eldegoss, two classics, two Pokemon really good in their roles.
Yeah, I'm not super sure what the Metagross is. I'm gonna try to theory craft it the best I can, but like first thing that leads me away from it is that it's a level 9 evolution, right? It has a level 5 and level 9 evolutionary scheme. Metang at level 5, Metagross at level 9, and it doesn't really have that much impact until maybe level 5 and then level 7 once it gets its ability. And its Unite move isn't that great. It has a really cool ability to create this coliseum, this wall of rocks around it. But yeah, it's gonna be the defender role in my opinion. But they also have 3 attack. I don't know. We're cooking Dynasty a little bit here.
Yeah, I 100% agree, but I'm excited to see Delphox on the field. Shout out to the side of Dynasty for that one. And we get to see Latios, this game as well. Momo locked in Latios on the side of Tie-Dye Guy, and we're also getting a Ceruledge game, which we haven't seen yet tonight either. So some different mods for sure here. Still decently mobile on the side of Tie-Dye Guy with Blaziken and Ceruledge. So the Espeon and Delphox should hopefully be able to hit their skill shots, but they also do have those more sure hit moves that they could be able to use. Interested to see what movesets both of them decide to go in this game. But I also couldn't help but notice the side of Dynasty did only have 1 EXP share.
Yeah, I was trying like while you were making that comment, I was like trying to think about like what are they trying to do with only 1 EXP share. They may be going something like a 1-1-3 possibly with Luca at the top by itself, maybe split. I don't know what they're gonna do here, but I think one thing that is to their favor is they have 2 Pokemon, Delphox and Espeon, that power spike at level 4 for both of them, and then level 6 for Delphox, right? So with their being more experienced on the field, they're going to try to lean into securing the 8 o'clock Regidrago. But one thing I am concerned with is it's severely lax in crowd control. You have a Pokemon like Ceruledge who has capabilities of both an all-rounder sustain, but also a speedster in its burst, and that Unite move in particular. These 3 attackers, if that Unite move lands on either of them, they're gonna pop.
Yeah, absolutely. Ceruledge has a lot of potential to make their lives very hard. Delphox in the bottom lane, and we've got Brokey in the jungle. It looks like we maybe have a DC on the side of Dynasty with the Espeon just sitting in the home base.
Yeah, possibly. We'll wait for our Magnemite Bina to make the call on that one. We'll have to, most likely one of the players will need to tell us to pause, but as we continue on, we get the Bunnelby at the top part of the map. Natsus were already taken. There'll be another set of Natsus in the central area, but they are going to be ignored by either team. Kraft in a 1v3 situation, going to grab a Citrus Berry just to be careful to take this Bunnelby, because as you can see here, the Ceruledge is going deep for the back Bunnelby, able to keep that conserved to their team, must pop the full heal before defending their goal zone further.
Right, and that's another thing with this new meta is the one Bunnelby. You don't, a lot of people haven't been leaving that singular Bunnelby anymore because there is more EXP in the lane. They don't have to leave those Bunnelbys there to go back to get them later in the laning phase. So that's also been an interesting thing as well. But level-wise, we're pretty even so far going into the first Regidrago. Slight score lead for the side of Tie-Dye Guy, 45-39, as we prepare for this first central objective.
Looks like the Espeon is doing a very good job at staying as one of the cutest Pokemon of the 10. It is still, as an Eevee, unfortunately, having some maybe technical difficulties, but we'll see if we can try to get them back online. Regidrago appearing at the 8-minute mark, and as you can see here, as we saw in the last game, whoever wins this early game is going to have a definite favorability to winning the entire thing. And the levels don't look too bad for Dynasty. They are generally a late game scaling team, right? Greninja needs level 7, level 9, and then further to level 11 to get faster auto attack speed. this Delphox also needs to get Flame Charge Plus to get a little bit more mobility at level. Actually, no, they get Mystical Fire Plus at level 11 to get the cooldown reduction for their ability set. But as you can see here, Tie-Dye Guy is not going to let them get that easily. Level 9 very quickly on this Greninja as they are level 8 going forward.
Yes. All right, now we got an Espeon online on the side of Dynasty. Surely it will catch up here in the EXP game. But it looks like we are going to have both teams fight specifically for the bottom objective, even though we aren't sure exactly what that is.
Yeah, Metagross doing their best to hold on. Unfortunately, actually, no, they are able to hold on, but really good fight there for Dynasty, just using their goal zone to defend against Tie-Dye Guy as they move on forward. It's exactly the Pokemon you want to take that Unite move, right? Revenant Ren lands onto the Metang, still online. They have to be very careful, though. They might get KO by the opposing team or the other Steel-type Pokemon on the field, and Dynasty showing some life here. They have good positioning in the bottom path, good positioning in the top path as well, and this is really interesting. I wasn't expecting any of this, but they are ahead, at least in levels, in this early part of the game.
Yes, they are ahead in levels, a little bit behind in score, but that could easily change here, especially with the Regieleki going in that top lane there. Lucario looking to dunk the 40, and they do, putting them ahead. 129 to 124. The Metagross and Luca looking to take out Blaziken, and they are successful and going to dunk in some points on that tier 2.
Huge for Dynasty, bringing this goal zone down to 56. Metang still not a Metagross, able to last hit that Indeedee. Unfortunately, they do get taken down. A Pokemon that I'm continuing to keep my eye on, not particularly in level, but just how often they're fighting the enemy team, is the Latios in the bottom path. They are getting a lot of stacks of Eon energy just by breaking or attacking this goal zone. Fire Spin gonna spin that one out. Ho-Oh trying to chase down the Espeon, but is not able to nonetheless. 104 to 188 as we head into the halfway point of the game. The game doesn't really start until this Latios gets that Eon energy up, and a fight breaking out here now in the bottom path. Fanciful Fireworks able to take down one, but the Delphox is going to trade their life for it themselves.
Right, they did trade their life for it, but it was a good defensive play there to put it right on the pad, making the delay of score. But the Blaziken of Anon just absolutely able to take out 3 Pokemon on the side of Dynasty, and Dynasty having a hard time defending this, but their Greninja absolutely popping off, taking out Latios and Ho-Oh, 2 of the more prominent Pokemon from the side of Tie-Dye Guy, and continuing to move forward.
Wow, Toro, level 13, just eclipsing the halfway point of the game, and they're more than 50% of that. They might get level 14 here. Going to close this with a 29-point overcap, well on their way to level 14, a massive number to have at the 4-minute mark of the game. Watch out here, Luster Purge, not able to get the confirmation there, and we have a level 14 Greninja on the battlefield. Another Reggie Drago spawning in the central area with a Regieleki in the northern part of the map.
Right, and it looks like Tie-Dye Guy trying to get that off the map, but Dynasty able to steal the secure and send that Regieleki marching towards tier 2 on the side of Tie-Dye Guy. 281 to 126. Dynasty starting to pull away. Their Greninja at level 14 already with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in the game. Wow, what an absolute showing from the Greninja here.
Yeah, Dynasty right now is making me eat my words with not a singular defender, not a singular supporter, not even 2 EXP shares. You're going to score another 40 and a 50 on this goal zone. Can they break it? Unfortunately not, as the Sarah Ledge coming in here. Kuzi forced back to the wall as they cannot help their team defend their goal zone. As they try to make their way back, KO streak of 2 for the Espeon. And once again, Dynasty finding a win here. Ho-Oh, Kuzi on the Sarah Ledge going down. And Dynasty still making their presence known. E-Speed Lucario level 14 already heading into the central area. Bone Rush Plus will give them immediate E-Speed when they have it available again.
Wow. There, Tie-Dye Guy was able to get a KO on their Greninja, and that did give the side of Tie-Dye Guy a nice little chunk of comeback EXP, having level 14 on the Ceruledge and 13 on Blaziken and Latios, heading into this final objective. But not very Unite moves up in general. Hopefully some of these Pokemon start to receive them again before this final fight.
20 seconds before Groudon enters the frame. Grows at level 13. Mind you, this is the EXP share holding Pokemon. It's not a defender or a supporter here, but when your defender or your EXP share holding Pokemon is level 13, it's exactly where you want them to be. This Delphox only at level 12. It's actually more of a supportive Delphox, if anything, so maybe the Delphox even could have an EXP share in this team composition in particular. But 2 minutes, the Cave of Origin has appeared. Groudon enter Stay Sky Ruins, and 371 to 126 as we head to the final 2 minutes of the game.
Yes, I will say it is more of a supportive Delphox build, but I do think it was smart of them to play that here, the Fire Spin build, to give the side of Dynasty a little more crowd control. I know personally Fire Spin can be one of the most annoying crowd control moves in the game because it just tracks you down and doesn't stop. But it looks like we are trying to just toy with them a little bit here. Metagross all going off, but unfortunately not able to scam 3 people, so we didn't get to see the little dome that it puts up. Cerulege all going off and getting the Delphox. Espeon all going out and not able to connect with anyone for a KO either. Metagross going down to Eldegoss and Ho-Oh.
Yeah, this is the one thing I am worried about with a composition like Dynasty. They are very frail. Again, if that Cerulege is able to land a hit with that Unite move, Revenant Rend, the Rekindling Flame from the Ho-Oh is going to bring everyone back from Tie-Dye, who was down at that point. It looks like the Greninja able to get a KO there, making that 2, continuing their onslaught. Can they get a third? No, unfortunately going now with a very long KO timer. Kinsey going to pop that Fanciful Flames. Maybe a Fanciful Fire works for their team as they're able to get another KO here. Ho-Oh all the way down 371, and with a composition unheard of, Dynasty will get the win here. 371 to 126 in a best of 1. They will move on in Underdunk 59.
Wow, what good play from both teams there, and Dynasty really able to make sure that they held that lead the whole time. Groudon just going unattended, and honestly it was for the best for the side of Dynasty. Tie-Dye guy was just unable to make some connections there. They did take out the Greninja, but unable to take out enough of the team at once.
An unbelievable showing. Greninja showing their prowess here. We saw it with Overlord in the last game, and it might be a game, or it might be an environment where Pokemon like Greninja that scale later in the game do really well in this environment because there is so much wild Pokemon to capture. They can very easily get to their level 7 power spike, level 9, and even further to level 13 very early on. We saw this Greninja already at level 13, the best power spike for this Pokemon at the 4-minute mark. That is unheard of in most environments, and if they're able to do that here consistently, this might be a Pokemon we will be seeing a lot more frequently if that happens.
Yeah, wow, look at these stats here. Greninja 102 damage output. It looks absolutely incredible. And they were, the Greninjas we've seen tonight, just absolutely destroying these other teams, and I'm excited to see if we're maybe in our Greninja meta.
Quite possibly. There's a couple of things to also consider as well. We are not in the tourney mode, so there is a likelihood that some players may be using emblems, because I know they are enabled for this evening, so these damage numbers might be inflated by a little bit, but nonetheless, we've seen 2 Greninjas, and well, if Overlord thinks it's good, then it might be good.
Right, exactly. No, but wow, Dynasty really proving us wrong there and pulling out the dub with that crazy team comp, so good for them. But yeah, I am just excited to see what happens going forward. We are going to be going to a small break here. We're going to have a switch out in casters. I am finished for the night. I need to go rest before working tomorrow. But this was so fun. Looking forward to see who comes out on top for Underdunk 59. Our first one with Groudon. And Kyle, I'll be awaiting my Arcanine. Um, but seriously, Draku, this has been a great night, and I am excited for you guys to continue going.
It's always been a pleasure casting with you, Gary. Do not go anywhere. Underdunk 59 Arcanine Edition. We'll be back after this short break. We'll be going to the loser semifinals, and we will see you there. See you soon.
I don't know if Draku's actually bringing us in.
Great.
He likes to
We
throw some
nailed
wrenches
it.
in
Absolutely nailed it, Kyle. Okay, your turn.
me. Your turn. Sometimes you do some things, and I'm like, is he joking? Is he actually gonna do it? And this is not one of those times. Hi everybody, Underdunk 59. We are in the lower semifinal, and we have the Goofy Goobers with an upset against G, and they're gonna be taking on Dynasty. It's not Dynasty. I'm pronouncing it Dynasty.
Is it really Dynasty?
It's how it's spelled.
Okay, wait. Okay, let's start this over. Welcome back to Underdunk 59. Kyle, why are Wishy-Washy so smart?
I don't know, Draku. Now I'm gonna just hold my mic like this because it's portable now. I don't know. I can relax.
Oh, it's because you're sitting in front of a big conference room. Are you able to just turn your camera? By the way, the punchline is because they live in schools, first of all. Yeah, he is.
It's empty. You could see some of the Smash TVs on way back there.
Oh, dang. Wait, is that where the next LAN Unite event's at? Dang.
Honestly,
That's
if we could
crazy.
get a LAN Unite event here, it would be pretty cool. It'd be pretty cool. There's a water park, and
There is a
lot of
water
fun stuff.
park. You may be able to see some leg parts of some people if you go out there.
is that
are
how
we-
we're
what are-
selling
what are we
it?
guessing?
We're selling it. Hey, there's a water park. You might get to see Steel Agent Kyle's calves.
Yeah, hell yeah. Fully tatted calves. Hell yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Where are we? Who are we casting? Goofy
Goofy
Goobers.
Goober.
That is more like what we're kind of right now. Okay, so this is basically the losers finals, right? I'm
Yeah.
assuming Pepperito, who was DQ'd in the winners finals, they were unable to continue today's event. So effectively, this is going to be the losers finals, which is this going to be a best of one, Kyle? You can correct.
This
me
is
if I'm
a
guessing
best
this
of
is-
one. Yep.
This is a best of one. The winner of this, assuming both teams, Project Mbappe, who's waiting in the grand finals, decides to finish the tournament, they will be up 1-0 because they are on the winner side of the bracket in a best of three for the winner of this best of one. Okay, I think I said that right.
Yep, that is true. It would be a best of three with the winner side advantage, so it would be potentially just one game, as many as two up in the grand finals. But yeah, I believe from what I've seen, I haven't heard otherwise, but I think Pepperito has DQ'd because they needed to go to bed, which is reasonable at this hour of 12:30 p.m. Or, I guess, sorry, 12:30 a.m.
Actually, it is 9:36 p.m. Okay, that is the correct time because that is the better. Okay, you win.
PGR
Okay,
producer
Peaches win.
so graciously producing this event at 5:30 in the morning. BST, British Standard Time, is that right? Yeah. See it?
What?
Summertime. I almost knew my time zone names. Almost.
You have a
Honestly,
summertime,
that makes
is that-
more sense than calling it standard time. I hate that we have standard and daylight time.
I think you should write a letter,
Really confusing.
Kyle, to the
Just call it
committee
summer
of
and winter.
standard timist and let them know that you're not a fan of calling it standard time.
I don't. I'm going to complain. I also just don't like daylight savings in general because I lose an hour, but then I gain an hour. But it doesn't make sense because I don't actually lose any of those things because time is a social construct, mostly, except for the sun. The sun never lies to me.
All right. I didn't know we were getting into a Neil deGrasse Tyson stream about time and quantum physics. I think that might be where we're going with this one. We don't have the space-time Pokemon to have this
Dialga.
conversation, Kyle. We have the Pokemon who creates the land. You know, I'm kind of
continent.
waiting. We haven't gotten like any hints of Kyogre, but I'm like,
Ugh.
I want there to be a
Me
Kyogre
too.
just so those two can argue.
I love the memes that come out of the Groudon and Kyogre feud. They're just they're
All
all
right,
good.
which team are you, Kyle? Are you
Uh,
Team Jacob? Are you Team?
Edward.
Are you Team Groudon or are you Team Kyogre? What are we here? Are you Magma? Are you Aqua? What are you?
No, I feel like I've always liked Kyogre a little bit more because it's just a big whale. I think that's pretty cool. Whales are cool.
Yeah, you like whales?
Can you do an impression of a whale for me?
You can't call me that. First of all.
Can you do an
First of
impression
all.
for me?
A whale?
Yeah.
I haven't watched Finding Nemo in a couple of
Come
years,
on.
so like my whale. Whoa.
I don't think that's a whale, buddy.
All right, your turn. Wait, no. Peaches, your turn. You have to do whale. All right, whale. Let's hear it. Wait, who's that? Was that Kyle?
I think it's a ghost. I think I made ghost noises.
Someone's gonna call security. And be like,
There's
I hear a ghost in
literally
this
a ghost
convention.
at Kalahari in Sandusky. We got a draft now. Goofy Goobers on your left. Dynasty on your right side. So that means Goofy Goobers will have the first pick. But the bans, as have been all night, are going to come all at once. And honestly, I think it's too fast.
That wasn't correct. 6 bands.
just,
Clefable.
just name them. Just name all the bands. Am I wrong? I'm not wrong.
Absol, Lucario. Okay, these are interesting bets, I would say. I think if we were trying to find a weave or a silver lining through all 6 of these Pokemon, besides 2 of them, they're fairly highly mobile Pokemon. At least with this Thea Sky Ruins environment, I feel like Pokemon that excel in the early game or generally have a lot of mobility just do a lot better because of all the wild Pokemon to capture.
Greninja on the side of Dynasty. I'm going to keep calling it that. I'm sure it's probably Dynasty, but it's really funny. We've seen Greninja a few different times today, and it's looked quite good. I know you had said something about potentially because of the emblems, but I don't know. Do you think it is emblems, or do you think this Pokemon is just getting some sort of renaissance here with the new map?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you all have seen the patch notes, but there are some patch notes that are going to be releasing after this tournament. But within the environment that we're in right now, Regidrago spawning in the 8-minute mark will give the amount of experience that it has been giving for the last 20 hours or so when it was released, right? So it's giving more experience than I think the developers intended to do. So these Pokemon that scale fairly late in the game, like say Blaziken or Metagross or Greninja, they will love this this Regidrago going over to their side of the field because they might be able to hit their level 7, even their Unite move at level 8 and level 9, Blaziken being level 8, level 9 being that Greninja, a lot earlier than they expected to. So this might just be a very unique time for Pokemon Unite because it's going to be very different in about 2 hours.
True. Yeah, the patch is coming very quickly. Last pick is going to be locked in by Dynasty. It's a Pikachu pick, likely a Volt Tackle variety to potentially slow down this Dodrio, maybe to a lesser extent the Darkrai.
This was a very similar composition that Dynasty ran in the last set that we saw on broadcast, and I'm going to close my mouth this time because I was highly skeptical. They only had one EXP share, as you can hear, was that Metagross acting as the, I guess, defender all-rounder in this composition, but I think it does have a lot to do with Dynasty leaning heavily into the game, giving them a lot of Regidragos, right? Regidrago is guaranteed to spawn at 8 o'clock, and then every 90 seconds after it's captured, it'll respawn again, or a family of Altaria. If they're able to get multiple Regidragos, basically like a Dreadnought, it's basically like what used to be one of the 3 southern golems in the southern part of the map, right? But it's now spawning in the center part of the map. If they're able to confirm that Pokemon along with all the other Pokemon that has appeared on Thea Sky Ruins, it allows Pokemon to maybe even, or teams to run minus an EXP share and run these Pokemon that scale really late and have more confidence being successful with them.
Did you say Golem?
I think that's what they're called. Golems?
Golem's not in Pokemon Unite yet. There's no Geodude.
I said Earth Golem.
Oh.
Earth Golem, not then.
That different kind.
I mean, I think that's what they are. What are Titans? I think they're called Titans.
I don't know.
Maybe
Game
No,
number
no,
one, only game. Lower finals, semifinals. Say technically a semifinal, might be finals. We'll see in a little bit. But we're going to see the Goofy Goobers take this Lapras up to the top path. But look at this, Dracu, a 1-1-3 composition.
1-1-3. What is this remote stadium? This is actually this is not the losers finals. It's the winners, the best winners of the losers finals.
Yeah.
That's exactly what this is.
I agree. Mewtwo Y gonna hold down this A button. Suicune getting dangerously low. Dodrio might also go down.
Oh.
They do. Full Mega Gauge, but no level 5 and no Mega Evolution online. Suicune able to take Mewtwo, send him back to the Pokemon Center.
Okay. huge brawl in the bottom path. They can get to level 5 very easily on that Alolan Raichu if they're able to get all of these Indeedis. There will be a family of Natus spawning in the center part of the map, and it looks like that Frogadier is pathing in that direction, maybe trying to get some vision, but hovering in that lower, smaller Elbush. They have a fairly slow clear here, so we may just see a 1v1 between the two junglers as Darkrai enters the fray.
It's gonna send Greninja scattering? Scrambling? I think that was a hybrid of those two words. But either way, Frogadier gonna try to push this T1 goal zone. Pikachu also throwing down some thunder. Mewtwo caught in a little bit of a disadvantageous position. They're gonna head all the way back to the Pokemon Center.
Dark Void is a very powerful ability. If you're able to land it twice, you get those wisps and get that mark and lots of damage to follow after it. We may be seeing a Greninja very quickly here, but they're still at level 5. Need 2 more levels to get to level 7. That Greninja. You can see in the center part of the map, there is a Regidrago, and my favorite wild Pokemon on the screen, our little Natus.
Look at those little guys. The little fun guys. Also, really easy to get those stacks in if you are able to capture those Natus, because there's so many. Regidrago immediately shredded here by the Goofy Goobers. A lot of experience awarded to them. Also looking to push this T1 goal zone. Only Combuskin up here, looking for maybe a defense, but they are going to just retreat back towards the Speed Flux zone. Greninja finally online, but they can just sit and watch as T1 goal zone taken by the Goobers.
Yeah, it's also easier to break these goal zones. This top T1 goal zone as it's 70 points rather than 80 points previous in the Rayquaza Thea Sky Ruins. Another KO going over to Darkrai. Super effective damage into the Psychic type Metang, of course. Effects don't matter here, but it's effective nonetheless. 105 to 14. Already a steep lead by the Goobers.
You tell Darkrai that. He seems to believe it is true, so who am I to tell him?
I think it's true.
I think it might be. It might not be true. There's some people that believe that Hollowware was giving buffs to abilities, which is really fun. Twitter conversation for a little bit.
I mean, kind of. I mean, like, do you remember when like Inteleon had the was it a battle pass or something, and it like made the entire screen or the circle around it just dark? I think that's kind of a buff.
Yeah, kind of. Honestly. Regilecki, new home in the basement path, though. Very dangerously low. Mewtwo gonna fall. Metagross trying to get it, but unable to do so. So Regilecki marching towards that T1 goal zone on the bottom side. Nice little drill peck there from the Dodrio, living on 1 HP in a dream, but it's Raichu awarded with that 3 KO streak.
Regilecki bouncing to the tier 1 goal zone. Mind you, there's more points to score in this bottom path. Still 80 on this goal zone, but if they were to break this one, that will unveil a 120 goal zone in the tier 2 in the bottom path. And this point lead is starting to get extramental. 193 to 14. Another KO by the Darkrai, putting them to sleep. And that's going to be very handy as Dynasty continues to push on forward. Another KO for Darkrai, putting them in a Nightmare realm. I don't think they've used their Unite move just yet, or we've seen it off screen, but another one going over to the Suicune this time. A legendary performance so far.
Holy, Goofy Goobers looking really good, showing everybody why they are the defending champions of Underdunk. Now going to take that advantage, push it into the central area of Dynasty. Unite move, that's a triple trample directly on the Greninja. Dangerously low, looking for a side strike. Unable to connect was Mewtwo. Dodrio escaping with some crimes.
Yeah, that would have been a huge KO for that Mewtwo sitting at level 8, whereas this Dojo is level 10. Another 1v1 between the Kanto and Blaziken, the starter there. But once again, Darkrai coming in for the assist, using that nasty plot. Here comes the burst, but they are going to be going into the Nightmare Realm to run the ones against the Metagross. Can Saitami stay alive here? Do they have the KO damage here? They do not, and the Darkrai going down.
Oh, very unfortunate. Dynasty setting up a full ambush, waiting for the Darkrai Unite move to end, but the Alolan Raichu getting the last laugh. Psystrike, though, going to connect on Alolan Raichu. Dodrio going to connect on this Mewtwo wide, trying to get away. They do get the KO. Blaziken in hot pursuit, unable to chase down the 3-headed bird.
As we head into the halfway point of the game, 218 to 22, almost a 200-point lead. Dynasty got to find somewhere, an angle in to get some points on the board, because it's going to turn into very quickly a moment where Groudon is the only win condition. We know how much harder it is to score with a Groudon buff rather than a Rayquaza buff. Here comes Dynasty, though, able to find a win in the bottom path. Regieleki now going the opposite way to the left side of the field. Just kidding.
No way, Suicune! Making Draco an absolute liar right there. Stealing that away from Dynasty. Pikachu next on the chopping block. Dodrio earning themselves a double KO. Metagross trying to defend. Nice little drill pack is going to send them into danger. Into the triple trample. That's a triple KO for the triple trample. Tree-headed bird Pokemon.
Tree-headed bird. Regieleki.
1-2 tree.
Bouncing to, yeah.
I'm from Chicago.
Oh, you're from Chicago, so you just have that pass to say that?
Yeah. I could call it, yeah. Tree turdy
Another
tree.
Regidrago going over to Goofy Goobers. Again, that global EXP is just so strong. Level 13 on the Darkrai, level 12 on the Dodrio. I don't think they got advantage of that global EXP, but they're going for a play here in the tier 2. It's going to break this one. If the Pikachu can't get there in time, they should be able to. Here comes the Thunder. Here comes the Stars. And Adam Ninja able to get away.
Just barely. But the Blaziken's still going to try to chase them down. They'll find the Suicune, so Suicune will expire right before this T1 goal zone. Dynasty now pushing it, and 50 points likely going on in. 22 could have broken it even, so they are going to try to just maximize their caps here. 40 points will do the trick. 18-point overcap, but they are still down heavily. Pikachu gonna ambush along with the Blaziken, this Lapras, who goes back to the Pokemon Center alone. And Raichu gonna try to stop this T2 push. 31 points trying to go on in for Blaziken. They're gonna end their score. Raichu's gonna end the Mewtwo, send them back to the Pokemon Center. Darkrai taking care of Blaziken.
Yeah, kind of maybe got a little greedy there on tier 2, trying to score some more points. And in that central area, the Cave of Origin about to arise with Groudon appearing at the 2-minute mark. 320, 152, the lava starting to plume and about to erupt here in this best of one. Winner of this set will be going on to the grand finals.
5 seconds until the final stretch. Dodrio hovering this top path, trying to grab vision. They did see that Metagross, all Dynasty entering in through this top path, and they're going to be a little bit slow to the push. Dodrio finding a Pokemon. It is going to be Metagross into the side strike. That's going to send Dodrio scrambling back to this T1. Citrus Berry gobbled up. That's HP bar is going to be regenerated a little bit.
Suicune setting the flooded zone. Take a look at the Greninja's HP bar at 50% already. Groudon 50% as well. Blaziken still on the field, one of the best securing tools in the game.
Man.
Charging up that over. Here it is. Here comes the infinite ice spikes, and the legendary beast captures the Dawn. But they need to get the scores in. It's going to be easy to do so when all of Dynasty has fallen.
Oh my gosh, you gotta give MVP to IMAX right there, staying up alive on that Lapras, popping the Unite move and wave crashing directly onto the Greninja, sending them back to the Pokemon Center. From there, everybody stunned out. No one able to close out. I was about to say Rayquaza again. No one able to close out Groudon, and Goofy Goobers taking full advantage, now up over 600 points. This should be all in the bag.
They are able to steal the Groudon buffs away from Goofy Goobers, but as you can see here, Goofy Goobers is scrambling back to their side of the field. I would say scrambling, but it looks like an easy escape there, as Dynasty has one more push here, potentially on the tier 2, 30 seconds remaining, but we are just about past the point of no return, that 500-point margin, and well, their goal zones, or their pockets, are looking rather empty. Kyle, 20 seconds, and the Goobers will find themselves in another Grand Finals appearance.
They don't have enough money for chicken nuggets. It's very unfortunate. But I mean, honestly, Goofy Goobers taken down a very strong squad. This Dynasty squad looked really good against another incredible squad of that tie-dye guide squad with, how many times can I say squad in like 2 sentences?
Squad.
I'm tired. Yeah, just do me like squad. But no, like that was a very strong team that they took down, and they made it look quite easy, which doesn't happen very often for players of that caliber, but Goofy Goobers also very good in their own respect. Obviously, the reigning champions of Underdunk have won this tournament countless times at this point, so really excited to see this team, move forward once again.
Yeah, also able to come
Spot
out on
up.
top over G. We saw them earlier on the broadcast, but they were able to knock them
true.
out of the losers quarters finals, which in my opinion is a top 3, maybe even top 2 team right next to Project Mbappe. But Goofy Goobers, they have one thing on their side, it's they've been playing with each other for a long time. They've been playing with each other for most of this last year's UCS season, and now going up against Project Mbappe is, I believe, going to be their next big limit test.
Yeah, insane stuff for this team. I mean, I feel like the sky's the limit with this team because we've seen them not only play very well in these tournaments, but they made at least one top 8. I think it was just a singular time, a top 8 in the main UCS season. I can't remember which month it was, but when you have a team that can play with the best of them, beat a lot of very good squads, and they show that they can do it time and time again. So yeah, incredible stuff from them. I'm really excited. I hope that they have an opportunity to play in the league. If they don't have an opportunity to play in the league, I can honestly say that they could be a favorite to qualify through the open qualifiers.
Yeah, I agree as well, especially with how much teams, especially the top teams, are in flux right now. It's only going to be beneficial for them to stay together as a team and to continue growing from one UCS season to the next is going to be how they qualify for the league to come in a couple of months. But we have an updated bracket. It's just about towards the end, so let's go ahead and take a look at that really quickly before we head off to break. Once again, Pepperito is they unfortunately were not able to continue on in today's event. Project Mbappe moving forward from the winners finals to the grand finals, and we saw a couple of losers side of the bracket games, the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and this was basically the finals where Goofy Goobers won out over Dynasty, moving on up to the grand. In a perfect world, this would be a best of 5 coming up, but because we have threat level midnight activated at the midnight mark, this is going to be a best of 3 with Project Mbappe on the winner side of the bracket having a 1-game advantage. So we will see at least 1 game in the next set to come, and at most 2 games if we can at least force a game 3, possibly. But do not go anywhere. Underdunk 59 with our winners grand finals will be back very, very soon.
number 59.
And welcome back. Come on, man. I said I was going to bring us in, and then you seal. That is definitely, you are gaslighting me, and gaslighting the chat is crazy. I'm trying to bring us in for the grand final of the Groudon Tournament for NA. I mean, this is my channel. I mean, come on.
Mods. Mods, get this man. All right, well, we got the Goofy Goobers. I feel like a Goofy Goober right now. Can I be an honorary member of the Goofy Goobers? I feel like at this point, if they have a jersey, I want it. I don't know. It would be a cool jersey. I feel like they would have a good jersey. But Project Mbappe, I feel like it would be, if I'm not mistaken, that's like one of the strikers of the French national team in soccer.
I think so.
Right?
I actually did. I messaged Celestial. I was like, "Hey, how do you pronounce your team's name?" He was like, "Do you know the French football player?" And I said, "Nope." So that was a very short conversation.
Pina, you're banning Draku. You're banning Drake.
All right. Well. All right. I mean, like, from the bottom up, we both have really good caps, right? So I might basically be Steel Agent Kyle.
You might be. It's true.
I might be.
All right, Goofy Goobers has chosen the purple side. Project Mbappe going to be on your orange side. This is a pretty good squad. Right now, you do see that it is a 1-0 advantage for Project Mbappe. Obviously, coming out of those grand finals, or out of the winners finals, they have that 1-game advantage in this best of 3. So it could be 1 game. It could be 2 games. That's it. It's 1 of 2.
1 of 2.
Your turn.
Goofy Goobers is... It's my turn. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know when it is okay for me to talk, Master. Thank you. Clearly, they are very afraid of Zoroark on the enemy team. I mean, of course, we know Overlord to play a very proficient Zoroark, but you also have another player in Celestial. Some of the best Zoroark players in the world, and all of NA is just in this one team. Just throw in Trainer, and you might have the top 3, to be honest. But pretty confident lineup here of bands. A lot of speedsters, as we know, lots of early game experience to be captured, and it's not surprising to see 4 speedsters in that band slot.
I love this Blissey pick into Suicune because you can cleanse. If you do to go, safeguard, you can cleanse a lot of those freezes and the drenches or whatever the terminology is for Suicune. So I do like that, and seeing the leftovers on Blissey, it makes me believe that they are going to go with that safeguard build just to have some extra healing that way. To combat it, though, we are going to see the Dodrio once again. Not only is it a good pick, but you're also, again, taking that speedster away from some proficient players on it.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, with 4 other speedsters banned, they'll need to go deep in their well of speedsters. Talonflame is still up there. I think it's really good in this metagame as well. It can burst through wild Pokemon fairly quickly. An item that I've been looking at, look at IMAX. Tell me if there's something interesting with that setup, Kyle. What do you think?
They're hacking goals. I don't see what the problem is.
They're hacking
goals. Draco.
I don't know if you were there for it, but it was like when Goal Hacker was just released, and I was like, all right, let's give this thing a try. I was like, hey, this makes like a really cool sound. So like to my chat, I was streaming at the time. I was like running down the goal zone. I was like, hey guys, listen to this. And I goal hacked our just tier 1 goal zone like right at the very beginning of the game. And then I looked at the timer. It had like a 120-second cooldown time.
Yeah, it's kind of
I was
insane.
like, what the hell?
Like, I feel like if it's gonna have a 120-second cooldown, it should be way better than it is. But maybe there's a secret tech that IMAX knows that no one else knows. I don't know. I'm excited to see it. Maybe this is like a change to, or because of the change of the map with Groudon joining the fray and the changes to the point totals, maybe that is kind of a play that we're overlooking right now. Your turn.
Yeah, we don't see any like it just like stops all.
I know. It's so bad.
And I know we don't see and any of the 10 Pokemon, we don't see Score Shield, right? And so one of the properties of Rayquaza's shield was that it had an integrated score shield. I wonder if teams, like as they maybe transition into a more score-oriented composition, a score comp, if you may, they start to add that property of the Rayquaza shield to the Groudon shield by actually having a held item with the score shield if they decide to go score comp.
Yeah.
I mean, score comp isn't unheard of. It was very exciting when LG ran it against Nouns in the World Championship Series, but I mean, that was just a very special use case, right? They were kind of back against the wall and they wanted to just throw a curveball to Nouns Esports, and it ended up working. And I feel like in this game mode where it's harder to score in the end game, it just makes score compositions a lot more easier to do.
Grand Finals, best of 3, already a 1-game advantage for Project Mbappe here as we get started with technically game number 1, but for all intents and purposes, we're calling this game 2 or something. I don't know. I don't know what to call these advantage situations, but either way, the advantage is going to Project Mbappe with some good secures here from this Phantom.
Yeah, second time we're seeing a duo in the bottom path. Radis is gonna maybe take this one away. I think it was a Peck, an unboosted Peck. Didn't have their speed gauge up, but nonetheless able to take that NDD away from Project Mbappe. They have pretty good last hitting when they do have their speed gauge full, and they do once again. So 10 points on that duo. They're just waiting, spinning, hoping to at least stop these scores from coming in, and maybe last hitting in the process too.
That's the goal. Unfortunately, unable to do it with that one. It is going over to Project Mbappe that time, but 850 birds coming to fruition as this Greninja is going to hover those 9-minute Natus and head towards the top path. Project Mbappe still kind of taking advantage on the bottom side. A lot of these ones, though, looking like it's going over to the Goobers.
A little hesitation there for Saotami, is able to get a lot of damage onto the Lucario, still at level 4, so we won't know if it's a power-up punch or an E-speed Lucario. No, it's Celestial, so it's most likely going to be an E-speed. But we have our Regidrago at the 8-minute mark with a timer in the center part of the map. Suicune taking a look at the central area. And again, we may be seeing more commonly the central area, ADCs entering the fray with a lot of experience on the field. We've already seen a lot of Greninja, Overlord now trying Cinderace in the center area.
Yeah, I'm liking the Cinderace pick. I think it's really strong. But fortunate AJ Dragon might be going back to the Pokemon Center. Psystrike's going to make quick work of them, as well as, I guess, the 4 entire Pokemon that were converging directly onto the single Suicune. V2Y Mega Evolve. IMAX going to have to scramble back to this T1 goal zone. We have a little bit of a score going on in for this Dodrio, but the Regidrago buff going over to Project Mbappe, specifically Overlord on Cinderace.
Oh, we were talking so much about the goal hacker. We didn't really take a look at the team compositions. Project Mbappe have a lot of auto attack pressure. They have Mewtwo Y, and they also have Cinderace. Those two just by itself. And then you have of course, you can't forget the helping hand autos from the Blissey as well. I mean, once you get all of that auto attack pressure, and then you have a Lucario just swinging through with E-speed, it's going to be a very hard composition to KO when they are fully scaled.
It's starting to come to fruition right now. Cinderace able to blaze kick and send the Suicune, the legendary beast, back to the Pokemon Center. And Project Mbappe really prioritizing this top path currently for members, looking for a way in, looking for an engage. Unfortunately for Ducky, unable to kidnap that Alolan Raichu. Regirock finds its new home in the northern part of the map, easily secured by Cinderace.
I think it's really interesting how teams have to make an audible on their strategy depending on where these 7-minute objectives appear on the map, right? We have the Golem spawning on the top side, and then we have Regieleki spawning on the bottom side, where there is more points to be scored on these goal zones. Let's see if Kratos can make an attempt here. Here comes the thunder as the airstrike able to pull that one away for Project Mbappe.
I mean, this U2Y, level 10 already, was able to 1v2 down in the bottom path, alerting a little bit of space for Project Mbappe, and this space is going to turn into a full-out assault. U2Y able to take down this Suicune, what seems like to be for the 8th time already. It seems like this Suicune has had its hands full this entire 4 minutes so far.
There's another 13, followed by a 40 from the Mewtwo Y. Very good patience there by Kratos and Project Mbappe. They'll get IMAX as well. And with half of the game remaining, 239 to 105, this early game dominance really showing out here in the later stages of the game. It may be so difficult for teams to get back when a team like Project Mbappe is so far ahead. The fight breaking out here in the central area. Kyle, your turn.
My turn. Phantom Forest is going to lead the party. And this Dodrio also going to be able to take out the Mewtwo Y. So that is probably one of the bigger KOs that the Goofy Goobers have been able to find this entire match. However, they've kind of hung around here in the scoreline, 141, 239, so only a little bit less than 100 points down, but they are going to need to start finding their levels on their damage carries, but the A-press pressure from the Cinderace is too hot to handle for the three-headed bird. Your turn.
Yeah, nice eject button by Overlord there as well. Almost level 12, about to hit level 13 very quickly here. We saw Overlord on level 13 on Greninja a few games ago. Level 11, a huge power spike for these auto attackers, getting faster auto attack speed and even better scaling at 13 with both plus abilities. And again, still a 98-point game, still a one-score game in double time. And it looks like Goofy Goober staying in the bottom path, prioritizing that Regieleki. Kyle, your turn.
It's always weird seeing the Regieleki in the bottom path. That is where it is now, at least in this game. Right, Raichu along with this Greninja trying to make quick work of it. Ducky, though, looking for a little bit of a wood hammer engage. They are finding it on the Greninja Mewtwo strike, but it's going to be Greninja that takes this Regieleki. It's going to go towards Project Mbappe's side of the map.
Yeah, Overlord able to get one KO. Can he get another one as well? And he does. And it takes a Suicune, and it takes a legendary force to take down someone as legendary as Overlord. KO streak of 3, Suicune getting all of that experience. But, I mean, it is honestly a win for Project Mbappe, giving that EXP to the EXP shareholding Pokemon. Probably what you want to do. Regieleki to the tier 2 goal zone. So we're going to bring the score a little closer to parity. 101 or 201 to 239 with the last quarter of the game.
It's like a 35, 38 point game. Your turn.
Yeah, very close game. Your turn.
I'm trying to do like all the things that you said that you wanted to troll me with during this broadcast, and you're just doing it right back. It's really fun.
Of course, you got to run with the bit, Kyle.
The bit's really good, honestly.
Yeah,
great engaged by Ducky. We were able to dodge a lot of it. Was it a Alolan Raichu? Ducky getting very low. Overlord front lining. Nice little feint right there to dodge a little bit of damage from this Alolan Raichu, and the helping hand from Roland is way too much right now.
Literally just walking down that Alolan Raichu, can't do anything about it. You get the slow from the red buff as well. Radish trying to keep their team, at least score-wise, at parity. They've also given them the lead, scoring on the tier 2 goal zone. There will be a Reggie spawning on either side of the map. The Roulette Reggie in the northern part of the map and a Regieleki in the bottom part. Take a look at this. Radish breaking the tier 2 goal zone and potentially leaving the tier 3 vulnerable for a Regieleki push. And it looks like they're starting to navigate their way down there.
I'm looking at the points that they're holding, too. Goofy Goobers has a lot of points in their pockets. 50, 43, 50. And then with securing this basement Regieleki, it could be even more. So Project Mbappe migrating down to the southern part of the map, knowing that this could potentially be the game. This is the Groudon fight, essentially. Already getting the party started. Is Celestial on this Lucario going to try to go in and get... They do get this Umbreon. No one gets the Regieleki, but Overlord able to get a double KO. Ducky, the only one going down to Project Mbappe. Got to scramble back. You have the Unite move from the Blissey to save Overlord.
Fight will go back to parity once again as they're still in the bottom side of the map. I think it was 3 members down for the Goofy Goobers. And Project Mbappe starting to head over to the Cave of Origin where Groudon has appeared. 1.5 minutes remaining, and it is a close game with a small lead for the Goofy Goobers. Radis going for another score on the tier 1 goal zone, but with the vision of the Dodrio, this is going to give Project Mbappe the green light to take the Groudon off the field.
Umbreon trying to go on in. IMAX trying to get there, but it is Overlord taking it to him. Project Mbappe now still down in points. Going to have to try to get some of their points on in. And that's going to be a tough task. Oh, man. Cinderace able to burn through this Greninja. 49 points going on in. Oh, the goals being hacked. Umbreon is saving the day for the time being, but all the 4 members down. This is going to be about it. Project Mbappe taking the lead.
Good job, Kyle.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They hacked the goal.
They hacked the goal indeed. And I may have hacked Kyle's brain with that cross-out.
That one broke me. I'm like, wait, are you done?
365, 797. I think the writing is on the wall. We will have a new winner for Underdunk 59. And yeah, it's over a 500-point game. They can try to steal these Groudon buffs, but for at least today, the first Groudon tournament for North America will go over to Project Mbappe.
Huge stuff. Project Mbappe taking this and going to be crowned your grand finals champions.
Radis, gonna get that MVP, definitely for his team. Scoring the most points, doing the Sableye thing. Fortunately, the French player will come out on top in this NA tournament. Mbappe, he's a football player,
30?
Sports. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a lot of points they scored, Kyle. 929 to 395. Fortunately, 274 points, just not enough for them to get and stay in this game. And I think we may have lost Kyle. Is the stream even up still? Production? Are we even back? Stream is still up? That's crazy. And it looks like we're going to be going to break really briefly, and we will see you on...
What? What?
We're having the best show here, everybody. Gwen Stefani has shown up in the convention hall. It's actually insane.
I'm getting kicked out, guys. No, they're like closing up. So like the security is like, hey, I'm closing up, so you might have to go through a different entrance when you go back to your room. So. Okay.
I see that. Congratulations, Project Mbappe, for being Underdunk 59's champion, but even more special, the first team to win a Groudon event here in North America.
Yeah. Your turn.
Yeah,
No, I'm just
so
kidding.
Kyle will be sending out full life-size Arcanines to all of the winners.
So cool.
Not only that, but also production as well. Also, all the casters. So I think that's a total of like 9 Arcanines that Kyle's going to be handing out. So shout out to him. He's going to be embezzling all of Riptide's earnings to sponsor us with some Arcanines. What do you think?
I wish.
Yeah.
I wish. But, all right. We are going to go ahead and raid very shortly. But, Draco, any final thoughts as we start to wrap up our first ever Groudon tournament?
I will say, as a color caster, there's not a whole lot of color moments.
No, it's just like all fighting, dude.
It's so much fighting. I mean, like, I feel like a lot of the color moments, or when I say color moments, for those that are listening, these are usually moments where teams are spent taking wild Pokemon, farming, if you may, is the word we like to use as well. There's not a whole lot of that. I mean, there is farming, but it's also contesting wild Pokemon more so against the enemy team, which leads more to play-by-play casting, where we're casting basically teams fighting each other, players fighting each other, right? And there's not a whole lot of color moments, and I feel like as a caster, there's so much action going on, and I don't empathize with Bina, who's trying their best in the back, trying to catch all the moments, because quite often there are multiple frontiers of battle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, I don't... we were talking, her and I were talking during when you and Gary were casting, and she's like, I don't know, like, where to go sometimes, because it's just like there's all these like very small fights. There's not like these big grandiose 5v5 moments as much anymore, because teams are like kind of split pushing a lot. So it's very hectic, it's very chaotic, but it's been really fun. I'm really excited to see how the competitive season starts to shake up. I'm interested to see if we're gonna get more bans in competitive, or if this is just for, the ranked environment or whatever custom mode this is. Big shout out to everybody involved for putting this together. Thank you, Lordy. Thank you, Bina, for observing and doing an amazing job despite the new function of all the game. She always put us in the right spot, so cannot appreciate Bina enough. Big shout out to Husky, who opened the show, Gary, who is here for a few sets. Shout out to Draco, and obviously biggest shout out to Peachy, producing Underdunk for the first time, but also in a crazy time zone. And the sun is up now. It was down. Now it's up by her. So shout out Peachy. It's 6:20 a.m. for her, she says. That's crazy. But Draku, any final words before we get on out of here and go raid?
Nope, got nothing. Kick us out of here.
Alrighty. Well, thank you everybody for coming in, and we'll be back for 1 week, 9/11. We're not celebrating, but it is the day of the second time of Groudon next Thursday, and hopefully, maybe, possibly, it'll be in tournament mode. I don't know. I doubt it, but we may have to do it in this custom mode feature again. It's very unfortunate. Not exactly what we wanted, but we have submitted our feedback to hopefully get that changed as soon as possible so we could go back to having all the emblems removed, all of the licenses enabled, all the items to level 30, all that jazz, but TBD on that. But we'll be back in 1 short week, trainers. Until then, we'll see you then.